080079. That was for the windows and doors. Unfortunately, it expired on 1/28/2025, and no recorded inspections had taken place under that permit. So now with the deceased owner, we have a voided permit, and that can't be transferred because it was a homeowner's permit. So I'd like to enter into evidence Exhibit 1, which are photos that were taken. Case number 021726-435 CEB. This is elevation shot of the property. In this shot, you can see that where we had the new door, which was replaced with the permit, along with these new windows. However, we didn't get inspections, but there does appear to be new stucco that has been placed around the property too. I would, another additional relevant fact is I had spoken with the gentleman who has the authorization to represent for the owner at the very beginning of the case. So I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Ravella. Does anybody have questions for staff? Good morning, sir. Could we get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Travis Hill. It's 3816 Melgert Lane, Sarasota, Florida, 34235.
Okay, and what is your connection to the estate, sir?
Jarrett was my best friend. I also helped him do the doors and windows and anything he was doing on the home.
Okay.
Before he obviously passed.
You have an authorization?
Yeah, you've got a form from the family. The house currently is in probate, so everything's tied up in probate. I was quite aware of the permit. The door that you saw in the photographs is not the door that's under permit. That was a temporary door Jared and I put in until the door was coming in. It's a glass door. Unfortunately, he passed before that door came in that was special ordered, and everything basically stopped at that point because the owner's not there to call in for inspections. The sisters then got this letter. Everything just stopped when Jared died. Obviously, everything went into probate. We got the letter from Eric going out to do the inspections. The sisters immediately called me, upset and freaking out. He's got 3 sisters and an 86-year-old dad. No will, no family, no kids, no wife, never married. So it kind of just threw everything into limbo when he passed away. I called into the building department once I read that notice, spoke to his supervisor, got his cell number. I called to talk to Eric to see if we could, let him know what was going on, see if we could stop the wagons right where they were. I called and left a message for Eric, said, I want to make sure I'm specific in this, 48 hours and I'll return your call. Never got a call back. 62 hours later, I returned another phone call to Eric. Left a message, same thing, 48 hours, I'll get back to you. Again, no phone call. There was in the notice sent to the owner saying that the home would be re-inspected on November 28th to see if it had been brought up into compliance. I actually traveled up from Sarasota and sat there for 9 hours on the 28th thinking that Eric was going to be coming by to do a re-inspection, see if anything had been done. Fortunately, nobody came by. I made a 3rd phone call, left another message, still no phone call. So we assumed as a family that the thing just kind of got squashed, because when we left the message, I talked to his supervisor to kind of, listen, Jared's dead, we can't do this, we can't do that. But as soon as the house comes out of probate, we'll be more than happy to come back to the building department, reissue the window and door permit, and anything else that the county or city might think that we need. I also have pictures of the home before the stucco repair was done. Jared had contracted, honestly, it was a handyman / stucco company to redo the stucco around the windows because we had to cut the stucco back to get the windows out and around that door. That's why you see the door hasn't been stuccoed, because that is not the final door that was permitted to go in. That's why the stucco wasn't fixed. The only other stucco work was done, it was a sand finish, so he had a texture added to it. And I have photos of before and after, if I can give that to the, to you guys. See. Jared, and before that, Jared had even had a roof permit. I mean, Jared was not one of these guys that was looking to get around doing any permitting. He was trying to comply, but unfortunately passed away at 47 from a massive heart attack right in the middle of this. And it's just kind of a little bit of a mess because now we've got the probate attorneys trying to get that worked out. It goes to his sister. Once his sister gets in his sister's name, we are more than happy to comply with whatever the city would like us to do. Absolutely. Absolutely. I made them for you. Angie's been great to deal with, by the way. You've got a heck of an employee down there at the building department, code compliance. So she's kind of walked us up to this point, got me the form to be able to come in and kind of explain to you guys what's going on. We also sent her the information to the attorney handling the probate, because not only is it probate, there was insurance money apparently for the flooding damage that happened that had not been paid by the insurance company. He hadn't received any money, so the lawyer's also trying to handle that all at the same time. So it's a big foo-ha, to be quite honest with you.
Okay. So, when did Mr. Buckley pass?
I don't know. Got death certificate somewhere. I gave you a copy of the death certificate.
That we just need an about.
I was filed on February, no. Is issued in April, I believe.
Okay. And it's been.
He's been dead right at about a year now. And that would be the last time anything had been done to the house. That's why I was kind of shocked when the letter came. There hadn't been anything done forever.
Well, part of it is that the city's been busy.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
This number just came up. So, and when was probate filed?
I don't know. The lawyer's handling all that with the three sisters and how all that's being divided. Like I said, I just Jared's best friend and know all the sisters and stepped in to try to help him as best I can. Because I'm the only guy that's going to know what was done to the home besides Jared. Because I was the guy always helping him.
Here, there's nothing currently filed.
Nothing's currently filed.
Not current.
No probate.
No probate.
Not yet.
So it's spinning around.
Yeah. There's nothing fast about probate.
Is that temporary, the temporary door?
Yes, ma'am. As you can see, that's why they didn't do any stucco around that door. It's supposed to be a glass door or something he had purchased.
Just so I understand, there was a permit under Jared's name to do all the work, and then what we're talking about here is that a new permit has to be issued under the new owner's name, because I'm trying to figure out the timing, right?
Right,
So,
yes, there's no current new owner, but the flood zone, the flood hazard violation here includes more than what the permit is currently for. The permit that was issued under the owner was for windows and doors only. And then we noted, interior areas, cabinetry, flooring, walls, and drywall.
okay, but, so a new permit has to be issued to cover all the scope, whatever needs to be permitted, but that can't be issued until the new owners are determined, which has to go through this.
Has to finish the probate process.
Right, okay. So just trying to figure out how much time to try and assess. Explain that.
Process first, then be-
The interior? Okay,
And
yeah.
then we gotta go through a permitting process.
Correct.
And I'm a little concerned after a year, there's no probate. I mean, I understand that probate wouldn't be
I
through.
have a letter of intent from the attorney from the sister. They have retained an attorney. She just has not filed. That's how I got the authorization.
For over a year.
Yes, ma'am. And the thing, so you know, that slowed down the probate is this insurance money hanging out there, right? Because once that house comes out at Jared's name, that money just, as far as we understand, just kind of evaporates. And that's kind of the slow process of going towards that probate.
Well, they changed the ownership.
Yeah.
I want to tell.
If it helps, it looks like the attorney was retained in September of 2025.
No probate filed. What a bunch of.
They want the insurance money first, maybe. I don't know,
They
sounds like.
can't sign a check. You have to have a probate authority to sign a check in probate.
Yeah.
So that'd be more reason to get it filed,
Right,
not
yeah,
less.
right.
Do you have a construction background?
Yeah, a little bit.
Are you a contractor?
No. I worked for the Department of Defense for about 35 years.
You're just a handy guy.
They called me Mr. Fix-It-All. There's nothing, I'm very mechanically inclined.
So the way this works is that he had pulled the permit as the owner.
As a homeowner, right,
So
Yes.
there's no contractor.
right.
No.
To be able to, yeah, that's making it more difficult.
Right.
I get it. So how much time do
I can read something.
we? Thank you.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Jarrett C. Buckley Estate to correct the violation within 90 days or by May 26, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so
Can
we
we
have,
make an estate do something that hasn't been established?
Nope.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Is
Sure,
the city?
Can we order an estate that hasn't been established yet to do something?
she's talking about the name on the property is Jarrett C. Buckley Estate.
Oh,
Who the current owner is.
yes,
Or
that,
the
yes,
record,
yes, I'm
yeah.
sorry, I
So the
misunderstood the
answer is
question. Yes, that
before
is
there's
the current
an
owner.
official estate established, you can still,
Yes,
that
yes.
was my
Even if nothing's filed, the property appraiser automatically updates the ownership to the estate
I
once
gotcha.
someone's passed.
For recording of death certificate.
Make sure
Yeah, upon
somebody
recording of death certificate.
Yeah, I just want to make sure somebody had the authority to.
Yes,
act.
good question.
Okay, all right, good.
Okay,
All right, we're good.
so, if there's no discussion, let's vote.
Alseckless,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes?
Anshaw,
Yes,
Hanser,
Yes.
Hobbs, Wilson.
Yes. All right, sir, so you have 90 days, we hope, to get probate filed and get a permit application in and the whole 9
Let me
yards.
ask you this, that's not gonna happen in 90 days.
I-
What do I do from that point? Because when I was talking to Angie, she told me to request 180.
She'll tell you.
Hold on, take a breath. I'm getting to that.
Okay.
So after the 90 days has been expired, you're going to get a letter summoning, not you, the sisters, I suppose,
Yeah, and that'll be me.
or the attorneys. I don't know whose address is in the property appraiser's website, but whoever is going to go to that address and summoning a representative to a special magistrate's hearing. Someone needs to attend that hearing for the estate and explain where you are in the process, and the magistrate will likely give you more time, okay?
Thank
But
you.
it's important that somebody go.
Oh, I'll be there.
If you don't go, then fines start.
Yeah, no, I'll be there.
make sure whatever is addressed is at the property appraiser's office, somebody's actually getting mail there.
Yeah, and see, that was part of the problem. It was going to the house and then being forwarded to Orlando. So we were losing days there, and
Make sure that,
I'm on top of it, trust me.
That can be fixed through the property appraiser's website.
I'll let the sisters know to get it taken care of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
You're a good friend.
Item number 112, property owner SLP Florida LLC, investigator Brian Greenman.
Hello, I am Brian Greenman, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 112, case number 2523850, regarding property located at 2126 22nd Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is a citizen complaint case. The property was first inspected on September 10th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of October 6, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on February 19th, 2026, and the following violations still exist. Dead/fallen vegetation located on the property needs to be removed from the property. Remove all junk, trash, and debris from the property. Exterior wall in disrepair at front of structure. Front window has broken glass above the boarded up area. Window screens missing on multiple windows. window on side of house is broken and not properly secured. Fascia boards have chipping and peeling paint and are rotted in some areas. Light globe cover is missing from rear door or outdoor fixture. And dead hazardous tree in the rear of the property needs to be removed. A permit may be required for removal. 3 out of 12 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on February 13th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 19663, page 2679. During the course of my investigation, I have not had any contact with the owner. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on February 19th, 2026. Document 0219268550BNG CEB and photo numbers 1 through 11. So this first photo shows the exterior light fixture without proper covering. This photo shows the dead vegetation, fallen debris. These are dead tree limbs. This is more junk / debris. This is the exterior wall. The paneling has come off, exposing the underlayment. Vegetative debris. This is an exterior front shot of the property. As you can see, there's a section of wall paneling missing there. This is the boarded up window. Above the window, it's a little hard to see because of the glare, but there's broken / chipped glass throughout that window. This is the bare wood, improperly boarded up window. This is further wall paneling missing, wall disrepair. Here we can see rotted / damaged wood and chipping paint in the fascia soffit. And then this is the dead tree in question. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Greenman. Does anybody have questions for staff? All righty. Good morning. Could we please have your name and address for the record?
Hi, my name is Tara Garrity. I'm the property manager for SLP Florida. My mailing address is P.O. Box 587, St. Petersburg, Florida 33731.
Is a P.O. box sufficient?
Do you have a physical address?
I do, being that I'm a property manager for this company, I've been threatened by some of my tenants, or their tenants, so I choose not to give my personal address
Can you give
on the
your
record.
office address?
What's that?
Can you give your office address?
Which is in my home. I mean, I can if I know that the address doesn't go on the record anywhere for public knowledge.
This is all public.
We can accept the PO.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Bill is advising us that P.O. box is all right.
Okay, thank you.
So, what are your plans for this property?
So I've had like 3 codes inspectors through this case. SLP Florida owns over 35 homes, and so unfortunately sometimes something gets past us on this one. So I have been in contact with people since, like, where's my notes? Earlier in the earlier last year. So we have done tree cleanup, we've done yard cleanup and stuff. Unfortunately, every time an inspector goes out, one of the neighbors decides to throw more trash into the yard. A gentleman was there this morning doing, again, more yard cleanup, removal of the tree. And then he's actually going to start, because we had 2 other major projects going on, which now completed at the beginning of this week. So starting tomorrow, we'll have people on site to take care of all the other outstanding issues.
Mr. Greenman, do any of these repairs require a permit?
The tree coming down may require a permit.
Miss Garrity, was it? Is that
Yes.
So putting up a light cover though shouldn't be challenging, and unless the neighbors are a great shot with their slingshot, you should probably be good with that.
No, I agree with you. So the handyman that we had prior to the new one I just hired was a heroin fentanyl addict, and he'd been on the
Not a
wagon.
good hire.
Yeah. So he'd been on the wagon for 2-3 years. We worked with him. We sent him to rehab. He was a great gentleman. Unfortunately, he fell off the wagon. And so I was left kind of in a lurch trying to find a new replacement for handyman, which we did just find. So yes, changing a light bulb's easy. Putting a globe covers on, easy. Changing a screen is easy. I just didn't have anybody to actually do the work. I do now.
You can't do that work?
I can't do the work, no. Like, I am not, like, safe at some of my houses.
Did you say that SLP Florida has 35 other properties?
Yes.
In Pinellas County?
Correct.
Okay.
And you were without any kind of maintenance person for how many months?
We've been without a maintenance person for 2 months. We've tried to hire a lot of people. As people know, in Florida, it's very hard to find people to hire, and if we do hire them, they do not show up. But luckily, with all that being said, I have found somebody now who's gonna be great. He's proven his worth over the last couple of weeks. We're moving forward with him. So I don't see any of these issues being any issues past 30 days. I just need to get him on property.
So, and what are your plans for this property? Are you going to lease it?
Yes, it will be up for rental, so we're gonna take care of everything here, make sure that it passes inspection, as we do with all of our other properties.
And how about the tree?
The tree, if it needs a permit, we'll pull a permit. We work with the city arborist already for my own personal home, so we have his contact information. So I'll call him, have him go over, tell me what needs to be done, and we'll go through proper channels that way.
From the looks of it, it's pay your $25 and take down the tree.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have a question for
Looked real dead to me.
Yeah. So I mean, we're not trying to get out of any work. We're not trying to do this. We care about our community. We care about our homes. This one, unfortunately, because of the other major projects and because of our guy becoming a crack addict again, just things just happen in the interim.
Problem, Ms. Garrity. Here's our concern. Your company has 35 buildings, and they've allowed this one to sit for 5 months, even though a citizen was complaining about the state of the property. Regardless of any of your challenges, your company owns this building.
Yes.
And it's their responsibility to make sure that it's taken care of.
Yes.
I don't think that the board is going to be in a good mood about giving you 30 days. You might get 25 if
That's
they're
fine. 25
feeling charitable.
To me, we have been recommended by 25 days. That's fine. We'll take 25 days. This property will be in order. If you look at our history, we've always fixed everything that we've had on site within this town. So I would like for you to take that into some sort of consideration.
If we don't want to change anything based on the city's recommendation, can we just move to do nothing and then the city's recommendation stands?
No, the board would still need to find the property in violation and simply recommend that.
Okay.
The same amount of time is.
Yeah, I didn't, okay, thank you for answering.
So you have that discretion to.
Okay, I'll read something if you're ready.
Hang on one second. So SLP Florida LLC, that's not you.
That is not me.
So they have an address somewhere.
They do.
Where's their address?
Their office address is 700 Beach Drive, Northeast, Unit 302, St. Petersburg, 33701.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gee. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders SLP Florida LLC to correct the violations within 20 days or by March 17, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, a motion for 20 days and $150 a day have been seconded. Any discussion?
I think the fine should be higher only because I kind of feel like that citizen that took the time to report this has not been served well. I mean, because some of these things
5 months of nothing.
exactly, that's just, I'm just not buying this whole, there's one guy that does 35 properties.
Yeah, I'm not
You
buying
have
that
35
either.
properties, you're on a schedule. and a
Yeah,
calendar.
I agree with you. I mean, I don't
Or
have a
should be.
problem raising it if you guys want me to.
Yep.
Okay. I'll amend that. The board orders SLP Florida LLC to correct the violations within 20 days or by March 17, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $250 per day shall be imposed.
Okay. So we're now voting on 20 days and $250 a day. Any discussion? Nope. Let's vote.
Alseklis,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Hanshaw,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Hobbs,
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes. All right, ma'am, you have 20 days.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. It'll all be done.
Coming in.
Item number 113, property owner Latia Stevens, investigator Brian Greenman.
I am Brian Greenman, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 113, case number 2527654, regarding property located at 1945 19th Street South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is a Codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on November 20th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of December 15th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on February 19th, 2026, and the following violations still exist. Junk and outdoor storage littered throughout property, including but not limited to vegetative debris, litter, tarps, plastic bins, shopping carts, window screens. Unsecured / non-fitting / missing window screens on windows. Inoperative vehicles without tags improperly stored on property. Chain link fence at rear of property in disrepair. Metal rods are unsecure and the chain link is bent. Securing boards are bare wood. They need to be painted and weather resistant. Foam used to repair gaps in the structure. This is not an approved method of repair. Lumber and bricks stored on the ground throughout property. Lumber / bricks need to be stored at minimum 6 inches elevated from ground level. Palm trees on property require maintenance trimming. 4 out of 12 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on February 13th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 14716, page 2547. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on January 30th, 2026, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on February 19th, 2026. Document 0219266654BNG-CEB and photo numbers 1 through 10. This is an establishing shot of the property. You can see securing boards on the door and the window to the left side that are unpainted, bare wood. This is a closer shot of the bare wood securing board. This is the spray foam used to fill gaps in the structure and make repairs. This is not in a workmanlike manner. It's not an approved material. Fence in disrepair here. Palm vegetation not properly trimmed or maintained. Junk trash debris, tarps, let's see. And then right in the shadow there we have bricks and cylinder blocks stored without being elevated. This is the metal fence at the rear of the property in disrepair. This is an inoperative vehicle. This is the rear of the inoperative vehicle, no plate. And missing / non-fitting window screens on multiple windows on the property. I would like to enter this fact sheet in evidence as exhibit number 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Greenman. Does anyone have questions for staff? Good morning. Could we please have your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Elijah Stevens. My address is 776 14th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Okay, and your relationship to Letitia Stevens?
I help the owner manage the property, and
Okay. So you've done a little bit of work around the house?
so far, yeah, we started originally with the notices. We weren't receiving them because the owner recently moved out of state. We weren't receiving the notices, and once we did, we started to get to work on some of the things like boarding and cleaning up.
Okay.
As far as the vehicle, we were trying to give the tenant who were moved out, we tried to give them a little bit of time to be able to claim the vehicle or see if they wanted to try to do something with it. But seeing as it's become an issue for us now, we'll take care of that.
Okay. About how much time are you going to need to get this stuff put down?
We would like to request an extension. I know you guys recommended about 25 days. We would request at least 45 to 60 days to be able to. We've already made plans to get the debris and a lot of those other things that are easy to get taken care of, but we still need a little bit more time to look over the others.
We appreciate you pitching in.
Thank you.
So somebody want to read something?
Okay.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the code's investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Letitia Stevens to correct the violations within 45 days or by the date of April 11, 2026. If this order has not been complied with, a fine of $150 a day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for 45 days and $150 per day. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Hobbs?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. Okay, sir, you have 45 days. We wish you luck.
Thank you all.
Item 80, property owner Deng Tin Ti Dao and Ton Lee, investigator Joseph Bernori.
I am Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 80, case 2524187, regarding the property located at 219 80th Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is vacant. It's a codes follow-up case. Property was first inspected on September 15th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of October 8th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on February 11th, 2026, and the following violation still exists. Permits are required for, but not limited to, installation of greater than 32 square foot of T11 siding, removal and enclosure of an entrance door on the carport. And these violations are as they were originally cited on May 6, 2024 in a separate case. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on February 10th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book 23235, page 0316. During the course of this investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was December 29th, 2026, and they did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are there is a residential remodel permit in process with the building department, and the building department's notes were ready for corrections as of January 12th, 2026. This is an inherited case. It's the new owner on a property where this was previously cited. I would like to enter into evidence as exhibit number 1, photographs which were taken on, there's a Google image from July of 2022, July 10th, 2024 photos, and February 10th, 2026 photos. Document FEB 26CB, photos 1 to 4. Here you have a current elevation shot as the property appears. There was a door back here. Here's the Google image photo. You can see over the car sort of where the door existed in that area. And just another detail of the area that was altered without permit back when it happened, July 10th, 2024. I'd like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as exhibit number 2. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Bernori. Does anybody have questions for staff?
What was the reference to May of 2024?
So that was when, in the previous ownership, it was found to be in violation.
Okay. So there was a case on it then?
There's been a
New
few
owner,
property owners
new
at this
case.
property since the violation happened, and now we have a new property owner that will resolve it.
Got it.
Good morning. May we please have your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Chang Dao. My address is 1840 Mary Drive, Greensboro, North Carolina, 27407.
Okay, and because my understanding of Asian names is a little difficult, I'm not very good at it.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you one of the 2 owners that is listed here?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So it sounds like you've applied for a permit and you're trying to do the right thing. The permit is ready for corrections. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am. I live far away, so I just fly back yesterday. So I come to the city, and when I talk to them, whoever examined my permit, they're not there. So I put the revised in there. So I'm thinking about after this, I will come back over there to see exactly what's going on. Because I have 2 permits, one of the fixing and remodel inside after the hurricane. And then this permit is just coded after I apply another.
Right.
So they confused.
Right.
They keep asking me for a survey and order. And I say, I already have everything in hand. This one just add on because of the code. I just received a letter not too long ago, and I live far away, so every time communicating it's hard. So I come in there and I talk to them, and they say that they would review it after this to see exactly what's going on. But I live so far, and my work is just booked all the way up to the end of April. So I just wonder if, I don't know if anything happened today or not, because tomorrow I have to fly out already.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it happened good today. Even though it's good today, I cannot come back for the inspection at all until like the end of April. So Yes, because my book is my work is a little bit different, and I'm live far away. Every time I have to schedule, I have to be the end of the April. I try to do everything today after this hearing. See if they can able to issue my permit.
Yeah, unfortunately, they close in 15 minutes today.
Oh,
Yeah. I'm looking at the clock.
oh, I'm sorry. This one is too long.
Well, let's get you out of here and you can try to hustle over there and see what's going on.
Okay.
But at this point, they're not issuing the permit because they need information from you. What that information would be, we don't know. You'll need to talk to them.
They asking me for the survey, and I already sent it to them.
You sent them the survey. Okay.
Yes, and then the people in there, because it's maybe my drawing, they misunderstanding it.
Yeah, that's
So,
why I think that you probably should go ask them.
That's why yesterday I come, but whoever reviewing it is not working yesterday. So they send me back today. I say, oh, I'm stay here for 1 day, but I didn't know it take that long, and then I close right now. I thought that after this I will come on over there.
Yeah, well, let's get you out the door and maybe
Okay.
get over there.
Are you gonna rent this property?
Don't know yet. I tried to move my investment down to Florida and thinking about the state for me to retire here.
Okay.
But I never know if I end up no money and I have to renting it. But I have so far no intention to do anything in there as a second home
Okay, thank
for
you.
right now.
Do you have somebody that represents you if you have to appear before your work is completed?
We don't have anyone. I don't know anybody here, especially the way the state of Florida here with the contractor and all that. They don't care, so they really mess up a lot of things with the contractor. So we usually do it ourselves. That's why we take it out. My husband will be like the one who try to correct things. But our job is not until, he don't take out the paper and he cannot say anything. So only me who the one to talk to and do all the paperwork. But my work right now is packed, so I cannot able to fly down until like the end of April. That's what I'm trying to get everything within 2 days. I'm here.
And can you tell me again what your residence address is?
1840 Merritt Drive, Greensboro, North Carolina, 27407. Yes.
Alrighty, let's read something and try to get her out the door so she can get over there.
Okay, I'll take a cut. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code, as stated by the codes investigator, have not been corrected. The board orders Trang Dinh Dao and Tuan Lee to correct the violations within 45 days or by April 11th, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, so we have 45 days and $150 per day. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Sekles?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes?
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Hobbs?
No.
Wilson?
No. Okay, ma'am, you have 45 days, hopefully, to get this permit issued. Once the permit is issued, this case goes on hold, okay?
So as long as I get them to issue.
You gotta get the permit issued. Get the permit issued. That's
Thank
your
you.
goal.
I just go now and see if I can run over there.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Item number 29, property owner Loretta Juliet Ford, Wayman A. Ford, investigator Carl Gordon.
Morning, I'm Carl Gordon, Coast Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 29, case number 25-27937 regarding property located at 4110 13th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and occupied by tenants. This case is a codes follow-up case. The property was first inspected on November the 24th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of December the 22nd, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on February the 9th, 2026, and the following violations still exist. The roof located on the structure is in disrepair. Tarp located on the roof is indicative of roof disrepair and is not an approved roofing material. Fascia soffit disrepair located on the structure. Rotted damaged wood located on the fascia and or soffit. Exterior walls located on the structure is in disrepair. Wall tiles broken and or missing on the structure. Chipping, peeling paint located on the structure. Doorknob missing on the front entrance door. And mold, mildew, algae-like substance located on the exterior walls of the structure. The exterior walls need cleaning. 2 out of 8 violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on February the 9th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 23273, page 1248. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was on February the 9th, 2026, and the owner was informing that they were trying to sell the property. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day for non-compliance. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit Number 1, photographs which were taken on February the 9th, 2026, document 020926 937 CBG and photos numbers 1 through 9. Here's a front view of the structure itself. As you see, the tarp that's located on the roof here. Here's the soffit boards that's coming down. Here is more soffit damage and fascia damage over in this location. Wall tiles that's falling off the structure. That's missing from the structure. Paint, this here is unpainted fascia boards. Chipping, peeling paint, also exterior wall damage. Here's the doorknobs. Doorknobs missing from the front entrance door. There's a security door in front of that door. Here's like the mold, mildew, algae-like substance located on the exterior walls. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibit Number 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Does anybody have questions for staff?
Did I write it down correctly? Did you say there were tenants here?
Yeah, there's somebody living in the structure. I'm not sure if it's a tenant or the extension of the property owners, but there was, I did notice.
Living there?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. Could you please give us your name and address for the record?
Wayman Ford, 4110 13th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida 33711.
Are you living in the house, Mr. Ford?
Pardon me?
Are you living in the house, Mr. Ford?
Not currently.
Okay, we need the address where you're living.
My address is 20, what is it? I think it's 2012 23rd Street South.
Okay,
And a half, actually.
all righty. Is it a family member that's living in the home?
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like you're working on it. You had told the codes investigator that you were gonna try to sell it. Have you listed it yet?
Well, there's some differences in, my sister, they want to try to sell it. Me, I want to try to get something done so we can keep the home.
Was this a family home?
Yes. It was in probate for some time and recently got that taken care of. Fortunately, my sister haven't done any type of work or anything to the home. I was the one usually doing the upkeep around the house when I can. Recently, I had some health issues I'm dealing with, but I'm willing to get out and try to get some things done. I need some time to do that. Also, I applied for, what is it called? Sunrise, I believe it is, some grant that the city offered to get some repair done to the home. But I like an opportunity to try and get some of the things done so to improve it. So as time goes on, I can maybe get it done. I got to try to find ways to get finance to try to get things done on the house. The damage to the roof was done with the hurricane, what it was, Milton, I think it was, or one of them. So I'm trying to see can I get some help with that.
Was there insurance on the home?
No. It was my mother's home. She had it for a long time. She had insurance up until they said, well, we're going to no longer insure your home after all that money she spent on them insuring them. So,
Yeah. You wouldn't be the only one they did it that way.
Yeah.
Is some of this work gonna require a permit?
The roof will.
Roof will.
Yeah, I just wanna make sure he's aware of that.
Yeah, and the other thing, and they'll obviously review it through their process with Sunrise, St. Pete funding, but Milton is not included as a storm that's eligible for that program. And that was a HUD decision, that wasn't a city decision.
Just Helene.
Helene and Adalia.
And those grants are available even though it's not a homestead, it's for investment property?
Yes, it covers a wide variety of, it's not just targeted to homesteaded properties.
Could I ask?
Sure.
Yeah, when I talked to him, I told him, I said, well, there was a listing of different hurricanes that it did cover. So Milton was on there, but it wasn't under this specific Sunrise. So I qualified for Sunrise because of the area that it's in.
Okay.
So, one is for St. Pete, and I guess the other one, I don't know, but I was like, I didn't understand that part.
Some of the work that is required, or you'll probably have to do, is gonna require a permit from the city, so just be aware of that, because if you go do the work without one, you're gonna be right back here in front of us for that problem.
So how would I know what requires permit or not?
Mr. Gordon can help you with that.
Okay, that's fine.
Make sure that you know how to get in touch with each other.
Okay, I will. Thank you so much.
So can we read something?
Okay. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Larita Ford and Wayman Ford to correct the violations within 90 days or by May 26, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second for 90 and 150. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Henshaw?
No.
Hensler?
Yes.
Hobbs?
No.
Wilson?
No.
It does not pass,
Okay,
because I think it's a tie, right? Tie is no pass, okay.
so it fails. Okay, so
I think my problem is some of this doesn't require a permit, some of it's just cleanup, and it's really junky looking. So I also have concerns about the family members not coming to an agreement on what they're even gonna do, and if they spend all their time arguing with one another, it's not gonna go well. So I'm thinking a little shorter period of time might motivate the family to
Is that what you were thinking?
kind of pull together.
That's what I thought.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Clifford.
I was thinking more time.
You're thinking more, I'm thinking less.
Yep,
I was too,
You're thinking more.
yeah.
that's what I thought.
Because he's applied for something, or he's trying to apply for a grant, and sometimes that can take quite some time.
Yeah, I understand.
If they want more information from him, or he has to prove income, or, you know, whatever. It's almost like getting a building permit to try to get one of those grants.
Yeah, but to another person's point, is there's some things that can be done without a permit.
That's true, as long as he's physically able to do this.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I was trying to strike a balance there with 90 days.
And I also have an issue with 150. If he has a relative living there, even though it's not homesteaded.
Yeah, I was picking up on the tenant comment.
I hear you. I hear you.
Does the grant cover roof?
It's a good question. I don't know. Mr. Waugh, do you know whether the grant would cover the roof?
Yeah, but again, I think that the issue is gonna be if the damage was from Milton, because I don't believe that's,
He says he doesn't really know.
yeah. So, and I'm sure they're gonna try to be as flexible as possible. Obviously, Helene could have started that damage and then, you know, so, yeah.
Yeah, right.
That's why I don't really wanna come to a conclusion. I just know that Milton was specifically excluded from that funding, but certainly with as close as the storm ups now, you know, Helene was more of a flood, but we still had high winds. So, you know, my suggestion would obviously be providing time if
For the grant process.
yes, and then if he's unable to get funding through that process, then we could provide that update at the magistrate meeting, and then they could take that into consideration and provide some additional time to figure out next steps.
90 days is a magistrate meeting in June, so just to give everybody that perspective.
Well,
I think the majority wants it more time.
at this point,
Like to
we're
at
gonna have
least
to have another
150.
motion because we voted the other one down.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, somebody want to read something?
I'll read something. Unless you want to take it.
No, go ahead.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Larita Juliet Ford and Wayman A. Ford to correct the violations within 150 days or by July 25th, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Okay, so the new motion is 150, 150.
Yeah.
Any discussion? Let's vote.
Osaklis,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Henshaw, Hensler,
Yes.
Hobbs,
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes. All right, sir, you have 150 days to get this figured out. Hopefully by then, you'll know if you have your grant and you'll know where you're at.
All right.
Let's stay in touch
Yeah.
with Mr. Gordon and let him know where you are, okay?
Thank you.
That way he can reach you if you need to come to another hearing and get more time or whatever.
Okay.
Stay in touch with Mr. Gordon.
All right.
Thank
And
you.
I just want to say thank you for your time and thank you for the extra time to allow me to try to get things done. Have a great day.
You too, sir.
Good luck, sir.
Item number 50, property owner Sally M. McCauley, investigator Glenn Haight.
Do we really only have 3 cases left?
Yes.
But they keep, every time they refresh, another one comes at the bottom.
It's a moving target, huh?
Okay. Has everybody that is here now been sworn in? Faces I don't recognize. Have you been sworn in, you in the back? Okay. If everybody would, yeah, thanks. Thank you, Paige.
Hello, I am Glenn Haight, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 50, case 25-25941, regarding property located at 4530 Bay Shore Boulevard Northeast. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This is a tenant complaint case. The property was first inspected on October 16th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of December 10th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on February 14th, 2026, and the following violations still remain. Ceiling is in disrepair or is not finished in multiple areas, which include but is not limited to the following areas. Kitchen ceiling is unfinished. Kitchen ceiling has holes in it. In between the kitchen and living room, ceilings are unfinished. Guest bathroom vent has space and not properly attached to the ceiling. Laundry room ceiling has holes. There are water spots on the ceiling, and a source of water damage must be determined and corrected. Next, multiple walls in the structures are in disrepair, which includes but not limited to multiple walls have gaps around the outlet plugs, multiple wall holes throughout the unit, multiple areas of baseboard are in disrepair or not finished, which include the back door. Window frames are in disrepair with multiple holes and unfinished work. There's multiple areas that are chipped, cracked around door frames, which includes but not limited to around the laundry room door. There is chipped, cracked areas. The light fixture in the guest bathroom is not flush to the wall and has a gap around it. Next, multiple electrical wires are coming out of the walls and ceilings. In the garage, the main breaker box is not accessible. And in the garage, the small electrical box cover is open and exposed. The dishwasher is missing the brackets around it to fit around the unit. Garbage disposal is missing rubber guard. Back door patio lock is in disrepair and multiple window blinds are in disrepair. The front door and the side door are not sealed properly and has gaps that could allow insects, pests, or rodents. No smoke detector located in the rented structure. The laundry room has spray foam that is not flush to the surface. Multiple cutout drywall areas in the living room, and the HVAC water heater area is not finished. Not all windows have screens, and some of the screens are ripped or torn. 0 out of 8 of the violations have been corrected since this case began. Notice of hearing was sent first class, posted at City Hall, and sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on February 10th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Records, Book 14402, page 1230. My last contact with the owner prior to today was on January 10th, 2026, and the owner did not indicate when the violations would be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day hereafter for noncompliance. And I would like to enter into evidence is exhibit number 1 that were taken on February 14, 2026, and 021426 DRW CEB, and photos number 1 through 29. This is just an elevation of the front of the home. This is the sliding glass door lock that is broken. Broken window lock. Disposal guard missing. You can see the disposal right in there. The missing smoke detector, fire alarm. See a baseboard here in disrepair that kickboard didn't go all the way across. Hole in the garage ceiling. the bathroom, the garage door, and you can see how it's open on the bottom. Ceiling in the kitchen, and some of the ceiling paneling is missing with gaps in it there. Garage, see that in the, against the corner in the top, you can see the holes, the gaps between the wall and the ceiling. Light fixture with missing cover. The kitchen sink and the dishwasher and the brackets are missing around it. Shows water spots in the ceiling and then the broken blinds. It's a window, and you can see the disrepair on the drywall to the side over there. And then this is an exterior window, and there's no screens on them. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Haight. Does anybody have questions of staff?
You said this is tenant occupied?
Yes.
That's how he got in. There was a tenant in there. Let him in.
Tenant complaint.
Could we please get your name and address for the record?
Sally McCauley. I own this property, but I'm staying at another place right now, 7960 44th Street North in Pinellas Park.
Okay. So what can you tell us about the state of this property?
Well, I've been in foreclosure, or not foreclosure, eviction proceedings this week. I've been in trial 2 days, and the tenant hasn't paid since October. So per the lease, the first $500 of anything that's happening with the property is her. So, like, for instance, the dishwasher is brand new. Best Buy installed it. But honestly, I didn't even know that the screw was missing there. So that is something that's on the tenant. The blinds, I guess I can't afford to replace all the blinds. I don't think it would be more than $500 because it's just every now and again, but it was all hurricane stuff. The other stuff that's happening, like the electrical outlets, I did have an electric company come, and I paid someone to do those, but I guess they missed a couple plates, and there's some, anyway, nothing major. The electric is new, it was permitted, so those things do fall on the tenant. So I've had, as I said, the trial. We do have a final hearing with the tenant in about a week. So what the codes investigator told me is that once the tenant leaves, that all the problems, I wouldn't have to address them. I will tell you, I've had multiple appointments for just last week, Duke Energy to come and finish, the electrical stuff, regardless of if it's her responsibility or mine, because obviously I don't want to be in trouble. She has refused every single person that's come out there. The screen guy, no one has been allowed in the property to do one repair. I did get the garage door replaced.
So once you get possession.
Yes, ma'am.
What are your plans for this property?
I'm going back. I had a lot of trauma from the flood. I was worried, last summer, and I was broke, so I rented it. But it's been 6 months now. It's been $22,000 down in rent. So I went on disability for health reasons, and I thought she would save me, but she didn't.
I have a question. You said, so the renter filed the complaint, but then refused to allow anyone to fix anything?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And how about the holes in the ceiling? Is that the tenant responsibility too?
No, I've already paid the cabinet guy. So that ceiling is a milled ceiling. DeGeorge Ceilings did it about 17 years ago for me. And when we put crown molding up, the ceiling was crooked, and then So they needed to adjust, the cabinets were the wrong size. So anyway, there was some goofy stuff going on there. So I did already pay them the down payment to finish that, but when they came out, they had to re-mill the wood, and then she hasn't allowed us in there to finish the repair.
So I think you said something, I make sure I want to,
Sure.
so I heard it clearly. Once you go back in,
Yes, sir.
all this stuff doesn't go away. You still have to fix all this stuff.
Well, anyway, I intend to, obviously, I mean, I lived there with the dishwasher like that. I didn't notice that it was missing a screw, but of course I'll address this.
I'm just saying, they don't go away is all I'm saying.
Well,
This does.
It does go away?
It's a tenant complaint. If the tenant is no longer there, then
This case.
this
The case wouldn't proceed forward, correct, but we would still monitor the property to ensure it doesn't become reoccupied while the violations were never corrected. So we would monitor it, we wouldn't bring it forward back.
So if somebody were to go try and live there,
If we found that it was occupied again, we'd issue fines to the owners and reschedule the original property case for the hearing.
okay?
Even if it was the owner that was living there?
Well, that's what I was gonna say, with
only
the
difference.
caveat that if she decided to move back into the property as her homesteaded property, we typically do not pursue interior violations on an owner-occupied structure.
Okay, thank you.
like the violations, like the baseboards, all the baseboards are new, so I'm not really sure what the problem is there. Probably some caulk, nothing major.
So you're planning on having a hearing when?
They haven't said it, because we just had the eviction trial this week, so they're trying to set the final eviction before March 10th, which is when she pays allegedly, $4,500 for the next month's rent. But she has not paid that since October.
You think she'll be out by March 10th?
No, she definitely will not be out by March 10th. They will only have the hearing by then. They think around the 5th of March is what the judge said. But the judge is coordinating with 2 attorneys.
Just a minute. You just
Sure.
said the 5th of March?
That's when I'm sorry?
When is the final eviction going to happen? When will she be out of the house?
I don't know the exact date. They would issue a writ of possession at the final hearing, and then it goes to the sheriff, and then supposedly it takes up to 3 weeks, I think. Depends on the sheriff's schedule.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, you didn't go to a trial this week. You went to a motion to determine to see if in fact she should have been after.
No, ma'am, it was a trial.
So that if in fact what you're saying is that she was told to put money in the court registry.
Yes.
The judge must have made a determination of the amount that she needed to put in the court registry.
That's correct.
She was given an opportunity to put that money in the court registry, and if in fact she does that, then they will set it for a trial. If she doesn't do that, then you get your default, correct?
We've already done all of that. This was a trial. This is the second day of a trial to determine if it was a bad eviction. Because I hired a management company to manage collecting rent, because I was having a hard time doing it, wasn't happening, and doing the repairs. So she wasn't allowing any of that to happen. So I was like, I hired Dean and DeWitt. They ended up serving the 3-day notice on her when she didn't pay rent.
That's okay.
Okay, so it was a true trial.
Okay. It's not, but that's okay. All right, so we just need a time frame.
Right.
So in fact, once a writ is issued, it's a week tops.
Yeah.
So if you want to do it that way, but we can't do anything until the judge determines if in fact there's even a final judgment going to be entered. So
Yeah.
there's really nothing we can do for at least, I'm going to say 45 days. You want me to read something?
That's my guess, yeah, if you would, please.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Sally Ann McCauley to correct the violation within 45 days or by 4/11/26. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, 45 days, $150 per day. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Asaklis,
Yes.
Snyder,
Yes.
Hanshaw,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Hobbs, Wilson.
Yes. All right, ma'am, you have 45 days to get her out.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you, I appreciate you.
Item number 62, property owner Cecilia J. Bauer, investigator Jean Madu.
Good afternoon. I am Jean Madu, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 62, case number 25-25102, regarding property located at 455 34th Avenue North. I was sworn in at this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is vacant at this time. This is a C-click fix case. The property was first inspected on October 8th, 2025, and a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of 11/27/2025. The property was last re-inspected on February 19th, 2026, and the following violations still exist. Permit is required for the electrical installation of the light in the front porch. 1 out of 2 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified mail, and was posted at the violation address on February 10th, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to this hearing. Ownership was confirmed in County Official Records, Book 13274, page 0784. During the course of my investigation, I had my last contact with the a personnel representing the owner was on February 23rd, 2026. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibit 1, photographs which were taken on October 6th, 2025 and February 19th, 2026, document CEB 02252026 J1M, photos 1 to 3. This is an elevation shot of the property. This here shows the light that was installed in the porch. So initially, one of the violations was light trespass. That has been complied because now the light itself, the bulb itself, has been removed. However, that electrical part there, it required a permit and they didn't get a permit for it. And this I would like to, no, that's it. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madu. Can you I'm a little confused. She was cited for lighting and then she was cited because she didn't get a permit for the lighting?
So there were 2 violations. The first one was a light trespass. And then because of the wiring, the electrical work that they had done to install that light initially, that required a permit. So they removed the bulb, so the light trespass violation has now been complied, but that wiring still did not.
The way they did it required.
Yes, yes, okay. The wiring, the electrical work that they did to install the light in the front porch.
Thank you. Apparently I'm dense today and I just didn't get it. Okay. All righty. Does anybody else have questions for staff?
I do, but I want to make sure she's done. She's okay.
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Breathe for us, please.
This was a C-click fix case.
Yes, it was.
About a light on a porch?
Yeah, because it was trespassing onto the neighbor's property on the opposite side of the street.
I got you now, see,
That's a violation? Oh, boy.
The lighting was.
My neighbors should pay attention.
okay, now I got it.
Probably one of those blinding security
So
lights.
just to clarify, the permit is required because of that conduit that was run to the
Yeah,
new
it's a
light?
new, I mean, they basically extended the circuit that was there to create. a
Right,
new-
for the new light.
Right, so if they restore it back to the original condition, I mean, obviously there was a porch light that was previously installed up under the soffits, or
Right.
under the overhang.
Mhm.
So if that's eliminated and restored back to what it was before, then the
Got it.
light's been removed, so that takes care of the light trespass issue. And then the permitting requirement goes away if it's just restored to the original condition.
Or they could put a light up there that doesn't, the neighbor doesn't have an issue with.
Right.
Back in the original location.
Back in the original location.
In the original location.
Which, if it was there, the likelihood of it trespassing onto an adjacent property would be very minimal because of the manner in which it would be installed and underneath the
Right,
overhang.
right. Okay.
Alrighty.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Alicia Lyons. I'm the owner, Cecilia Bowers, court-appointed guardian. I was appointed December 18th of this year after a family member was appointed in October as the emergency temporary guardian of Cecilia Bauer.
Okay, could we get your residence address, please?
13799 Park Boulevard, 211, Seminole 33776.
Perfect. Okay, so how much time are you gonna need to get that fiddly porch light done?
So I went over to the permitting department and I need a permit to undo the unpermitted
I was
work.
gonna ask that. That's
And yeah, because I have been through this in Tampa. And so I took down the lights because I thought they were absolutely outrageous. They were very blinding, so at least I could fix that problem now. I'm not an electrician, so I will not be doing the electrical work. I called 5 electricians, and no one will help. I have more, but they're like, oh, permitting, so you want us to go get a permit to unpermit something? So if anyone has any suggestions on an electrician that would actually do it, because I don't know how long I need until I have someone to do the work.
Yeah. And it's a small job too, so.
Exactly.
pay more for the permit.
What's gonna happen with this house?
We're selling it immediately. The lights were installed, so a family moved into her home and exploited her after the hurricane, and they were the ones that installed all of these items. They basically showed her a video of someone getting mugged on 4th Street, and so she was like, yes, please put all of these in. And so anyone coming near that house, I mean, it's like a runway. I mean, it's quite bright, so I took them all down.
Thank you for doing that.
I don't know, I was thinking light trespass. Then I saw the light and I went, oh.
That's it.
I mean, to be honest with you, whoever buys it is going to tear it down and put on a 2-story that's right next door.
So you think 60 days would give you a runway at least?
I hope so.
Maybe to just sell it and be done?
Well, I can't close through title with code issues.
Actually, you can.
Can if the owner is willing to take them on, the new owner.
Yeah.
So, the courts don't like us to do that. We don't pass on problems. We solve them and then,
Well, that's.
I know.
Preference, that's not, yeah.
I know. And then depending on how much it costs to get the electrician done, I have to petition the courts for permission to spend that money to improve the property, because that's considered an improvement.
Wow, what a mess.
Can't you just take out the light completely and cap off the electric
Without a permit.
without a permit? Can that just be done?
Well, it installed.
Can do anything, but
No, there's a requirement.
I mean,
Again, I was making my determination just based on the fact that if we're restoring it to what was previously there, right? If those pre-existing wires are still up in that and we're just hooking them back up and we're taking off that extension, we don't require permits to change out your
Light bulb.
a lighting fixture if you were installing a new light fixture within that.
Right.
Right? And so, but I don't want to sit here and say that, after permitting, made a determination that that would require a permit, that
Yeah.
we're going to allow it, so.
It's not the light fixture that the investigator was referring to, it's that big gray wire coming out and going down the side.
Right, and that's what I'm saying, was permitting clear that even just to take that off and hook the main connection back up that was already pre-existing, they're telling you that you needed a permit for that?
Yes, Gary Straight. We looked at the pictures together.
Wow.
And you're at a little, because of your fiduciary duty, you're under a little more strict scrutiny too.
Yeah.
Correct.
I don't know what to say, guys.
Me neither.
Somebody read something. Get us out of this.
All right. Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the codes investigator have not been corrected. The board orders Cecilia Bauer to correct the violations within 60 days or by April 26, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, 60 days, $150 per day. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Alseklis,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Henshaw,
Yes.
Hensler,
Yes.
Hobbs,
Yes.
Wilson.
Yes. Okay, so you've got 60 days, and we hope that gets you sort of down the road. You'll get a
Take it
notice.
to the realtor.
You'll get a notice to appear before a special magistrate if you're not done in the 60 days. Go to the magistrate's hearing and explain where you are in the process, and you can probably get more time.
Okay. Will that notice be sent to the mailing address I provided?
It will be sent to whatever mailing address is provided to the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's office.
Okay, my name and address is on that, and I didn't get noticed. I found it on the door.
Ah. Then I would speak to Ms. Madhu, and maybe she has a remedy that I don't know about.
Okay, I put it on my calendar anyways, but thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, good luck.
Ma'am. There's a referral for you. I use them.
Item number 94, property owner A8A Homes LLC, investigator Patrina Miller.
Good afternoon.
Hi there. All
I
right.
am Patrina Miller, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 94, case number 25-26267, regarding the property located at 800 16th Avenue South. I was sworn in at this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This is a citizen's complaint case. The property was first inspected on November 21st, 2025. And a violation notice sent to the owner with a compliance date of December 13, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on February 19, 2026, and the following violations still exist. Permits needed for work including but not limited to the wall removal, HVAC, electrical, window frame removal. 1 out of 2 violations have been corrected since the case began. Notice of hearing was sent first-class mail, posted at City Hall, sent certified, and was posted at the violation address on February 6, 2026, which is at least 10 days prior to the hearing. Ownership was confirmed in county official records, book number 23339 and page 2645. During the course of my investigation, my last contact with the owner prior to today was February 24, 2026, which was yesterday. Owner did not indicate when the violations will be corrected. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for non-compliance. Additional relevant facts are there is an ARES permit 26-01000284 that's in process as of January 7, 2026. I would like to enter into evidence as Exhibits 1, photographs which were taken on November 20th, 2025, February 19, 2026, document 020926-267C, photos 1 through 4. Here's an elevated shot of the property. Here is the construction debris. This is at the rear of the property. Here's the work being done. We see ceiling removal, we see wall removal. There's some more work in process. And here's final photo. I would like to enter this fact sheet into evidence as Exhibits 2, and this concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Does anyone have questions with staff? Okay, I do. Do we know where we are with the permit?
It looks like there was pre-screen corrections that the applicant, Ms. Selvey, responded to this morning. So it hasn't been routed for review. This is just the initial look at it.
Okay, all right, so we got a ways to go. Good afternoon. Could we have your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Annetta Carnahan, 4312 Northwest A Street, Tampa, Florida, 33606.
Okay, and your connection to A8 Homes?
I'm part owner.
You're part owner?
Yeah.
Okay. So, we understand that you're in the permit process?
Yes.
Do you have any idea of how long it will take you to get the permit issued?
I would like to ask for 120 days, so have sufficient time working on everything. The property was in a really bad condition when we got it. It was extremely dirty, the interior and exterior. So all that was cleaned up. It looks, I think, really good right now. All the little violations were cleared up already. The trees are removed, cut. We still have the trees trunks left over there, so that'll be the thing we have to still handle. But we're working on everything.
Okay, so what we need at this point is for you to get the permit issued.
Okay.
Once the permit is issued, it puts the case on hold so that you have time to do the work.
Right.
And get it all done and get it final inspected.
Okay.
Case will be closed once you've passed all your final inspections.
Okay.
Okay? So the time frame that we're looking at here is from now to when you think the permit will be issued.
Okay.
Okay? So that's the time frame that we're going to consider up here.
Okay.
What are your plans for the property?
I mean, initially it was going to be my primary residence once I fix it up, but right now probably we're looking at fixing it and,
Fixing it up
and selling it.
Selling it?
Yes.
Okay.
And also, like, I just wanted to say a couple of the violations, they're not accurate. Like the window removal never happened. HVAC removal, electrical is still there, and the window frame removal.
Okay, well,
all windows and frames are there, and doors, everything.
I think if the permit is issued and it takes in the entire scope of the work that you're doing there, you should be okay.
Okay.
Did I hear you say that you got the yard all cleaned up and all that junk is gone?
There was like a lot of debris, like trash, so I personally cleaned this with my father.
So the whole backyard is all cleaned up?
Yeah, it's nice and clean, yes. Right now, it's just those trees that they were cut.
Because I'm sure that was the citizen complaint, because it looked pretty bad.
Yes, also I got a question. Can I add fence from the front and the back, or I need permit for this? Because I think somebody started squatting in my shed.
Fences don't require permits, do they?
Not at a residential, but she wouldn't be able to put up a 6-foot fence on the, like, right up.
No, I understand.
She still has to meet the zoning requirements.
Of course.
Just on the side of the house and then the back, because the sides, are fine.
Just make sure.
So nobody can enter, because people walk through the property back and forth, and somebody is squatting over there in the shed.
You're on 16th Avenue South.
There's some traffic there. Yeah.
So I'm okay with the fence, correct?
No permit required for that.
Okay, thank you.
Check with zoning on your placement and heights and all that.
I'll read something if y'all are ready.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, make sure it's the right height.
Yeah.
Right height?
Right height of the fence.
Well, I want to do the nice white vinyl. Is that okay?
I can't see.
It's the height that's.
Oh, the height is 6 feet.
You just
Yep.
have to make sure that you're per the zoning regulations. So the zoning department can tell you all of the requirements.
Okay, yeah, I have somebody who actually is skilled at this work. They're going to be doing this for me.
Okay, go ahead.
Based upon the evidence presented in this case, I move that the board issue the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The board finds that the violations of the St. Petersburg City Code as stated by the code's investigator have not been corrected. The board orders A8A Homes LLC to correct the violations within 60 days or by April 26, 2026. If this order is not complied with, a fine of $150 per day shall be imposed.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, 60 days and $150 per day. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes?
Henshaw?
Yes.
Hensler?
Yes.
Hobbs?
Yes.
Wilson?
Yes. All right, ma'am, you have 60 days, and we're going to hope and pray that you get that permit issued.
Is there something I can do to help speed up the process with the permits?
Just pay real close attention if in their review they send something back to you and they want more information or they want you to change something, jump on it right away.
Okay, yeah, I just did the window and door compliance form, so that's what they were missing, so.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for your time.
All righty.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're ready for read-in?
Are we doing that?
Chair, I'm gonna leave. Make it to my thing,
Paige, help me remember. He's deserting us.
but I'm a deserter.
So before we read the motion from the read-in, we're going to have to do another roll call.
Okay.
Because I forget the stuff, I need help. You have to help me.
Yeah, we'll do the roll call after they read, or do you want to do roll call
You want
first?
to do roll call now?
We can do roll call right before the motion.
Well, people just left to go to the bathroom, so we'll do roll before you make the motion.
We've already had some members wander out.
It's in?
We'll do roll call right before we.
It's, oh, it has the date, okay.
All right.
No, it doesn't.
I'll do it however you want to do it.
Just replace the old one, okay.
I'll try to advise you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Smack me upside the head.
No, you're good.
Have you been sworn in?
I am.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm Andrea Brown, Codes Inspection Supervisor for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 1, case number 25-28272, regarding property located at 6242 Fifth Avenue North. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 2, Montre Jamel and the teach. What she just did.
You read in the name?
I didn't read in the name of the first one. Do you want to start?
We're on number 1, correct?
Okay.
Okay. Item number 1, Bastick Estates, Florida, LLC.
Case number 25-28272, property located at 6242 Fifth Avenue North. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 2, Montre Jamel and Letitia Minka Wilson.
Case number 25-28258, property located at 6190 Second Avenue South. The department recommends 25 days at $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 3 is closed. Item number 4 is closed. Item number 5 is closed. Item number 6 is removed. Item number 7 is removed. Item number 8 is closed. Item number 9 is closed. Item 10 is removed. Item 11 is closed. Item 12, Diane M. D. Picardi.
Case number 25-28024, property located at 5123 44th Street South. The department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 14, Hannah M. Frank Estate.
Case number 25-26764, property located at 2934 60th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 15, Richard F. Hicks and Richard F. Hicks Jr. Trust.
Case number 25-26248, property located at 6001 Highland Street South. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 16, Giselle Brothers LLC.
Case number 25-18094, property located at 4920 34th Street South. Department recommends 25 days at $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Items number 17 and 18 have been removed. Item number 19, Lorin Real Estate Holdings LXI.
Case number 25-27683, property located at 2680 54th Avenue South. The department recommends 25 days at $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 20, Lorin Real Estate Holdings LXI.
Case number 25-27688, property located at 2680 54th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days at $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 21, Lorin Real Estate Holdings LXI.
Case number 25-27706, property located at 2680 54th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days at $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 22, Lorin Real Estate Holdings LXI.
Case number 25-27726, property located at 2680 54th Avenue South. The department recommends 25 days at $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 23, Lorin Real Estate Holdings LXI.
Case number 25-27782, property located at 2680 54th Avenue South. The department recommends 25 days at $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 24, Lorin Real Estate Holdings LXI.
Case number 25-27784, property located at 2680 54th Avenue South. The department recommends 25 days at $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 25 has been removed. Item number 26 has been closed. Item number 28 has been removed. Item number 30 has been removed. Item number 31, Brian K. Jordan.
Case number 25-26485, property located at 4654 13th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 32, Crystal Sneed.
Case number 25-20561, property located at 3728 8th Avenue South. The department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 33, Formula Management LLC.
Case number 25-25813, property located at 1872 New Hampshire. Department recommends, New Hampshire Avenue Northeast. The department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 34, Hire Caldwell LLC.
Case number 25-25334, property located at 2026 Bayou Grande Boulevard Northeast. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 35 has been removed. Item number 36 has been closed. Item number 37, Shayoshi Management Company LLC.
Case number 25-27291, property located at 425 2nd Street North. Department recommends 10 days, $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 38 has been removed. Item number 39, Shishodi Management Co. LLC.
Case number 25-27378, property located at 425 2nd Street North. Department recommends 10 days at $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 40, Shishodi Management Co. LLC.
Case number 25-27392, property located at 425 2nd Street North. Department recommends 25 days at $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 41 has been closed. Item number 42, Rolando Y. Quiroz.
Case number 25-9017, property located at 758 42nd Avenue Northeast. Department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 43 has been removed. Item number 45, Doris L. Freeman.
Case number 25-3883, property located at 4680 Carson Street Northeast. The department recommends 25 days at $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 46 has been closed. Item number 47, Jacob and Carson Brunson.
Case number 25-25636, property located at 3961 12th Street Northeast. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 48 has been closed. Item number 49, Man Real Estate Holdings LLC.
Case number 25-27007, property located at 1757 New Hampshire Avenue Northeast. The department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 51, Amir Mustafa.
Case number 25-27953, property located at 4381 Shore Acres Boulevard Northeast. Department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 52, Megan Aline Prevaden.
Case number 24-5736, property located at 520 49th Avenue North. The department recommends 25 days and $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Items number 53, 54, and 55 have been removed. Item number 57 and 58 have been removed. Item number 59, Julier Cesar and Yesenia Legareta Llanes.
Case number 25-26844, property located at 3320 18th Street North. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 60 has been removed. Item number 61, MVP Partners and Associates LLC.
Case number 25-11564, property located at 5640 Cedar Street Northeast. The department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 63 has been removed. Item number 64 has been closed. Item number 65, TG Lynch Estate.
Case number 25-26925, property located at 758 38th Avenue North. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 66, Next Gen Investors Group LLC.
Case number 25-26245, property located at 803 22nd Avenue North. The department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 67 has been closed. Item number 68, 2500 Coffee Pot Boulevard Re LLC.
Case number 25-21628, property located at 2500 Coffee Pot Boulevard Northeast. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Items number 71 and 72 have been closed. Items 73 and 74 have been removed. Item number 75, Regida LLC.
Case number 25-6399, property located at 4400 Pompano Drive Southeast. The department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Items number 76 and 77 have been closed. Item 78 has been removed. Item number 82 has been closed. Item number 83, Bin Bazar Johnny.
Case number 25-28039, property located at 8231 Diagonal Road North. The department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 84 has been closed. Item number 87 has been removed. Item number 88, STPMF LLC.
Case number 25-25098, property located at 501 116th Avenue North. The department recommends 10 days at $200 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item number 90 has been removed. Item 91, Robert B. Villacrest.
Case number 25-11097, property located at 9665 2nd Street North. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Items 92 and 93 have been closed. Items 95 and 96 have been closed. Item number 98, Colin Stewart.
Case number 25-25824, property located at 790 15th Avenue South. Department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Items 99 and 100 have been closed. Item 101, Ronald Stephen Hinkle II and Kelsey Hinkle.
Case number 25-5863, property located at 640 3rd Avenue Northeast. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Items 102, 103, 104, and 105 have been closed. Item 106, B&M Investments LLC.
Case number 25-21207, property located at 933 23rd Avenue South. The department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item 107 has been closed. Item 108, David George.
Case number 25-24565, property located at 950 22nd Avenue South. The department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item 109, Joyce Govantes and Marjorie Walker Estate.
Case number 24-11312, property located at 1828 24th Street South. The department recommends 25 days and $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item 110, Barnes and Blanca Miller.
Case number 25-27403, property located at 2327 Lamparilla Way South. The department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item 111, Tony Randall.
Case number 22-892, property located at 1938 20th Street South. The department recommends 25 days at $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item 114, Mary E. Stevens Estate.
Case number 25-27655, property located at 4058 24th Avenue South. The department recommends 25 days at $150 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item 115 has been removed. 116, Burton and Talisha Clemens.
Case number 25-21656, property located at 2412 DeSoto Way South. The department recommends 25 days at $100 per day thereafter for noncompliance, fact sheet, and evidence.
Item 117 has been removed. 118 and 119 have been closed. 121 has been closed. That concludes the read-in.
Okay, we'll need to do the roll call now. Alseklis? Here. Schneider? Here. Hensler? Hanshaw? Here. Waite? Wilson? Here. Hobbs? Here. Williams is not here. Okay. And then somebody makes a motion.
I move that the board make the findings of fact and conclusions of law as set forth in the standard written order of the board in each and every case just presented by the codes investigator, in order that the compliance time frames and penalties as recommended be imposed for each case. Second.
Alseklis?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Hanshaw?
Yes.
Wait. Oh, sorry. Wilson?
Yes.
Hobbs?
Yes.
Okay.
This concludes the February 2025 code enforcement for 26. Evidentiary hearing, we will break for lunch and reconvene at 1:45.
Yeah, that's fine.
They should all be. 1:45 for lien release.
We'll be back at 1.
Computer's definitely slow, so I can't tell you what.
It's okay. It's 2 o'clock.
It's 2 minutes. I'm not gonna.
Okay, we're live now, if you want.
We're live?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Welcome to the February 2026 Code Enforcement Board hearing. At this time, we will hear lien release requests. The lien release hearing is for cases where a code enforcement lien has been certified and the property owner or their agent is now seeking release of the lien. We have received a written report regarding each of these requests. These cases will be heard as follows. The City Code's Compliance Department will announce each case with the address, applicant, case number, and applicable liens. We will hear testimony from the applicant regarding the request. We may ask any questions of either the applicant or staff. After the hearing, the testimony and answers to any questions, we may do any of the following. Take no action, which will leave the existing liens in place, or take affirmative action to direct staff to release the lien in its entirety, or release the lien in consideration of payment of a specified amount of the lien within a specified period of time. Once heard by the Code Enforcement Board, lien release requests will not be reconsidered by either entity for 180 days unless the property ownership changes. Okay, so if you are here to give testimony, if you could please stand and the clerk will swear you in. Thank you very much. We need to do a roll call. Snyder.
I'm sorry.
Snyder.
Oh, here. Not paying attention.
Here. Here.
Here.
Here. Okay, we're ready for our first case. LR1.
All right, so for LR1, property address is 1931 Dr. M.L. King Jr. Street North. The current owner is Barati No. 2 LLC. This is for liens associated with case number 20-28954 for violations, window screens missing, smoke detector required, and maintenance structure parts for a shower door not installed properly.
Ms. Zafra, can I ask you to hold just a minute? Yes. Is someone here for LR1?
All right.
That was quick.
Okay. Is someone here for LR2? Okay, if you would come to this podium over here, please.
All right, so LR2, we have property address 1695 74th Avenue North. Current owner is WF Trust. This is for liens associated with case number 22-415. The violation was for work without permits for interior and exterior renovations, including adding a half bathroom, modifying walls for windows, and replacing exterior doors. The total amount of liens certified is $47,600. In February of 2022, we mailed the notice of hearing to the owner. In April, we posted it at the violation address. The April public hearing, owner or representative was present and the board gave 90 days. There was no attendance at the August special magistrate hearing, so a lien got certified for $5,600. For September of 2022, staff recommended deferral due to the hurricanes. And there was a telephone conversation in October 17th of 2022. The investigator returned a call to Bob Kenny and advised he would need to speak with the building department regarding his permits. He advised that they could not remove the case from the hearing at that time and someone would need to attend. So an owner and representative was present at the October special magistrate hearing and the lien was extended for 90 days. There was some email communication with the contractor at that point regarding drawings that they submitted and were now under review with the building department. This was the day of the special magistrate hearing. There was no attendance and another lien was certified at that point for $36,400. There was no attendance at the following March special magistrate hearing as well, and an additional lien in the amount of $5,600 was certified. There was a telephone conversation. The investigator received a message from the owner asking about the liens. They advised that until the permit is active, the case will not be removed from the hearing. And then on April 18th of 2023, the case was closed. So we have Angela Walker here to represent the property.
Okay.
Hello. How shall we begin?
Well,
Chair, can I just correct for the record, because the agenda is showing 1695 17th Ave North at 1695 74th Avenue North.
74th, okay, that's what's in our
Just want to make
package.
sure. Yeah, that's in the packet. I just wanted to make sure it was.
Okay, thank you.
okay,
Yep.
all righty. So may we have your name and address for the record, please?
Angela Walker for 1695 74th Ave North.
Okay, all righty.
So
So,
do we have your residence address?
My residence, 443 Raphael Boulevard Northeast.
okay. So, looks like,
I actually just wanted to, if it's all right with you guys, to state that these violations were not what I had sort of taken on these violations from a previous owner. So I did not cause these violations to occur. I'm actually just trying to remedy them.
So you purchased the property with these liens existing? And you were
Correct.
aware of them when you purchased it?
Yes, the title company informed me, and I said, that's fine, as long as we can handle it. And the title company stated, you just need to hire a general contractor and just get it remedied. It should be simple. And I didn't realize it wasn't so simple, but, so I did purchase it with the intention of fixing it up anyway. So that's what I've heard.
But these, what I'm asking is, did the liens exist when you bought it? Or was it just a codes violation case?
No,
at the
it was a
time?
codes violation. The liens were put on after the fact.
When did you purchase the property?
I believe it was June of 2021.
okay.
The liens were on there in June.
So I was planning on hiring a GC to remodel it anyway, and I was like, okay, so that's fine, we'll just hire him. And I didn't realize that after the fact permits were required. And unfortunately, some general contractors are not interested in handling after the fact permits. I'm gonna move that.
Thank you. Something, maybe I'm not getting it right, but if you bought the property in 21, you said? I mean, this whole thing doesn't even start until 22. So the first notice for a code enforcement board hearing was in February of 22, and there was representation at the April meeting there. You own the property, so who, I don't get it, who was there?
With my property manager. So my property manager, so the violations that were actually noted were from the previous owner who had done windows, doors.
And that doesn't matter, ma'am.
Right. We see that every day.
None of that's,
No.
that's simply not important. What's important is that you bought the property, you owned the violations,
Correct.
and you didn't get them fixed for over a year,
Or attend a couple.
or attend meetings.
So
So,
I was looking for a general contractor that would address this. And so after searching, numerous did not want to handle an after the fact permit. Finally, I found Bob Keeney, who's stated here. And I actually have text messages between Bob Keeney and my property manager going back and forth in relation to these. The property manager did attend on the April 2022.
okay.
Yeah, that, I was gonna ask, who attended that meeting?
Yeah, the property manager attended.
Okay, and then who attended the October 25th, 2022 special magistrate meeting? Somebody attended that
And got 90
and got 90-day extension.
That was the property manager.
Okay, and by then, $5,600 worth of liens had already been certified, so they were aware, this property manager was well aware that liens were piling up against the property.
Right, and I have a slew of text messages from the property manager with the general contractor. And
What's the summary of that? I mean, I don't,
the summary is he was nudging him, okay, can you get a permit for ABC? And on the, he actually did acquire a permit. It was submitted November 2nd, I believe, 2022. And I was under the impression, at least he told me, that once a permit is gotten, there wouldn't be any more hearings and additional liens filed.
Just because he filed for a permit doesn't mean the permit was approved.
I understand. There was an actual permit issued.
do
So
we know when that was issued? I mean, I'm assuming because the case was closed in April of '23, is that when the permit was issued?
The residential permit that was closed then, yeah, that was applied for December of 2022 and actually issued April 13th of 2023.
Okay, so until April of
did you say it
2023,
was issued April 13th of 2023?
That's what it says in the permit system.
that's why the data we have on this case is that the case was closed on April 18th of '23 because the permit was issued, but all this other stuff was piling up prior to that.
And you got notice of it. You
Yeah.
were getting correspondence.
Somebody
and I
got notice of
understand
it.
You were saying.
Yeah, I
but
mean,
my
I have-
project-" No, I understand that they were talking to each other. And had you come to these hearings and said, here's where I am, instead of just blowing them off like they didn't matter, you probably wouldn't be in the fix that you're in right
I mean, in February, on February 21st of '23, a lien was certified for $36,000.
Oh, to be totally honest, had I known that I was gonna be getting these liens, I mean, why wouldn't I show up?
Well, that's usually what
So
we
that's
ask
what,
up here.
exactly. So that's why my property manager was handling the general contractor, and I was told on November 30th, he states 2022, submitted permit on 11/22, normal processing time at 10 days. Should hear something soon. And you can see the
Okay, I'm going to
dates.
stop you there for a minute. You're relying on texts in lieu of relying on mail that you're getting from the city of St. Petersburg to the contrary, and you're choosing to rely on those texts instead. So that was your choice, and you're allowed to choose that. You're absolutely allowed to choose that. You're absolutely allowed to blow off these hearings. But now you're here saying, I shouldn't have to pay anything despite all the time and all the expense that went into you finally showing up today, and saying I should be forgiven for all of that because I got this text back in '23. And that's difficult for us. Can you understand why that would be difficult for us?
I completely understand, and you're absolutely correct.
Okay, so what do you think would be fair?
So
A
your
figure. What
your
would be a fair figure?
can I first say something?
No,
And
just tell me what you think is a fair figure. And then you can.
I honestly, okay, in looking at what efforts I had put into it and my manager had put into it, I personally feel the mess up on our end was the first lien that was issued, the $5,600, because there's no reason that someone shouldn't have attended. That to me is 100% a fact.
That's fair.
Now,
agree with that.
unfortunately, the rest, your notices went to my management company. I received the last two notices to come here because it went to a totally different address. And I looked through and I said, okay, well, that went to the management company. Now, I'm not gonna say, oh, it has nothing to do with me because it's my management company. But to me, I feel like my efforts to resolve someone else's violations, and I've paid a pretty penny to this general contractor to handle it, and I am trying to handle it as best as I possibly can. Unfortunately, here we are, $47,000 later.
Yeah, I mean, you categorized it as somebody else's issue. It's not. It's yours. You hired them. I don't know if you trusted them or not, but they were, if you say they were getting these notices and you weren't, why weren't they informing you that they were getting these notices? Why weren't they calling you saying, hey, we got this notice, this new lien's we got a special magistrate meeting coming up that we need to attend, or somebody needs to attend?
Well, actually, the general contractor, I mean, I can show you some of his text messages. He says that I just don't actually understand how the permit was issued so late, because Bob Keeney had mentioned on, because my property manager actually sent him a photo of the notices, like what is happening. And he says to Bob, I'm panicking because I thought that this permit went through. And Bob's response was, I'll take a look at it, and if needed, called Bonnie Green. They should have it suspended, this activity, as we did have a permit.
What date was that?
That was, when, after we received this notice, April 13th.
Everything was closed on the 18th. So everything that we're talking about happened prior to that.
Right, but he did say it should have been suspended because
When? It's suspended when the permit gets issued.
right, that's what he's saying. The permit was issued.
Yeah, on April 13th.
These were, so this was issued on February 21st, 2023. And we sent that to him saying, what the heck?
Right.
And then March 2023. And so when we sent that to him,
So who you're talking to is him?
so my property manager sent it to the general contractor. His response was,
Hold on just a second. It doesn't really matter. This is all an
Right.
internal issue for you.
Right.
correct.
That your address wasn't on the paperwork properly and that you personally didn't get the notice is on you. You're the one that hired the general contractor. You're the one that hired the property manager. You're the one that didn't come to the hearings. So the bottom line here is this is on you. It's not on anybody else.
I understand, and you're right.
What is driving you to be here today to get this lien removed? Are you trying to refinance the property? Are you trying to sell it?
No, I'm not trying to refinance the property or I don't want to pay $47,000 that I don't even have, considering I've spent so much already on hiring a general contractor to remedy it. And it is remedied, which is essentially the whole purpose of any of these violations, is to remedy the situation.
And we hear you. I think the question is, why take 3 years to come in here and have this discussion with us?
Well, to be totally honest, I hire a professional property management company. I hire a professional licensed Florida State general contractor. I probably just went right over my head, honestly.
Why are you here today instead of last year or the year before last or the year before last? Why today? What is happening today that prompted you to do this today?
I mean, I was notified, and I'm getting these liens, and it needs to be handled. I don't have $47,000 to handle that.
So you got a notice to come to this meeting?
It came directly to me.
But she applied for it.
So what address is Roosevelt Boulevard for the mailing address? What, is that an office for your management company?
My management companies.
Your management company, you're the owner?
No.
Okay, you just hired the management company. And what other properties do you own in Pinellas besides this?
I have a condo.
Is that your residence, the condo?
No. And then my residence. I have a condo.
Do you live here in the city at all?
I do. 443 Raphael Boulevard, North.
Yeah, in St. Pete. And then you own a condo here that you rent out? That you're collecting rent on?
One more
And you're collecting.
Oh, actually, no, that one's vacant. Sorry, I'm sorry.
And what about this home? Are you collecting rent on this one?
The 1695 74th Avenue.
Yes.
It's a rental?
And how much rent are you getting a month?
I believe it's 2,000.
And then she's got another property that's not rented.
A condo.
Yeah. I'll read something.
Okay.
LR2, I move that in this matter, the liens be released in consideration of payment of $11,200 within 45 days.
Second.
Okay.
I seconded just so we could discuss.
Yeah, any discussion?
Did you add the first one and the second one together, the first one and the last one together? Is that what you did? And
Yeah,
forgive the
just.
one in the
That's
middle?
11
just-
too.
Just forgave the 36-4, yeah.
Are we feeling okay with that?
Well, I am, but nobody else is. So however you would, whatever y'all are comfortable with.
I think that's reasonable. I mean, I don't know.
The city could,
Yeah.
I
What-
don't
how do you
think
feel
we
about
should
it?
just leave it with the liens on.
No.
I'm not for that.
No.
You're not for just leaving it alone?
Correct.
And I'm okay with the figure. I'm troubled by the explanation and excuse. It's a cop-out. But I don't have an objection to the figure.
It still ends up being a pretty expensive cop-out.
Right?
Let's vote and see where we are.
Fair.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
No.
Yes. All right, if you can pay $11,200 within 45 days, the rest of the liens will be forgiven. If you will see the ladies here, they will have some paperwork for you.
Okay, thank you.
Is anyone here for LR1?
I didn't see anybody come in.
All right, so our next one is LR3. This is for property address 1040 19th Ave North. The current owner is Sunshine Estates of St. Pete LLC. This is for the liens associated with case number 23-18181. And the violations were for chipping and peeling paint on the accessory structure, fence on the property in disrepair, peeling and chipping paint on the walls and fascia, soffit and rafters in disrepair, missing screens on the windows, and a torn screen on the front porch. The total amount of liens certified is $9,750. So for the case, we mailed the notice of hearing to the owner February 5th of 2024, and it came back as not deliverable as address. We posted at the violation address March 15th, 2024, and then March 27th was the hearing. There was no attendance, so the board gave 25 days. We received a return mail of the order of the board not deliverable as addressed. There was no attendance at the May or June special magistrate hearings, and an owner or rep was present at the July special magistrate hearing where the lien was extended by 45 days. Then in September of 2024, the case was closed. We have Christopher Grounds here representing the property.
Can I ask a question of the city?
Yes.
I noticed there is one active tracking or monitoring case in the name of the current owner. What does, help me with that a little bit, I just don't know what that means.
Let me see which type of case it is. The most recent one was the CVCR. So it looks like when the agenda was created, there was a civil citation for rent, so they were monitoring a vacant unit to ensure that it wasn't reoccupied with active violations, but that's since been closed. So
Okay.
there are no open cases.
So now it's zero.
Now zero.
Got it, thank you. That's helpful.
Good afternoon, sir. Can we have your name and address for the record?
Christopher Grounds for 1040 19th Avenue North.
Okay, you live in the home?
No, I don't. 1547 34th Avenue North.
Okay. So, what can you tell us about no one from Sunshine Estates showing up to hearings?
I am not the owner. I'm the new property management as of February 2025, so I don't have a lot of details, but I do have the owner's statement, as well as what we've done to rectify the issues.
We know that the issues were rectified. You couldn't be here otherwise. So we want to know what took you so long and why nobody came to the hearings.
Well, we were prompted by this because the owner is selling the property, so that's why we're here. It's making it a little difficult to sell. It's been on the market. When we took over in February, I was made aware of these violations in April by Jean Ledoux. We weren't aware otherwise. Originally, Hunter Dumas is the Sunshine Estates. He was out of the country for the duration from September to July of 2024. So the deliverable address was incorrect in the files. Other than that, that's all I have from him.
And this person that we have in front of us, Sunshine Estates of St. Pete LLC, owns 6 other properties in Pinellas County.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's a struggle for us up here if that's all we got, right? I mean.
Understood.
So, I mean, if Mr. Dumas really wants to get this off the books, we're gonna need a little more than that, man. At least I am personally.
Is this a rental property?
It is.
And you're collecting rent?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll make a motion if you guys want.
Hold on just a second. I have a couple questions. So is Hunter Dumas and Sunshine Estates connected to Terrier Properties?
Yes, ma'am, as of February.
2025.
Yes.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry, I just,
Oh, is there any more discussion? You guys want to talk some more?
And the property is for sale now?
Yes, ma'am.
How long has it been for sale?
About 3 months.
what's the list on the property?
I want to say it's at 800.
800?
Is he selling it himself or
With a realtor.
with a realtor?
Actually, the realtor found a cross lien to another property, 2528. They sold the single-family home with the contingency of the lien being on it, but 1040 hasn't moved because of the lien. It's deterring people.
I think we're struggling a little bit because if we have more information, it would really help. Because this was I mean, clearly there was a problem with this unit. And it took them a year to fix this situation. And so it's always helpful for us to know why. And so in the why section, it says, I was out of the country. If you're going to be out of the country for a year, you have an obligation to put somebody in charge in your absence and not just show up two years later and say, you know, I should be forgiven because I dropped the ball in every conceivable way. I mean, we need something to hang our hats on.
Yeah, and.
Because you're asking for forgiveness here.
The other thing from my perspective is, this person owns multiple properties, so it's not like they don't understand the process or what it takes to own properties and manage properties.
Terrier's been around forever.
Yeah, so, you know,
And-
I just,
Yeah.
I don't see any rationale for doing anything, you know.
And I see on the front here that we have two mailing addresses, 855 Central Avenue, Penthouse 03, and then 175 First Street South. And neither one of those is the address that Mr. Dumas put on the application, which is 345 Fifth Avenue North. That's something that's entirely controllable by Mr. Dumas or whoever he hires.
Well, 345 is our mailing address as of February, not that it justifies it, but February 2025, that's our mailing address for this
And
convening.
what were these other addresses?
Those were addresses that he provided the city, whether it was a typo, clerical, or his own mistake. That's why he wasn't getting mail.
They pulled those addresses from the property appraiser's website in the county.
Okay.
And it's incumbent upon Mr. Dumas or his representatives to keep that accurate.
Okay.
That's not on the city, that's on him.
Understood.
I'm not hearing anything that's gonna help you.
No.
I'm sorry?
I'm not hearing anything that's gonna help you. Do you have anything at all you wanna ask us to consider
I don't think he knows.
to mitigate any of this?
Mr. Dumas should have been here.
Yeah.
That in itself speaks volumes.
Is he a local guy or is he out of the country again?
He's always traveling. And I don't have a lot of information from back then. I only have some of the violations that stemmed from those previous violations that caused the liens. That's all I have with me.
You're just the guy that showed up.
And we appreciate you trying.
Yeah, we realize,
Yeah.
you know, you're in this position not because you want to be, but you're here, and we have to react to that, what you provide us.
Sure.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
I move that we take no action and leave the liens in place that are existing.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Let's vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Sir, you struck out. Mr. Dumas is free to reapply in 180 days, but please tell him he needs to come up with a better story.
Yeah. We just need better story.
Show up.
Yeah, or he can come or whatever, but we just need more information, man.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
for your time.
Is someone here for LR4?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you for attending, sir. Do we have anyone here for LR6? I may as well just find out. Okay. I can't always see.
Well, and what about LR5?
I think this gentleman over here.
Okay. 5.
Yeah. The gentleman in the salmon shirt.
Okay. So LR4, we have for property address 2134 44th Street South. The current owner is the Monroe Duplex LLC. This is for liens associated with case number 25-19269. The violations at the time were for domestic equipment stored on a vacant lot improperly graded, junk debris and miscellaneous materials stored on the lot, overgrowth on lot, and tree branches overhanging on the right-of-way. The total amount of liens certified was $4,500. Looks like we issued the notice of hearing to the owner in September of 2025. It came back as unclaimed. We posted the notice of hearing at the violation address in October, and there was no attendance at the October Code Enforcement Board hearing, so the case received the 25 days. The order of the board came back as returned but signed by illegible. There was a December special magistrate hearing. There was no attendance. A lien was certified in the amount of $4,500. The investigator had an in-person meeting with the property owner at the property to go over the violations, had further communications with them, a telephone call in January of 2026, and informed them that he does not have to attend, and the case was closed at that time. And we have Corey Monroe here to attend for the property.
Yes.
He didn't have to attend because the case was closed?
We were closing the case.
Okay,
You were closing the case.
thank you.
Okay, so you are Corey Monroe, and
Yes,
your
ma'am.
Your address, sir?
My address is 755 38th Avenue South.
Okay. So it looks like from the paperwork that this is vacant land that you were hanging on to try to build affordable housing on, is that?
Yes,
right?
ma'am. And to be honest with you, I didn't attend because I thought the issue was resolved. We demoed the house, we cleared up, we got a final inspection on the demo. I guess there was an issue with a dump trailer and some other things that was on the lot. We cleared everything out, and they came back and stated that the dirt and I guess the lawn was overgrown. So I met the codes enforcement, Mr. Gordon, just asked him like exactly what he needed. So we met out there, he told me what he wanted, and we took care of it.
Okay. So less than a month later, when you've understood what the violations were, you handled.
Yes, ma'am, I thought I did a good enough job, I guess I did it. So.
Well, no, in January you did. What we're looking at is on the 13th of January of 2025, you met, there was an in-person meeting, and you went over the violations, and then the case was closed, just about a week later. So,
yeah,
on that, with that meeting, you definitely you understood what had to be done, and you took care of it. The problem was, a month earlier, at the special magistrate meeting, there was no representation, and the lien was certified for $4,500 in December.
You know, I spoke with the young lady down at the building department, and she stated previously that the liens, like no liens were filed or nothing was filed. And when the original meeting, like I said, it was what they had on the documentation, the debris, the dump trailer, and all that stuff. In my mind, it was done. You know, I didn't realize there was an issue with dirt on an empty lot, and some grass overgrown. So that's why I asked to meet him to get a full understanding of like what did he want or what he expected. So
Well, in the case, at least at the summary level,
yeah,
it says there was domestic equipment stored on the lot. So it wasn't just dirt.
no, it was a dump trailer, but all that stuff was moved. That's what I'm saying. Everything was gone. The only thing was left was some dirt and overgrown grass. Well, not even grass. It was some tree branches or something grown over a sidewalk.
Right, but they can't close it as long as part of what they cited is still ongoing.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that, but I just, I guess in my mind, that's my fault for assuming. I just assumed everything that I did was, up to snuff.
Okay, so thanks for saying that, because it sounds like you moved the equipment off the lot, and you thought that would take care of everything.
No, I moved the equipment. We moved any type of debris or any type of trash, laws. We moved everything. Right. Only thing was left was some dirt and the grass grew.
Didn't mow the overgrowth.
Right, and that's why it stayed open. Yeah.
So I see that there are two addresses here that notices were mailed to. 2250 Roy Hanna Drive and 2250 62nd Ave South.
Well, that's the same address. That's the same address.
I get that.
Yeah.
But that's not where you live, is
No, it's not where I live. It's just my mailing address where I get, yes ma'am, where I get mail.
perfect.
This isn't horribly egregious. It's a shorter period of time. You only blow off one hearing. I don't know what happened to the mail, because the burden obviously was on you to make sure you did have a mailing address that would work, and you didn't, so that's your bad.
Okay.
Assuming's always bad. But again, not the most egregious thing in the world. Is it still your intention to build on those lots, or
Yes,
are you
ma'am.
selling them?
Yes, ma'am.
And so are you here today because you're applying for financing to do the building?
Well, not only that, I intend on teaming and working with the city. So, I mean, with code enforcement, code liens, that pretty much
City
put a halt to that. Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
That's reasonable.
So you want to read something?
I'll read something.
Okay.
LR4. I move in this matter that the lien be released in entirety.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for the liens to be released in their entirety. Any discussion?
We don't think it's fair in their entirety, but we definitely want it to be.
No.
You say we?
Because, not me. Me, I will speak for myself.
Okay.
I think it should be something, because because there was some irresponsibility here and there was some expense incurred by the city. And I think $500 would be more than fair.
I say let's vote.
Okay.
Fair.
Vote it out.
Correct.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
No. So,
I'll make a motion unless you want to make another one.
I'll amend it.
no, too late. We voted it out.
But you can make a new one.
You can make a new one.
You can make a new motion if you want.
I move in this matter that the lien be released in consideration of $500 paid within 30 days.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
Nope.
Oh, Miss Wilson, I thought you was on my team. I thought you was on my team.
No, it's just me up here. Me and him.
I see now.
No, that's not right, but.
I mean, I can vote yes for that, but I was actually going to make it a little less, but that's okay. I mean,
Well, let's vote it again. Yes.
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 Yes. All right, sir, if you can pay $500 within, was it 30 days?
Yep.
30 days, then the rest of the lien will be released.
Okay, I appreciate it.
These ladies here will have some paperwork for you, so get it before you leave us. And I really like your shirt. I'm a sucker for salmon. All right, so is someone here for LR5?
I think this gentleman over here is.
Can't see the
Somebody's
hands.
Hiding. Come on up.
We've scared everybody to death now.
Yeah, I was glad I was here to hear the other ones.
That podium can adjust down if you prefer to.
Just to my size. Thank you so much.
Okay.
We're ready.
So for LR5, we have property address 1021 26th Street North. Current owner is Tyler Ozog. These are for liens associated with case numbers 21-28733 and 24-21211. For the first case, the active violation at the time was for residential alterations to the rear structure on the property to include new windows, doors, and air conditioning units. Permits required for these trades and alterations to the structure. The violation for the second case was for a permit required for new steps added to the main structure and the change out of the accessory structure staircase components. The total amount of liens certified is $38,650. So for our first case, we had issued the notice of hearing to the owner and was returned as signed by Tyler Ozog in February of 2022. We posted the notice of hearing at the violation address in March of 2022. There was no attendance at the March Code Enforcement Board hearing, so the board gave 25 days. The order of the board was mailed to the owner. There was no attendance at the April special magistrate meeting, and a lien was certified in the amount of $1,500. The investigator spoke with the owner at that time and advised the property will need to be in compliance before actions on a lien release. There was attendance at the May hearing, and the lien was extended by 30 days. Attendance again at the July special magistrate hearing, and the lien was again extended for 30 days. There was a staff recommended deferral due to the hurricanes in September of 2022, and then in October of 2022, there was no attendance at the special magistrate hearing, and a lien was certified in the amount of $27,150. The owner at that point requested additional time and advised an authorized rep to attend the hearing to request additional time. The case was removed in error at that point and added back into the CEB process, so they were again notified to go back to Code Enforcement Board. This was for March of 2023. The owner did attend, and the board gave them 60 days. In June of 2023, that case was closed. For the second case, notice of hearing again was sent and returned by Tyler Ozog. The posting was The notice of hearing, was posted at the violation address, and the investigator had an in-person meeting and spoke with the property owner on site, explaining the permits required for the building alterations. The April Code Enforcement Board hearing was that same month, and the owner did not attend. The case received 25 days. The order of the board returned as unclaimed, and then there was no attendance for the next 4 special magistrate hearings. There was an in-person meeting at the property with the property owner where they were advised to attend the lien hearing and address the permit issue. The owner did attend the September special magistrate hearing, and the lien was extended by 60 days. And then for the December special magistrate meeting, staff recommended deferral due to city process. At the end of December, an email was sent to the property owner acknowledging their email about the property being fully in compliance, and a permit had been issued at that point to address the code violation, so the case was closed early January of 2026. And we have Tyler Ozog here to represent the property.
Good afternoon, sir. Could we have your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, it's Tyler Ozog, 1021 26th Street North.
Okay, is that where you live?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Ozog, not attending the hearings really ran up a tab.
Yes, it did.
Is there a reason that you weren't here?
Back in 2022, two things majorly happened. I had a major skin graft surgery that put me out for a long time, and then I was got let go from our commercial job, Katera Renovations. There was thousands of people that let go. So during that time, I was in and out of surgeries, and I was also lost my job. And there's really no excuse here. I'm not here to give any excuses. I wasn't financially stable to fix the things I needed to fix, so instead of coming here and letting you guys know that I didn't have the money, I didn't show up. So I've had multiple calls on my property from neighbors I don't even know of that are continuing to go on. So I'm looking at just selling my property and moving. So I'm here just to get everything I need to clear it up and ready to go.
So, you have a main house and then you have a rental house in the back?
I do.
Is the back unit rented?
The one, yes, upstairs.
Are you getting rent every month?
I am.
So you do have a source of income?
I do.
Are you employed now?
I run my own business.
Yeah, Mr. Ozog, the issue I see is that in 2021, there was a case open because you were doing work without a permit. And then in 2024, 3 years later, another case was open because you were doing work without a permit. So it's not like you didn't know that you needed a permit, because in 2021, you got cited for it and you had to deal with that. And then, and yet it happened again.
The one in 2021 for the doors in the window, remove and replace, I actually was not aware I needed a permit. And I had been traveling for work at that time in Fort Myers, Miami, West Palm, and Orlando, and I was not home. And my cousin was there in and out as well, and I just wasn't receiving the mail. And when I had come back from traveling and I noticed all of these violations that were on my house, it just was over my head, honestly. And then in 2024 was that the stairs that I just added 3 steps to the side of my porch. I had no idea I needed a permit for that. From a neighbor calling on me, it was just easy access for me and my dogs to get to the car. And all these things, I'm fully aware of how serious this is.
Now you're aware.
Now I'm aware of how serious this is, yes.
Well, plan on staying in the area if and when you sell your house?
I'm headed to Hawaii.
Good move.
I have a nonprofit over there, and we're building elderly and disabled housing.
Very nice.
Okay, but back to your comment there about the steps. So on what the data we have in front of us, it says on 4/11, so on April 11th of '25, there was an in-person meeting, spoke with the property owner on site and explained that permits are required for building alterations. So you had a conversation in April and you were told then that you're gonna need a permit for the work you were doing.
Correct.
But yet, the case wasn't closed until January of '26.
I needed about $8,000 to get that stuff remedied from a general contractor, and I did not have that. So I was able to just pay for all of that now and get everything cleared out. I understand that even though money was an issue, I still should have been here.
Yeah, if you'd have come to the meetings, you might have got some time and these liens wouldn't have piled up on you like.
Yeah, correct.
We've been trying to deal with this for 5 years.
Yeah.
Oh, he's trying to.
And I'm still dealing with neighbors.
Did you have a figure in mind when you came in here that you wanted to ask us to consider?
I mean, my first would be to obviously pay for the court fees and for your guys' time.
We don't charge.
We're free.
So that's not a good.
They charge, we're free.
They do buy us lunch though. It's.
Oh, okay. Well, I can do that too. A full release would be obviously a savior for me, but whatever you guys, think is in the best interest.
Is the property listed for sale?
No, ma'am. I have a buyer already in hand right now.
When are you scheduled for closing?
I don't have anything scheduled yet. I just wanted to make sure that all of this was remedied first.
Are they aware of this?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
But the good news is you'll have the money to pay.
Yeah, good that you got a buyer.
Yeah.
I'll read something.
Alrighty.
Based on, oops, I'm on the wrong one. I move that where am I?
3 on.
Yeah, have to go.
Okay. I move that in this matter, the lien be released in consideration of a payment of $8,650 with 30 days.
Second.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Within 30 days. Any
Where's that amount
discussion?
come from?
I thought forgiving 30 was based on all of the circumstances and based on the explanation, which was an honest explanation that was credible. I think that recovers the expenses and the time that were incurred in this. That was my thought process. I didn't do some mathematical calculation. I just looked at those figures and thought 30 forgiveness was reasonable.
I think it should be lower, but we can vote if you want or discuss it more.
You think it should be lower?
What do you think would be fair? Because I'm okay. I just
$5,000.
$5,000 even. I'm actually.
That's for time,
I mean, is it-
effort, money, people showing up.
And the violations weren't that egregious, so that makes.
They weren't.
No, but I mean, all day long we sit here and people don't have permits for the work they're doing.
I know, and doing it twice.
And yeah,
dumb.
I mean, that's really
So do you ding somebody for
kind of
that?
aggravating, but,
I was not aware I had to get a permit to just add 3 steps. Sorry.
can we still ask questions or are we closed?
You can
ask
yes, if you have questions, you can ask them.
You can ask a question, George.
How, what's the selling price of the house?
400.
Y'all want to vote? Or you want to amend?
Let's vote, and we'll do a do-over.
vote
Okay,
on the
okay.
8650?
We're voting on 8650, I think.
Yeah, we're voting on 8650 within 30 days.
Okay.
No.
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 No. Okay, so let's try it again.
All right, let's go ahead and do that.
Hang in there, Mr. Ozog.
I move in this matter, the lien be released in consideration of payment of $5,000 within 30 days.
Second.
Okay, so motion for $5,000 in 30 days. Any discussion? Let's vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Alrighty, it passes. So, Mr. Ozog, if you can pay $5,000 within 30 days, the rest of the lien will be forgiven. See the ladies here, they have some paperwork for you, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy Hawaii.
And nobody from LR1 has shown up yet, huh?
Nope. So for LR6, property address is 851 61st Avenue Northeast. Current owner is Cindy Prastian. This is for liens associated with case number 22-22240. The violation was for fascia and soffit that had rotted wood and peeling paint. The total amount of lien certified was $6,500. In January of 2023, the notice of hearing was mailed to the owner and returned unclaimed. We posted the notice of hearing at the violation address, and there was no attendance at the February Code Enforcement Board hearing, so the board gave 25 days. The order of the board mailed to the owner was returned as unclaimed, and then there was no attendance at the April or May special magistrate hearings. In May of 2023, we received an email from the owner advising the fascia had now been repaired and the case was closed. And we have Lauren Prastian-Colin here to represent the property.
Thank you. Good pronunciation. No one's ever said that. Prastian, right? Hi.
We will need your name and address for the record, please.
Lauren Prastian Cologne. My address is 17503 Blessed Place in Lutz. The property address is in St. Pete.
Okay.
So just to clarify, the owner is my sister, Cindy, and my mother was Charlotte Prastian, who passed away 4 months ago.
Was she the original owner?
Yes, she was the occupant of the home since 1990, when it was last purchased.
She
So-
was there when the fascia, the soffit issue was there.
Yes, yes. So my mother passed in October of 25 from an aggressive, rare form of cancer. She was in severe pain for probably 3 years. She was in and out of hospice and all that. Not that you need to hear all of that, but her mental state was not good. She didn't even share with us that she was getting these liens, and even though my sister was a co-owner of the home, the mailing address was my mother's home, and she did not share this with us. We would have helped her, we would have paid for whatever needed to be paid for, but that is a whole side story of challenges that we've had for years. My mother was not well, and somehow she got up on a ladder and did the fascia and soffit and fixed that to avoid these liens, because she knows she has to keep her house in okay shape, of which it wasn't. I actually, until hearing this, I thought these liens were from overgrowth. I never got to see the documentation because I'm not the owner, so I don't have all the certificates that you guys had sent out. Long story short, once my mother passed and we learned of even the cancer, we didn't know she had clinically diagnosed for the last year prior. We immediately took care of, the home went right to my sister's name because she was a joint owner, so we didn't have to go through probate, but we immediately got permits for demo because the house needed demo from all the hurricane damage. It was severely destroyed, and my only option was to Baker Act her and get her out of the house so this didn't happen, and I couldn't do it. So once she passed, we took care of it. We demoed the house, we paid the $9,000 to $12,000 of what it cost just to rectify the lot, which is now vacant. And I just want to do whatever I can to clear all these problems out. It's not for sale yet. We think we'll probably sell it. We haven't decided if one of us will keep it for our own home just to dedicate to my mother. But long story short, my mother didn't show up because during these times, I looked at the timelines in 2022 and 2023, she was in and out of the hospital, not yet known for cancer, but they were treating her for pneumonia and all kinds of other health issues. And honestly, I don't think she was in her right mind to speak on her own behalf. But then she fixed it.
And then she wasn't sharing what was.
And then she wasn't sharing, and that's my mom. So.
Yeah. And when did your mother pass?
October 2025, just 4 months ago. I gave you guys a copy of the death certificate so you could see I wasn't lying about the cancer. I know, but
So we don't see that.
yeah, okay,
And that's,
sorry.
We're sorry for your.
Yeah, and I know it's irrelevant to the house, and I know, I just wanted to.
So am I to understand that your mother was still living in the home when the hurricanes came?
She was. It was very bad. It was very bad.
This is cut off in our little box. Can you tell me what it says in the little box?
And I found your notices when I went to the house, I'm sorry.
What got cut off?
It says which flooded this property and which I,
Oh, I see, yeah.
Is this the continued attachment? There's a addition on the very last page.
oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just repeated. Okay, I got you. All right, thank you.
Okay.
This house flooded?
A lot.
And so now it's raised.
It's gone now, yeah.
It's all demoed. The permit just closed out weeks ago.
They have it regularly mowed.
We paid for that.
See it again.
Right. And it's up for sale now?
And it's not up for sale yet. We haven't decided if we want to keep it for our own, build something. We'll
It says in your note, until we can sell the.
yeah, and we'll probably sell it because we don't have the money to build on it.
And is it, you live in Lutz?
Nobody lives at the home. My sister lives in Clearwater. She's got a condo that's.
There's no home to live in, it's gone.
Right. Neither one of us lived there since we were younger.
And I don't think we need to belabor this one. I think this one's pretty simple.
Will you read something?
I move in this matter the lien be released in consideration of the payment of $100 within 30 days, just to cover the expenses.
Needs a second. Somebody second.
I did.
Okay. Sorry, didn't hear you.
Yeah, that's okay.
So motion is $100 within 30 days. Let's vote.
No.
No.
Yes.
Yeah? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So by my count, that carries.
Yes, it does.
So, ma'am, if you can pay $100 within 30 days, the rest of the liens will be forgiven.
I appreciate that.
Please accept our condolences on the loss of your mother.
I wasn't trying to do a sob story. It just, when we found all this out, it was terrible.
Yeah. It's
I
hard.
wish that they could do to co-owners.
There was no bad intentions. It's all good.
It's all good.
Thank you, guys.
Good luck to you.
Alrighty, so.
You done?
Give me one sec.
Yeah, I don't think anybody from one showed up, so.
Yeah. Now we're done. And this concludes the lien release hearing for February 2026. Thank you all.
I remember once I was driving home and Lonnie called me and said, hey, somebody showed up, can you come back?
I remember that.
And I did.
Then on, we got all 82 documents done. We put the entire capital stack together, and we're able to close and get ready to start moving dirt. Thank you, everybody who helped us with this project, most especially my partners and our family and our friends and this administration, the City Council and the County Commission. And also, last but not least, we want to thank Pinellas County Housing Authority. We needed one last piece of the puzzle. My partner, Nick Hansen, came up with a clever idea. I'm going to take credit for it. And Neil Brickfield and Chloe, thank you so much for helping us get the ball over the goal line. God bless you all. God bless St. Petersburg and Pinellas County.
Well, we're in a great state, we're in a great county, we're in a great city. But at the root of everything in this country are families. And so from my family to your family, thank you for being a part of today. And we look forward to welcoming 264 different families here in a couple of years for the ribbon cutting. God bless you, and thanks for joining us.
Hello, my name is Bob Turner. I'm the Assistant Director of Sanitation for the City of St. Petersburg, and I'm here to talk to you about a very important issue called hot loads. Historically, hot loads for us were centered around hot coals that folks had put into the garbage cans. Now the new culprit is rechargeable lithium batteries. These batteries actually combust when crushed. So as soon as they go into our garbage trucks and we compress the load, either the batteries themselves or the devices that contain these batteries are crushed, they ignite, and they set the load on fire. The important thing for our residents to know is that these types of batteries and the devices that these batteries are in can't be thrown away in the regular garbage. They need to be taken someplace where they can be recycled, where they don't cause a hazard to our trucks or our drivers. The best way to find out information about where you can take a particular device or a battery is to go to the Pinellas County Solid Waste webpage and use their Where Does It Go tool. It's a great resource. You can type in the item that contains the rechargeable battery or the battery itself, and they'll tell you what to do with it. It's important for our residents to please keep these items out of the trash so that we don't have trucks catch on fire and we don't risk our employees.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide. Coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control, where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control, being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for, before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning, what to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take 5, take 5. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-crank radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics, cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeteprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
Youth Champions is a program that encourages the youth and the officers to build a better relationship.
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement put out a grant called the Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant Program. So through them, we were able to create Youth Champions, where kids ages 11 to 17 in the community of Jordan Park gets to engage with law enforcement officers, engage in positive activities such as yoga and therapy.
Meditation, that's like the best one, is meditation, like get your mind at ease. And after that, we just like talk. We talk about like the program, like how is it like affecting them and pros and cons of what they have in their life. I didn't know at them at first, but like actually like seeing them like do the activities that we be doing and actually interacting with them, it's good.
I think that it's imperative that we build those relationships. We've seen it time and time again where those relationships have benefited us to the positive in the police department. Any opportunity we as police officers get to engage, everybody can relax and be themselves, and then they can get to know us and see the people behind the badge.
Anytime you can consistently show up and commit to a neighborhood or to young children, they see that you're dedicated, and naturally just being able to build relationships is what's going to make a difference in their lives.
It's important to give back. It's important to let the youth know that we care. Our officers are here to ensure that our community is safe. They're here to protect and serve, but serving our community is definitely important.
I hope that they walk away with a sense of seeing an officer as a person, as another human being, that they're just like them.
People can like actually trust cops, have fun with them, and don't be scared.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air. Sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting. Safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer, and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. Get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my painting. Just having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
I started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, you can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens. So you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building, citywide, all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. Like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can. and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park, where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
Dear reader, you are loved more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it. Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up. You are loved for exactly
who you are.
I promise. The world needs you in it.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Miss McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired, I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African-American male salutatorian in Boca City,
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity. No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious. Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere. You just gotta know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't. Like Moneybag Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
Hi, I'm Jeremiah with the City of St. Pete's Water Resources Department, and I'm here to talk to you about what you need to know when we issue a boil water notice. There's a few reasons the city may issue a precautionary boil water notice: due to a line break caused by pipe failure, or the roots of falling trees damaging our potable water pipes. These events could affect water pressure and could allow contamination to enter the system. That's why experts recommend storing at least 1 gallon of water per person per day for 3 days. Use this supply first for drinking, cooking, and hygiene. If you must use tap water, boil it for at least 1 minute, then cool before using. Another option is adding a 1/4 teaspoon of plain unscented bleach to disinfect 2 gallons of water. Showers are safe if you're careful not to swallow water or get in your eyes, nose, or mouth. Children and those with weakened immune systems should take extra precautions. A boil water notice typically lasts at least 72 hours. When it's lifted, run your taps, flush your fountains and ice makers, and replace filters. Knowing these things before making a decision on evacuation is important to consider as a storm approaches. To stay up to date on events as they unfold, visit stpete.org/hurricane and follow our social media channels for updates.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welsh's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too. I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says, Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and into St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
So every time Central Avenue and 3rd Street, when you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
Hey, that's my house, and this is my ASMR video about water conservation. I use water wisely. Ever have a drippy sink? You should fix it to not waste water, and also not to go crazy with that dripping noise. Look there, that's my automatic shut-off hose attachment. Super water conservative. Even when nature calls, I call nature and I say, "Hi, I'm conserving water with my high-efficiency tank." Okay, bye. Oh, hey, that's me. Just using my high-efficiency washer. Just listen to the sounds of water being conserved. Go to this website to learn more, St. Pete, and do what you can for water conservation.
We're at Eckerd College in South St. Pete, and we're kicking off the Spark bus service, which is a great premier service that'll connect with our Sunrunner and give folks across St. Pete, but certainly Eckerd College students, a fast connection to North St. Pete and downtown.
3, 2, 1, fire!
The route is really important because it's one of the busiest streets within St. Petersburg, plenty of capacity for a bus service, and it'll move people along really efficiently. One unique thing about the Spark compared to a regular bus service is that the stops are a little bit more spaced out. You don't spend as much time starting and stopping. And with the service coming every 15 minutes, you also don't really need to even look at the schedule. You just go to the stop.
It's the perfect case for transit-oriented development. You know, you want your jobs, your transportation, and your housing to all connect. And you're seeing that happen on 34th Street South in the Skyway Marina District.
There are a lot of new residential units coming on in the district and a lot of new retail opportunities coming along in the district. So it's really a symbiotic relationship where this bus service will help that development and it'll spark more development, pun intended.
This is the next step, and as folks continue to see the benefits of having modern, dependable, premium transportation, other areas are going to ask for it.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park
encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
Talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner, and the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
Bubba. Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast? My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, come in here and feed me. So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds. Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old. I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
It's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of like going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades. Plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3 and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until, you know, the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about, you know, a coin flip where, you know, Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee meeting. Will the clerk please call roll?
Lloyd.
Here.
Harding.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Gabbard.
Here.
Gibbons.
Wonderful. Committee members, we have an agenda before us. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. We also have approval of the January 15th, 2026 minutes. There was a typo correction, but I had reviewed them before that and they seemed fine. If anyone has any other comments, then motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. All right, on to our new business item for today. We have something I brought forward that's a regular new business item or a regular referral list item. It's AHAC updates, but AHAC spent a lot of time last year talking about Sunrunner TOD stuff, and so I wanted to bring that forward so that we could have an update on Sunrunner TOD stuff, because I was under the impression that between the conversations in AHAC and the hearing that I'd seen recently, that we had some information that I thought the committee would find interesting. So we've got Derek Kilborn with us today, and I'll let him take it away.
All right, thank you, Chair. Derek Kilborn, Planning Director, and you're correct. What we wanted to do today was give you a presentation update on the forthcoming application for the Sunrunner BRT land use and zoning changes. We have given the same presentation in workshop format to the Development Review Commission earlier this month, and earlier this week, the Community Planning and Preservation Commission. The CPPC is not part of the formal approval process, but as a courtesy, because they have been involved in all of the earlier steps preparing to get to this point, we wanted to make sure that they had an opportunity to comment. And fortunately, I was able to turn that around fast enough yesterday to get that out to you late yesterday, and we also have a hard copy for you on the table today. So that is not substantive to the materials you had previously been provided, but because we did have it ready, we wanted to make sure we got it in front of you. So this presentation will look familiar because we have been uploading them to the city's website for this particular initiative, and we've been including notices in our information emails that are going out. We'll continue to update the new information as we kind of work through the different conversations. What we want to do is start with just looking back a little bit again to 2012 and the adoption of the Central Avenue Revitalization Plan. I know that at different points in this process there's been some angst about how fast or slow it's moving, and there have been some comments that we haven't done anything for the Sunrunner BRT. And so it's always important to me to start with referencing this particular initiative and document in 2012. This was a bus rapid transit initiative, and the intentions in the Central Avenue Revitalization Plan was to set the land use and zoning in place so that when the city was moving forward with that planning concept and we were applying for federal grants, we can demonstrate that the land use and zoning was already put into place. And you can see from that 2012 initiative that there were some substantial increases to development potential. The zoning at that time allowed 15 and 24 units an acre with 8 units workforce housing. Through those changes, that was increased to 60 units an acre plus 10 units workforce housing, 70 units per acre total. And then the building heights were changed from 48 feet generally to 72 feet. And this was from that revitalization plan 2012. And then when we jump ahead to 2019, I included the Union Central District Plan because this plan also references transit scale development. So you can see in this diagram down in the lower portion, you have the Central Plaza area. And at that time, this was referred to as the Central Plaza Activity Center. And you can see there's a recommendation there for transit scale development in that dark red. Jumping ahead to 2022, you have really what kind of started this most recent discussion, which is the Sunrunner Rising Development Study. This looked at the entire Sunrunner BRT corridor from downtown all the way out to St. Pete Beach, and it made different recommendations for modifications to land use, zoning, and other development standards. And the purpose here was to look at what had already been done back in 2012, and then identify whether there were additional opportunities or other things that needed to be updated. Also that year, in October of 2022, the Sunrunner BRT kicks off with its ribbon cutting and grand opening. And that was followed in 2023 with the map amendments establishing the NTM1 missing middle zoning on our future major streets, which included the outsides of the First Avenues as you move along the bus rapid transit corridors. And then in September of 2024, we adopted the Sunrunner Target Employment Center local overlay. This had some earlier steps in the process that I didn't include here, but in 2024, this particular overlay was adopted as really the first station area plan that was developed around the bus rapid transit station at 2100 block of First Avenue South. And this was looking to substantially increase development opportunities and also diversify development opportunities by introducing residential multifamily. The second thing that I wanted to do was kind of walk you through the station area types, because the station area type, you'll see later, dictates the development potential along the corridor. From the Sunrunner Rising development study, they identified 4 different station types, and 3 of those station types are in the proposed text amendment that is coming forward because of the geographic limitation in that Central Avenue section. So for us, when you look at where the existing activity center boundary is located and where the boundary of this proposal is looking at, these are the station locations and the station types. So you can see those are broken down to urban, neighborhood, and village. And then the dark black line is the boundary for the existing Sunrunner BRT activity center. So anything that we are talking about related to this text amendment is inside that heavy black line. And the reason for that is because we are working with the existing activity center boundary, which allows us to move this forward as a text amendment and does not require all the other things that are normally required with a map amendment. So we also created these maps. These are available as a PDF on the initiative webpage. There's also an interactive map so you can zoom in and zoom out by parcel. But as I'm just going to move down the line here so you can see when we are talking about station locations and a quarter mile from a station location, again, we are looking within the boundary of the existing activity center. So we have highlighted the parcels that would be identified as within a quarter mile. One of the things that we have to identify here was what do we do with parcels that are partially in the quarter mile. When we were doing the coastal high hazard area and the NTM1 zoning initiative, you may recall there was a formula. You would look at a parcel that was maybe partially in the coastal high hazard area. You ran it through a formula. Is it in or is it out? It was complicated. And so for us here, we want to try to keep this as simple as possible. Our proposal would be if your parcel is partially within the quarter mile distance to the station location, then the parcel is included for that interpretation. And you can see as we move down the corridor, the colored parcels are identifying what would qualify for the additional development entitlement. You can see there are a couple quirky parcels. So this one is at 43rd Street. 43rd Street. You can see on the left side there's a very large parcel that is just partially in at the southeast corner. That parcel is tied together across the alley. So that is an unusual circumstance, but again, it is partially within the quarter mile where it touches. So we have that included. Okay, and then just moving out to 66th Street, you have here, this is colored orange because this is that village station. Okay, one of the things that we are proposing to do here is we are talking about the Sunrunner Bus Rapid Transit overlay, but we are trying to format this in a way that we can accommodate future transit-oriented development overlays. So right now we're only talking about one, but we anticipate that in the future there will be more. Already we have the Spark Bus Rapid Transit running along 34th Street South, and there are station locations for that. There hasn't been any prior planning study for that, and we would have to do some of that preliminary work. But at some point in the future, we would be able to simply insert a Spark BRT Bus Rapid Transit overlay into this section. There is also a master plan for Alt 19 out near Tyrone Mall, and there was a Bus Rapid Transit component to that as well. So if there was some future movement on the Alt 19 master plan and that Bus Rapid Transit service, again, we can just insert it here as a new transit-oriented development overlay. And so that's why we've kind of gone with this proposed format. There is also state legislation right now that is being considered for transit-oriented development that is based on identifying specific station locations and then having a tier 1, tier 2 development option based on distance from the station, a quarter mile and a half mile. Because of the way that we have set up the formatting here, if that state legislation is passed, we would be able to either substitute in or insert that state legislation into this section of Chapter 16. So we're trying to be mindful of future opportunities beyond just the one that we're currently talking about. Many of you will recall that over the last few years, we have ping-pong between rezoning parcels or doing an overlay. Some of that has been in reaction to state prohibitions on emergency orders that would prohibit changes that are interpreted as more restrictive and burdensome. And others are just state preemptions. We've been trying to do some aggressive things with live local options, and sometimes when you make decisions about density in your zoning, it can influence how live local is applied. And so we're trying to kind of approach these different layered issues, and in doing so, we have kind of come to a conclusion that the overlay is really the best option to handle what is kind of some unsure footing with some of these different things that are moving. And so that is why we're proposing the overlay. Anybody along the corridor can continue to develop using the existing land use and zoning that is in place, or they can opt into this alternative development scenario and develop in accordance with the overlay. So in that regard, it does give us a voluntary option. It keeps us compliant with state prohibition about land use zoning changes that are more restrictive and burdensome, and it's more flexible. It allows us to add new TODs in the future, or if there are new bus stations added or removed, it's a simple text amendment to the overlay section where we can make those adjustments. One of the things that we are proposing here that is consistent with how we handled the 22nd Street Target Employment Center local overlay was to add a list of additional TOD supportive uses. So you have your underlying zoning, and those uses would continue to be allowed. But you also have these additional TOD supportive uses that are currently not allowed in some of those underlying zoning categories. And in this proposed list, we did include manufacturing, light assembly, and processing, and we included laboratories and research and development because these two uses are much cleaner operations today, and we are seeing their application in more locations outside of industrial areas. When we presented this to the CPPC on Tuesday, there was some focus and discussion, a little bit of concern on including these two land use types. So this might be an area that you want to talk about and come back to. But this would expand the types of uses and introduce more pedestrian-oriented uses in those station locations, but also the entire corridor. So these are not station-specific. This would apply to the entire activity center. This is where you start to see the application of development potential with the station type. The first station type is the urban station type. You can see in the lower left side of the slide that the Sunrunner Rising Development Study recommendations included a density total and a floor area ratio total. We have heard that there is preference toward a floor area ratio standard only because it allows more design flexibility. And we generally concur with that. It's been working well in the downtown center. And so what we are recommending for these proposals is to use the FAR standard only. You can see that the Sunrunner Rising cap was a 5.0, and that is what we are recommending here. So we have a base 4.0 with a 1.0 bonus, which will take you to that cap that was recommended in the Sunrunner Rising study 5.0. As you move through the middle section of the corridor, the Sunrunner Rising study identified those station locations as neighborhood types with a maximum recommended FAR of 3.0. And you can see here that because 3 is a lower FAR standard, we are not recommending any bonus here. We are just recommending the cap, 3.0 floor area ratio. And then finally, out on the west end, you have the village station type at 66th Street. The Sunrunner Rising study recommended a maximum 4.0 FAR. We are recommending the same. The base intensity would be 3.0 with 1.0 bonuses. And then finally, what happens to the parcels in between? They're 2.5 FAR. We are recommending that those be increased to the 3.0 FAR, which would be consistent with the neighborhood station FARs 3.0 as well. In the draft write-up for this, the first draft, we did include this list of FAR bonuses. We tried to keep the list fairly streamlined, focusing on workforce housing, land use, and some streetscape design and street frontage bonuses. These are bonuses that already exist in the code and were borrowed from either the downtown center or from the 22nd Street Target Employment Center local overlay. In the discussion with the Community Planning and Preservation Commission this week, there was some concern or focus on the Grand Central buildings and whether this application should include incentives for historic preservation if any of those buildings in the corridor wanted to take the next step of becoming a local landmark or National Register property. So we have noted in the CPPC meeting notes that there was discussion about bringing over the the transfer of development rights bonus that we use in the downtown, so that if somebody wanted to purchase TDR credits to cover the bonus, they could do that. There was some discussion about the Affordable Commercial Space program. So this is a program that was originally identified as part of the Storefront Conservation Corridor overlay. It was then included in the 22nd Street Target Employment Center overlay, but the program doesn't actually exist yet. And so there were some comments from the commission that the program doesn't exist yet, and that was pointed out. And so we can include the language here and continue to move forward in economic workforce development. You know, we can continue working with them and trying to develop something that would meet the language that's in the code now and is proposed. One of the comments that we did receive, and it's noted in the document that we provided to you, is that one commissioner explained that their properties are having a year-over-year cost increase of 6.8%, and so they were concerned that the 5% here is something that would probably not be an incentive for people to use because it wouldn't add up on their pro formas. The other discussion we had with the commission was related to storefront spaces. In the 22nd Street Target Employment Center overlay, there are several bonuses in there regarding tenant improvements for immediate occupancy. Oftentimes we will see these commercial storefronts, the multifamily portion is developed, the commercial storefront is not finished out, and they sit vacant for a while because it is a barrier of entry for a smaller business to get in. Once you have that initial tenant build out the space, then it's a little easier, but that takes time. And so the commission did talk about whether something could be done as a bonus for tenant improvements for immediate occupancy. And we could pull some of that language over from the 22nd Street Target Employment Center overlay. In the notes that were provided to you from their discussion, we did include the two provisions regarding those tenant improvements. So we can come back and talk about that a little bit more as well. Building heights. In the entire activity center today, when we did the 2012 changes, we wrote that code to 72 feet as the overall building height. And I confess it this time now that I think that was a misunderstanding of what the Florida Building Code requires. The Florida Building Code defines low-rise and high-rise buildings, and the threshold and change in the definition occurs at the 75-foot mark. What the Florida Building Code is referring to, though, when it says 75 feet, is it is referring to the floor of the top habitable space. And we had originally interpreted it as 75 feet overall height. So when we did the 22nd Street Target Employment Center overlay, we recommended a building height of 86 feet to correct our understanding of that Florida Building Code provision and make sure that the zoning is consistent with the Florida Building Code. And so we are recommending that same change here, that we change the 72 to 86 feet. Central Plaza, however, we are recommending something different. You can see that the purple portion on the map is showing a recommended height of 150 feet. That is based on two conditions. First, you have several taller buildings in the Central Plaza district already. One of them is pictured here, the Element on 5th Avenue North. And then you can also see that in the Sunrunner Rising Development Study, there were recommendations relating to building height, and in the Central Plaza portion, which is highlighted in the darker red, they were recommending a maximum 12 stories. And so the 150 feet is acknowledging the recommendation in the Sunrunner Rising Development Study. It does stop at 31st Street, and it does not continue beyond that into the residential portion of Kenwood. But that is the recommendation on building height. Regarding building setbacks, there are a couple minor changes to building setbacks from the existing conditions, so we wanted to point those out. First change would be the base podium height right now is limited to 42 feet, and we are recommending that that podium height gets increased to 50 feet, which is consistent with podium heights that are regulated in the downtown center zoning. The second thing we are recommending is along the First Avenues. When you get up above the base podium, there is currently a setback requirement of 20 feet. And we are recommending that the 20 feet be reduced to 10 feet. It still creates some step back and variation of the building as you move up, but it is capturing an additional 10 feet. That would be, again, consistent with how the downtown center standards are applied. And then finally, at the grade level, we're kind of working on some field research right now. The setback recommendation is 0 feet, but we also usually like to include some standard or setback from curb. And we're looking at some of the western sections now to see is the more appropriate and correct recommendation 10 feet or 15 feet from back of curb. So that is a number that we will have to kind of finalize before we bring the document forward to DRC next month. Parking. We've, I think, all received a lot of emails on parking with different recommendations about what to do here. What we are recommending in the proposal is that within 1/4 mile of the station locations, we adopt a 0 minimum parking requirement. For those areas outside the 1/4 mile, which are highlighted in blue, so these would be the gaps in between, we would apply the downtown center parking standard. We are aware that as this kind of moves through the adoption process, there may be some changes to the language, and we think that the section is set up that we can accommodate whatever changes are recommended in the final discussion and adoption. But this will be the recommendation that we bring forward. We think it reflects a proper balance of different competing goals here. And then finally, we have building and design standards, which are typical throughout these more pedestrian-oriented districts. One thing that did get some discussion at the commission this week is ground level activation and how are you activating that ground floor frontage. Most of the focus for this initiative has been on activating the Central Avenue frontages and also where those Central Avenue frontages wrap the main north-south streets in those station locations. So you have 22nd Street, 40th Street, 49th Street, 58th Street, and 66th Street. Along those streets where the building wraps the corner, having activation on those north-south sections, because that is where the station on First Avenue North is connected to the station on First Avenue South and where you're more likely to see pedestrian activity. The only other point that came up with the commission this week in talking about ground floor activation is and again, this is noted in the document that we gave you today, the two things they focused on. One was transparency requirements. So it was pointed out that there are some residential units, particularly on First Avenues, that are on the ground floor, and our code refers to transparency. So they were looking for some clarification. Does that include translucent glass, or does it have to be transparent glass? We think we would need to make a distinction in the language because transparent, when this was originally written, was designed to improve visibility from interior spaces out to the sidewalk to provide an enhanced sense of security and safety. If it's translucent glass, you won't have that visibility. And does that change kind of SEPTED principles for design and safety? If there is a desire to accommodate translucent, we can make that change and include that in the proposal when we bring it to you, but we are not recommending that change as staff. The other thing that they talked about was a clarification. In the downtown center, in 22nd Street, Target Employment Center, we talk about hardened materials on the ground floor, and it simply refers to the base. And so several of the designers and architects on the commission asked us to just clarify that reference And so that is something that we will incorporate. Changing the word base to say more specifically base level or base first floor, which are more technical terms to refer to the entire ground floor of the building, and not some misapplication of the word to mean just the first 2 feet under a window sill. So that is a clarification we'll bring. Finally, I noted it on their notes in discussion. There was some comment and concern about the vacation of alleys in the corridor. It's not something that's part of these text amendments, but it is something they talked about a little bit. They were just discussing if alleys are vacated, what is the process for that, and expressing concern how that might lead to the development of super blocks buildings versus more textured, smaller buildings. But that summarizes the text amendments that we are planning to bring forward. And just quickly, I'll point out that we have been updating the dedicated website for this initiative with all the new materials. We have the notes from the CPPC meeting. We'll get those uploaded before the weekend. On that website, you can view the working draft of the text. You can review the presentation decks, and you can also, I mentioned earlier, use the interactive map. And then finally, this is the proposed calendar. You can see DRC March 4, and then April 16 and May 14 for City Council. Because we have TOD supportive uses listed in here, that is interpreted as a change to the matrix, the land use matrix, and so state statute requires 2 public hearings. And we've tried to schedule 1 month in between, so if there are changes, we can incorporate those in the final, between the first and the second public hearing. But that concludes the initial presentation. Thank you.
Great. We'll go to questions. We'll start with Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you. Thank you, Derek, for the presentation. Of course, very happy to see this coming before us today. You're right, there has been a lot of conversation since the 2024 changes of kind of like, okay, well, what's next? And so I appreciate the very thorough presentation. It's obvious that you've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes. I think some of that really does lend to the majority of my questions. I understand, what you're proposing here. I think that I'll be interested to hear what colleagues think. Some of it, I think, for me personally, we could go a little bit farther on some of these areas. But I think, the number one question that comes to mind for me on these individual areas just kind of takes me back to conversations we had with the 22nd Street. And we had a lot of neighborhood feedback, even when we were in the committee process. And so, Historic Kenwood didn't want us to go into their neighborhood, but Campbell Park did. And so I kind of want to understand where we are with neighborhood surrounding neighborhood feedback, because I think that piece of it is so important to how we move forward and how we make sure that we are being very diligent in this work. And so what kind of neighborhood feedback? I mean, I haven't been hearing a lot because I don't represent this part of the city, right? And so what is administration hearing from the neighborhoods? What kind of feedback sessions have you kind of started to engage in? What is the plan for engaging them? I kind of want to understand more about that.
Sure. So going back to early January, we started sending out information emails, which the legislative aides have been receiving, describing this process, referring to different resources in the website. And those emails include the contacts, the registered contacts for all the neighborhood and business associations along the corridor. We have received feedback from Central Oak Park, who, because we included an invitation to come out and meet with any of those associations. Central Oak Park has requested that we come and meet on March 31st, so we are scheduled to do that. The Live Oak neighborhood also responded acknowledging receipt and explaining that they were going to share the emails with their membership. And then Palmetto Park, we know, has been going through a master planning initiative that came to the Community Planning and Preservation Commission as a first step this past Tuesday. And I think their master plan will be coming up to council shortly. And their master plan does include some reference to future multifamily opportunities.
Okay.
And they are doing what we had explained before would be a more appropriate process, which is to go through the neighborhood plan update, clearly articulate in the master plan that this is a direction the neighborhood wants to go. And then using that information, we can consider future map amendments and related text amendments. Those are the three associations that have provided some type of communication or input. We haven't heard much information from other associations along the corridor, but we are continuing to include them in our email updates. We'll be sending another one this week because we had the commission on Tuesday and this hearing today, so I'll include updated links to these presentation decks and the archive video feed as well.
Right. Okay. And so, I mean, March 31st is when you're going to Central Oak Park, but March 4th is when you're having the DRC public hearing.
Right.
We've waited so long to move some of this forward, yet I feel it's imperative that there is a balance to making sure that we aren't just going to these neighborhoods and saying, okay, here's what we're proposing, here's what's already, like, it's already moved through DRC. I mean, yes, we have shown as city council that we can make these tweaks as we go through, but how do we make sure that we do that with our public in mind? I'm really concerned about that. So I would love to hear from colleagues that represent those neighborhoods, like if they have had meetings or had people reach out to them. Because a lot of times they'll reach out to us and they won't respond back to the city, right? Or they'll invite us to a meeting. So I'm going to leave it there for now, just because I kind of want that to be the basis of my questioning right now, is where is the residents along this corridor in this conversation? So I'll leave it there, Chair.
Thanks. I'll respond because I represent north of this in Central Oak Park, but I don't have any concerns. I think that they'll be receptive to what's in here. Our neighborhood is interested in having more activity along the Central Avenue corridor, and honestly, in other places as well. So that's the initial feedback. But again, I haven't had this specific conversation with them. This is the first time I've had this specific conversation. But I'm not worrying about it, is what I would say.
Okay, good.
All right, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just staying on the neighborhood input, for as long as this has been going on, I do have to wonder out loud why we're just now taking that deeper dive with the neighborhoods. We saw what happened with the overlay that we did over a year ago. The neighborhood really helped to fashion what we have in place now. That input is so valuable, and it's a way for us to really demonstrate that we're not just thinking about future residents, but we value and care about our current residents. So something got lost there, and for all of this time, why are we just now reaching out?
Well, as I explained in the presentation, I mean, this discussion has been going on for a number of years, and it really started to pick up in 2022 with the Sunrunner Rising Development Study. We did have a lot of neighborhood discussion and feedback with the NTM 1 map amendment proposal. And at that time, there was concern because the NTM 1 was extending into the residential portions of the neighborhoods. And in this particular case, based on that prior feedback, based on the fact that this is proposed within the boundary of the existing activity center, and it does not threaten to encroach into the residential portions of the adjacent neighborhoods. We felt that the initial feedback allowed us to proceed on this particular timeline. I don't think that we are particularly married to the dates for the City Council public hearings. We did try to pad some additional time in there so that if there was feedback after the commission hearing or the first council meeting, that we had time to make adjustments. But really for us, because the focus is within the lines of the existing activity center boundary, we wanted to make sure that the invitation and opportunity to meet was out. In the case of Central Oak Park, they were provided notice. Our initial emails went out in January, and they had come back and asked us to meet on March 31st. So I know obviously people have to plan and give some time on the agendas, but we can make adjustments if that is the direction that you would like us to go, and seek additional feedback from the associations. The invitation is out to do that.
Okay. Yeah, some of them only meet quarterly.
Mm-hmm.
More notice is really what's needed if you truly want to engage and stay in the timeline. I have no interest in changing this schedule. It's been delayed long enough. So we'll just have to work faster. These maps, so I was a little confused about the maps.
Yep.
Because it seemed to be telling two different stories. So we can go to 13. So I can kind of show you as an example, the urban 22nd Street map is on slide 13.
Okay.
So with all of these maps, you've got sort of the target area. So this one's in blue, and that is, it says parcels intersecting with buffers. That part is related to the activity center, correct?
The solid black line is showing the activity center, and the hatched line is showing 1/4 mile radius from the station.
Right. So the parcels in blue are the ones that would be affected by these changes.
All of the parcels in the activity center are going to have some increase in development potential. The ones that are inside the circle that are highlighted here in blue are going to have a additional development option. So here, let me go to this table right here. Okay, so here you'll see that map that you asked me to go to, slide 13, is the circles on the bottom right. So if you are in that circle on the bottom right and your parcel is highlighted in blue, the maximum development potential is 5.0 FAR.
Right. So what about the others that are within the dotted lines?
So the gap in between is an increase from 2.5 FAR to 3.0 FAR, and that is reflected on this map here. You see the parcels highlighted in blue? Those are the gaps in between the station locations, 1/4 mile. Outside the TOD. Is that answering your question, or am I focusing on the wrong geographic footprint?
I think so. It sounds like it steps down.
It does. In between the 1/4 mile radius, it is a lower development. It's 3.0.
But if it's in blue, then it's more?
Okay, on this staying with this image here, the blue parcels, okay, are outside the 1/4 mile radius, so they are 3.0 FAR. And if I go to the urban, these parcels are 5.0 FAR because they are within the 1/4 mile distance to that station.
Right. But what about So what about the parcels that are outside of the blue, but inside the circle?
Okay, so I'm gonna walk up.
Yes. And I'm sorry, it's just, it seems that there are just like multiple stories being told with one map. And we really need, and the people who live there really need to know what that means.
Okay, so you're talking about this right here.
Yes,
correct?
yes.
And this down here.
Yes.
Those are outside the boundary of the activity center. There are
Right.
no changes proposed there.
Okay, that's
as
what,
part of
okay.
this.
So I have a little bit of an issue with that.
Okay.
Because that's the line that's within a quarter of a mile. Isn't
Right.
that what we're supposed to be working on?
It is.
Isn't that what Kimley Horn told us?
The Kimley Horn study looked at several different options. In this particular case, with the text amendment, because we are using the existing activity center, we can move this forward and council can adopt changes within the solid line. Now, I know that this conversation is going to continue and there will be additional planning considerations beyond this particular discussion. There are a couple things that have been discussed in those areas that you asked me to point out. There have been discussions to allow duplexes. There have been discussions to expand the qualified criteria for NTM1.
Yes.
And you have that state TOD bill that would include those areas as well. If we were doing duplex or NTM1, we would have to go in and change the text of the comprehensive plan. We would then have to do a map amendment to put down those quarter-mile circles. But in the case of a duplex or NTM1 zoning, it would comply with the countywide rules language that has already been amended. And so that would be more of a city-level map amendment, comprehensive plan text amendment process. So that is one option we can take. If it's more expansive and it's intended to do more, like more multifamily or commercial, then we would have to do what is called an additional special area plan. And that would be to demonstrate compliance with the countywide rules. And we would have to then do comprehensive plan, text amendments, and map amendments. So in those cases, they're separate. They're more layered procedures. If we proceed just inside the solid black line, we can process that as a text amendment now and have that completed, and then continue to work on those areas in the quarter-mile radius.
Well, if I can understand that approach because we have the result that we can get more quickly, but then there's like, then the other step takes longer.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what I want. And that's why we've been working for this on years, not to do a little sliver. Because this right here, okay. The Sunrunner runs on First Avenues north and south.
Mm-hmm.
It does not run on Central Avenue. But everything north of First Avenue North and everything on the south side of First Avenue South is not even included in this. It's supposed to be the Sunrunner corridor that we're focusing on, and yet on going east and west, you've got one side of the street completely left out. So this is, I can understand trying to stick with text amendment for now, work on something bigger later, but even this is not enough. And so I'm hesitant to move forward with this because maybe it takes less time, but we're not going to get anything that really creates progress for us. It is so small, just like with NTM1. How many projects have been started under NTM1 since we passed that? Do you know offhand? Or
I wasn't ready with that exact number
I
today.
know.
There have been there are a number of projects that are moving forward under NTM1. And I will tell you that, you know, there are continued debates about this particular corridor and what is happening there now and the need and demand for new construction. We have a project I just evaluated at 37th Street and 1st Avenue South. Under the existing rules, they could build up to 41 units per acre. This is just west of the Burger King. It's under construction right now. They're developing at 17 units per acre. This is within 1 to 2 blocks walking distance to a bus rapid transit station. They could have built a much higher number and didn't. Now, I haven't talked to that builder to inquire about why did you choose this lower number, but those are the types of inquiries I am making with people because we are trying to find out. There's a community argument for increased densities and floor area ratios, but physically what is getting built is not always maxing out the development potential.
Which is exactly the message we should be sending to the neighborhoods or those who are concerned about too much happening, in their opinion. It doesn't all mean that. It doesn't mean if you have 72-foot height that everybody's going to build 72 feet. It
Right.
doesn't mean that if you have no parking minimums that nobody's going to build parking. There is the perception and then there's the reality. And clearly we have examples of what reality looks like when we allow for more. This entire thing has been about gentle density increases, and I think you and others have done a great job, along with City Council, working on this together to really define that and respect the neighborhoods. But when you have a circle drawn that's 1/4 of a mile, which is, it's done that way because that's about how far people will walk to go to a transit station. And when we only have a sliver of that, and part of that even excludes one side of the street where this BRT goes, for all the work that we've done, I feel that we've come too far to only get this far. I want more. I like the TDRs issue that was brought up, but we've had some challenges with TDRs, and so I wanted to ask you if you fixed that part.
The market seems to be working now.
Okay.
I know that a few years
I haven't
ago.
asked about it in a while, so I just wanted to make sure that we're kind of like we're on better footing with that, because it didn't really start out the way we thought it would. If that's fixed, I think that is a great element that we should consider for this. The parking minimums, again, this is a transit-oriented development effort that we're making. And it seems to be just fine with a lot of people. And I think having, aggressive parking minimums just kind of goes against what this is supposed to be all about. Tell me about this city affordable commercial space program. This is the one that we have it in there, but we don't have the program. When was that first introduced? When was the name of this program first incorporated? Do you recall?
It was.
Well, before you answer that, I just want to encourage. We have a lot of other people waiting to speak as well, and
I have 2 more very quick things after this.
Okay, if they can be quick, yeah.
Sure.
2019, and I can follow up separately. It was part of the storefront conservation corridor overlay discussion. There was a physical element to the land use and zoning code, and then there was an operational element, and this was part of the operational piece of it.
So it was several years ago.
Yeah.
we need to have something there. I mean, or just stop using it as part of these plans. The build out, I'm very interested in learning more about how this build out could be incorporated. This is something I've been talking to quite a few people about, both on the development side and on the retail or business owner side, about how that really is a tremendous barrier. And I know that there are challenges with building something out when you don't know what's going to go there, but there's a solution in there somewhere. So I'm looking for a solution to that problem, not just for this. And then as far as the translucent versus transparent, maybe we can consider, if you're doing translucent, require a septet evaluation be done and have that recommendation taken into consideration. So that could be something that could be based on approval with those requirements. But I said the most important part first. And I'm looking forward to seeing how we possibly move forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll give you an opportunity once we get through everybody to continue if you'd like.
I might.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councilmember Gerdes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just appreciated Councilmember Gabbard's comments about neighborhoods and just thought I would chime in, as I think I have 3 or 4 that touch on the west side. You know, I would tell you that we've been talking about this for a while in Eagle Crest, in Lake Pasadena, in Pasadena Bear Creek, and in South Pasadena. And I think they feel like this is a pretty good balance where it could be. I will say, to Councilmember Driscoll's point, my neighborhoods are very concerned with an increase when they don't see density happening already. And so they're very weary about like opening the door even further when we don't even see we see what's happening with Derek's example, excuse me. And so I think from my perspective, very happy with this plan. I think I would love to see Central Avenue continue to get investment on the west side. I think the Central Avenue redevelopment plan that happened a few years ago and I think finished early last year, our neighborhoods are supremely happy with that, and I've gotten a lot of good feedback on it, and I think they're hoping that helps spurs some of this development. So I really do think this has become a happy medium for the neighborhoods on the west side. I've gotten mostly good feedback on it. I will say there is some concern about the heights, you know, in areas like in between 58th Street and 64th Street that are facing First Avenues. But I think for the most part, they would take that over encroaching into the neighborhoods. And so I've gotten pretty good feedback on the changes that have been proposed over the last year. So just wanted to share that feedback. And I appreciate you wanting to hear about all the neighborhoods. So that's all I had, Chair. Thank you very much.
All right. Councilmember Givens, did you have?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Derek. I appreciate you. For the sake of time, will not echo some of the sentiments that my colleagues have already expressed. I too have spoken to some of those neighborhoods that are directly impacted. Palmetto Park, Central Oak Park, you know, and in those meetings, they've made it very clear, you know, they have concerns. We can talk more about this in a one-on-one, and I certainly, my concern is when the meetings are taking place with the neighborhood associations, it would be great if we as council members could be informed. You know, sometimes we have a direct connection with those neighborhood association leaders or members, and we can encourage them, can't make them, but encourage them to participate and give their feedback. They do have concerns about building height. There is concern about reducing that setback requirement from 20 to 10 feet. I did have a question though. I know you've spoken and we've talked a lot about neighborhood associations. How about business associations?
They're included.
Good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Then also, one of the things that we talked about was, you know, the parking requirement and mandates. that are being imposed. I honestly think those minimums from downtown are finding its way slowly in town into our residential neighborhoods. And that goes against what this overlay is all about. We want people to be utilizing our bus rapid transit system. And I think if you cause people to encroach upon the space of these businesses, what's going to happen is more people are going to be using their cars. And we don't want people to rely on their vehicles. We want them to use the Sunrider. So let's not be counterproductive there. I did have a question about one of the things that was brought up earlier, and that was, just a second. Actually, I'm good. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Okay.
Chair, I'm good. I have a couple questions, Derek, and I'm going to find you.
Thank you.
Take them up.
Okay. All right. I'll go, and then we should have time to go over again. So I'm just going to scroll back to the beginning and ask a couple of questions. Could you say a little bit more about the idea that this overlay is something that we could expand? Like, I know you've already mentioned Spark. Is the hope that we get to a point where we're comfortable with the overlay, and then when we go to expand it, there's not, we just expand it as it exists without changes being made? Because I'm assuming that would mean any changes made to the overlay would impact all the areas with the overlay.
I think I understand what you're asking. So if I'm not answering this correctly, just interrupt.
Okay.
Right. So I think I explained earlier, we tried to set this up so you can just plug in additional future TODs as they might come up. With regards to this one, we anticipate that there will continue to be a discussion about this and going outside those lines. If we go outside the lines, it will require additional map amendments, but depending on how it's done, we could come into this text section and just tweak this text section based on map amendments. But again, it really, there are a couple different pathways, and it depends on what is being proposed.
So I appreciate that, and that actually did lead to another one of my questions, but I guess I was just trying to figure out, like, is there one overlay in existence, and then whatever the standards are of that overlay would be applied to, say, 34th Street South if we were to put the overlay over 34th Street South as well? Does that make sense?
Staying with this one for a minute.
Okay.
First, one map amendment that would potentially need to be considered in the future is you have the existing activity center boundary. If we were going to do something, let's say commercial or multifamily within a quarter mile, we would need to amend the map to actually add the quarter mile radius to the map, because then any of your text regulations are going to refer to that quarter mile radius on the map.
Okay.
If we were doing 34th Street, which you identified, that would be, we would have to go through the whole map. We would have to go through the whole normal process. So we would have to develop a special area plan to show compliance with countywide rules. We would then have to do a map amendment to the future land use map. And we would have to likely, depending on how it's written, do comprehensive plan text and land development regulation text amendments.
Okay, that does help a lot. Yeah, I was trying to figure out what process looked like in the future when we were outside of this, and if I needed to look at this with the eye of what kinds of things might be advocated for in the future in different areas. But I hear that we'd have to go through the whole process, so it would be a whole separate conversation is what I'm imagining.
Yes, no, we would have to vet all these different proposals, but I'm just going to use this map as the example. Okay, so the cream colored area outside the line. If the proposal was to say duplexes would be allowed in. We would have to amend the map to add the quarter-mile radius. And then we could amend the text of this section to say within a quarter mile of those station locations, duplex housing would be allowed. We know that it would already comply with the countywide rules because in the countywide rules, they allow missing middle housing in these categories. That would be for duplex. The alternative is you have this NTM1 zoning out there. So if you wanted to allow up to 30 units an acre, 2 to 4 units per building within that radius. Again, the countywide rules are set up now to allow it because it's missing middle. We would have to change the map to create the quarter-mile radius. We would have to change the comprehensive plan and LDR descriptions for NTM because right now NTM is limited to frontage on future major streets. And if you were going into just say the radius, we would have to change the qualifying criteria to say, for example, frontage on future major streets or within a quarter mile of a approved and adopted bus rapid transit station. So there's additional qualifying criteria that would have to be written in there. But there are different approaches. Some of them we can just plug into this overlay text. Others might have to happen somewhere else because NTM1 is like a rezoning.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was kind of thinking more forward about activity centers around other transit options. But you did lead me into what my next thing was going to be, which was what would discussion look like outside of the area. So I appreciate you doing that. And I think, you're talking technical, but one thing that I would immediately have to consider is actually going and talking, like we said, to the neighborhoods. Some of them, it's an easier sell than others. Some of them are never going to accept it. I think we're all aware of that. So I wasn't going to get into that today because I am under the impression that you have long-term plans. We've talked about them, things like CRT to CCT in certain areas, other zoning plans that I want to work with you on that I think would be complementary to this. So I wasn't going to get into that today because I want to see us move something forward quicker, and I think this is the path to do that. So anyway, thank you for that is really all I'm saying. And then let me ask about manufacturing and lab usage. Was the feedback that they just didn't feel it appropriate for the neighborhoods? What was the feedback? Because that's like a core jobs thing that we wanted near transit.
That's how, as staff, we interpreted it. And we've seen a lot of clean operations come forward that are technically defined as light manufacturing, but would really be imperceptible if it was in an office storefront on a corridor. So we tried to keep the flexibility in there, but there was some concern that it would allow for some type of more traditional manufacturing use.
Smokestacks,
Yeah, I mean, just from a financial pro forma, I don't know that can even happen anymore in these locations. But
I think it's worth investigating what's possible and what, like, regulatory wise for us in our neighborhoods. But we have light manufacturing in my district that you would drive by, you could easily think it's an office building. So anyway, I think I wouldn't want to, it's worth a little more investigation, but I wouldn't want to cut that out at this point for sure. And then let me just ask real quick, the density and intensity, especially around the neighborhood area, those are recommendations from the study?
Yes, when you see this box on the lower left, that is clipped directly from the Sunrunner Rising study. That table is from the study. And I wanted to show that this is the maximum cap that they were recommending and demonstrate that we are also recommending the same.
Yeah, it's interesting because in the neighborhood one, it's actually just not much more. It's 2.5 to 3.0.
Right. And because it was such a small difference, that's why we did not recommend any bonus requirement here. It's just 3.0. So that could be 3.0 full market rate housing, for example.
Yeah.
But
it was just an interesting, I just would have thought that the study might have bumped that up. But, you know, if that's what they've justified, then I understand where it's coming from. All right. I've got some other stuff, but I do want to leave a minute or two for other people. So I'm going to move to parking. And because I know that's, I think, if we were to move this package forward, where most of the discussion will come from, because that's where AHAC spent most of their time talking about. I'm generally receptive to what you're showing here, but I just think it needs to be paired. Like, actually, I think the easiest way to make what you're showing here a reality is for people to understand that there's not much parking on Central Avenue already to begin with. I can think of one place that I go on Central Avenue in Grand Central that has a parking lot, and it's always full. So I guess if, you know, my advice in this respect would be to show people like what is and isn't actually possible, because Central Avenue doesn't have a lot of parking to begin with. That's on private property. And then just how to pair this with the idea that people will, that we might have, you know, a bad actor who, like we've seen in other places where they had pared down parking and they didn't tell people. I think that more than this thing, holistically, how we can have a little more impact and like making sure people actually tell people like, hey, if you rent this apartment, it doesn't come with a parking spot. Because that's what I think is going to be a big pitfall for us as well if we have stuff like that go on. So it's nothing for you today, but those are my concerns. And then you're going to get feedback from some of these neighborhoods that say there's already people parking in our neighborhood a lot. I don't know what assuaging that looks like, but I think we can get there. Okay. I'm going to leave it there because we just have a few minutes left, and Councilmember Gabbard's asked to go again. And
yeah, I just have two quick things. One, on the TOD supportive uses, where does grocery fall in on this list?
It's retail.
Does it fall under retail sales and service? Okay, just wanted to make sure because, I mean, you carved out things like drugstore, pharmacy, and other things. So I just wanted to make sure that it is included.
Yes.
Because obviously, something I care a great deal about and I think is important to the quality of life for these neighborhoods as we move forward. And then thank you for the call out on child care facilities. Very important on that as well. So as long as you assure me that is included, I am happy there. And then I just want to echo Councilmember Driscoll's point, I think specifically for me about the First Avenues. And I heard and was trying to follow your planning schedule, like if we do this, it's going to be this sort of schedule. If we do this, it's going to be this sort of schedule. To move the line, the black line, the solid line, to the north of First Ave North and the south of First Ave South, to include the entire avenue, does that as well create that more difficult process where the county now has to approve and all of that? So, okay. Because I'm trying to visualize this 20 years from now in my head if we don't get a little bit more done now and then this continues to stall and maybe falls off the radar. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. And then you have this hodgepodge, weird, like, I don't know. It's hard to visualize First Avenue North and South not being consistent on both sides, up and down that corridor. And to Councilmember Driscoll's point, That's the entire point of BRT and the stations.
Yes.
That's just really challenging for me. And so I agree with my colleagues in the sentiment that we want to move something forward. I wish that there was a path to know that we are going to continue to move parallel in additional changes and not have another year and a half or 2 years before something else then comes back to council again. And I don't know what that looks like from the administration. I don't know what that desire is to continue to move faster on other additions to this, but the whole First Avenue North and South thing, is just really hard for me to understand what eventually that becomes if this doesn't happen.
I definitely understand your concern about it. The way that we approach rezoning is we normally try to, in these cases where you have larger footprints and we have a rezoning come forward, we do try to think holistically about the entire streetscape, both sides.
Yeah.
And so when the Central Avenue revitalization plan was first being put together, it did include the outside parcels and it went to the alleys. As it started to move through the stakeholder engagement process and the adoption process, those boundaries then were refined to be the center line of the First Avenues because there was concern at that time about this encroachment into the neighborhoods. But the original discussion started with the alleys and included the outside parcels because that is how we try to approach rezoning applications.
And that was in 2012.
Yes.
It's been 14 years.
We're
a very different city. We're a much younger city.
Yes.
We're a city asking us to create spaces for walkability, for increased density.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying it's a very different world, and I think that goes all the way back to my first statement.
Yeah.
The input and making sure that we're really listening to the pulse of what is being asked of us now. So I'll leave it there because I know we're running out of time.
Yeah, we're out of time,
Yeah,
but
we're done,
Councilmember Driscoll, if you can make it in less than a minute, I'll let you go ahead.
Yes. Since this is all we have that can move forward quickly, okay, but we still have work to do on this. We absolutely have to start working now on the bigger picture, because only having half of the Sunrunner corridor included in this is not enough. It is not good enough. Second thing, 3 of the committee members here are also members of the Ford Pinellas Board. Yesterday in that meeting, we were given a fantastic presentation from one of the planners on ArcGIS. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
It creates a digital twin of a city, a neighborhood, a zone, a site plan, so that you can actually show people what a certain height looks like. So many things that it does. I wanted to make sure you're familiar with this, and have you used it, and have you considered using it to help tell the story with our neighborhoods, as well as with city council members, for that matter?
As a holistic presentation, no, but we have used software in the past with our GIS staff to assist the Development Review Commission with special exception and site plan review proposals. So there has been some work in this regard, but not in the holistic way like the presentation that you received yesterday.
Did you see that presentation?
I haven't seen it yet. I know
I'm
it was
gonna
on
send
the
it to you.
agenda.
I'm going to send it to you, and we're going to be talking about this more because it was fascinating, and it'll help us solve some problems with communication.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll. That's an excellent point. It was a very good presentation. Thank you very much. I'll say I'm really confident that we can get this done and get other things done in the future, so I appreciate the presentation. Thank you all so much today. It was a really good and substantive meeting. I knew you'd have lots of opinions, but we have PS&I coming up, so I'm going to call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Joylyn Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of Joe. And, but it was nascent. And I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, 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 and then you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in '08, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that people say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have it made, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
You know, the other day I was down close to the ballpark and I stopped at a fountain to get a drink, and a woman came up to me and said, you know, that's really the fountain of youth. You're going to turn younger. Do you have any idea what she was talking about?
Do you feel younger?
I do.
Good, it must have worked then. Our first tourist attraction here in St. Petersburg. You know, what allegedly Juan Ponce de Leon came looking for, we have here in St. Pete. A gentleman by the name of Edwin Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg and purchased a tremendous amount of land and owned actually land from 4th Street all the way down to the water, kind of where the Mahaffey Al-Lang is today. He decided one day to do some drilling because he saw a natural well and he hit it, I guess it was an artisan well. And when the water came onto shore, I think the people in St. Petersburg were going to run him out of town because it smelled really bad. It was, I think, the story I read, someone equated to a dozen raw eggs being broken open in an August afternoon in Florida set on the sidewalk. I don't know who was brave enough, but someone drank it. They tasted the water and they actually felt pretty good and it made them feel good. And before you know it, word got out. St. Pete had this reputation of being the healthiest city in the, in the nation. People were coming and filling their water jugs and drinking the water and everybody was feeling great. And then someone finally had to test the water and they did. And had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh. So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy water, right? So of course it was, the fountain of youth. Everybody was drinking and they were happy and they were great. So finally it got shut down and capped and regular potable water came through.
Why are we drinking beer? We should have
we should have the water from the fountain of youth. It made everybody younger again.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization, has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, you know, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I always encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained, and that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we called the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new History Center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
Today was a ribbon cutting for the Barack Obama Main Library in the city of St. Petersburg. I think it's a fitting tribute to President Obama and his commitment to education and knowledge, and it was really well received. I'm told over 1,000 folks came out here today, and just the joy and the energy from folks really reflected what St. Pete is about.
I could not be more excited. This is not just my district, this is my neighborhood. A big reason we chose this area was because we're so close to the library. My wife and I are avid readers. I'm really excited to be able to walk to such an amazing resource. It'll be full of programming.
I want the community, both our residents and our visitors, to wear the hinges out in this facility. This facility is so much more than just books. We've got 3D printers, we have engravers, we really have something for everyone at this facility.
You can tell there was a lot of attention paid to the small details, and that's what really makes a big difference. From the artwork that's on the wall to the flooring, just little things that when they all come together create magic, and I think that's what you see here.
After 5 years of having the facility closed, it is so exciting to be able to open this facility. I've had the privilege of walking through it numerous times, and to know that everybody that was in front of me was going to get to see it for the first time this morning, Christmas morning is the only way I can describe it.
The same moment I looked at the lake and the back doors of this library, a smile came over to my face and a calmness came over my soul. And I imagined generations to come finding a safe, unbelievably beautiful place to learn, to explore, and to grow. And in that moment, I felt the weight and joy of what this library represents to all of us here in the city of St. Petersburg, and a place of hope for our future. Thank you, and congratulations.
This is the municipal gateway to education. You can come here to learn to read, you can learn to socialize, you can get on a computer if you don't have something like that at home. It's really just an asset that shows high quality public goods can be delivered by your local government, and that's what we're doing here.
This library clearly has been designed not only for the way people are using libraries today, which is very different, but you can tell there was a lot of thought into planning for the future and how libraries will continue to evolve.
We're going to have the next leaders of our city and nation for generations start here at the main library, just like I did and many others did. So this is one of the best investments we can make in our city. Come down, get your library card, and build your journey to success right here.
How would you write a love letter to your city? The Sunshine City Mosaic is that love letter. The mosaic celebrates so much of why so many find St. Pete an awesome place to call home.
3, 2, 1.
Today was the unveiling and the grand opening of the Sunshine City Mosaic. The Sunshine City Mosaic is comprised of 9 different unique vignettes that celebrate our native Florida wildlife. It tells the story of the sunrise on Tampa Bay to the sunset out on the beaches.
It's the longest mosaic in Florida, 175 feet long, 750 square feet, 15,000 pieces, 3 artists. 931 days from the signing of the contract to today. There's really no words for today, for finishing it. It is now out in the world. We did what we could, and it is not ours any longer. It is everyone else's.
I had the opportunity to visit this mosaic one late afternoon around 5 p.m. in the middle of the summer. It didn't take long to realize what a true labor of love this project has been. What I remember most is my children running along the tiles, crouching down to examine the tiniest of details, tracing the shapes of the animals, with their fingers laughing and smiling as they explored and discovered. To them, nothing else mattered except the art beneath their feet. To me, that's what public art is all about. Capturing attention, sparking curiosity, and nurturing imagination.
Art is for our entire city, and we want it to be in every corner of the city, not just downtown. And that is our approach to inclusive progress for everyone. Everyone ought to be able to enjoy the best of St. Pete right in your neighborhood.
I hope that, it may not be obvious at first, but after spending some time with it, kind of do notice the underlying story of the east side versus the west side, and the different motifs that really point towards the unique ecological situation that we have here in our county.
What makes Florida so special is our ecology, is our water, is all of these wild and beautiful animals we have just right out in the bay. So I hope each and every person walks along this sidewalk, takes a moment to meditate and reflect on that, and that impacts their future decisions. That to me is really the power of public art.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home, or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere. Where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub. Where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone. Where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy. Where you can have drinks with your two-legged friends and your four-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're gonna encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging, for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had 2 pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the 2 biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1, Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3, Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5, Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, Corey Givens Jr., and District 8 and Council Vice Chair Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the February 19th, 2026 City Council meeting. Clerk, could I please have a roll call?
Gabbard.
Here.
Harding. Here. Hanowitz.
Here.
Sanders. Here. Driscoll.
Here.
Here. Floyd. Here.
Here.
Today we will have our invocation given by our neighbor and Pastor Don Warden. If you can please stand up. She's with Christ United Methodist Church. Then please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Shall we pray? Gracious God of wisdom and compassion, we pause before the start of this meeting to give you thanks for this city and all who call it home. We give you thanks for the brothers and sisters gathered here today who serve us with their time and money and energy and look out for St. Pete, her wealth of land, and her people. Guide the leaders here with clarity, humility, and courage, that their grace with one another and the subjects they must deal with is overwhelmingly pleasing to you, to the point that no one doubts that we are all extensions of you, God. Let us each see and feel your love for us as the inspiration for our unity and cooperation together. May every decision be shaped by justice, mercy, and dignity for each person, especially those who struggle to be heard, seen, or helped, but are our community brothers and sisters, alive with us, wishing for safety, hope, and opportunity. This we pray in your reverence and in your name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Thank you so much, Pastor, for the beautiful invocation. Council members, we have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion, a second. Clerk, if you can please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously.
Thank you. We have a consent agenda. Clerk, do we have any cards?
We do.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to call two speakers at a time. When I call your name, please go to an open podium, state your name, and cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council. The first two speakers are David Sokol and Brandon Scharf.
You can please go to one of the podiums, each of you, yes?
Good morning, David Sokol. I own Frescoes, and I'm happy to be here because there's an extension on the consent agenda. So procedurally, I'm not sure if I should have waited for that and just done it in the open forum. But as you know, I've had that restaurant for 24 years. We've been through so much. I've got 100 employees, and so we've been trying, my lease was set to expire on April 30th, and now there's been approved for another 1 year. I know that the decisions being made on the marina are very difficult, and you've tried all different types of things, and it's not an easy decision when it's so expensive to do something like that. And so we're just kind of caught within that because we are part of the marina. The one thing I would ask is if you just kind of maybe let me be included in any discussions, I'd be more than happy to submit unsolicited proposals. I've even offered to help pay for building a new restaurant at the location or right next door to it. Like I said, we've survived. Helene, we lost all of our equipment, $100,000 worth of equipment. 2 weeks later, Milton comes, and so we emptied the whole restaurant out, including everything and all of our walk-ins, and went over and donated thousands of dollars in food to the fire department because they had everybody there for the emergency. So we've continued to be a good citizen in town, support every charity that comes by and says they want a basket or something. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sokol. This is the right time to give comments for consent agenda.
Thank you for having me. My name is Brandon Scharf. I'm the general manager of Fresco's Waterfront Bistro. We just wanted to thank you sincerely for granting us the 1 year lease at the restaurant. I've been there 10 years now, and just the amount of employees, like David said, that we have and seeing them grow and succeed has just been a tremendous honor. And we just want to move forward and continue our work to serve and give to this community. So I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on consent agenda?
The final two speakers are Jennifer Bunt and David Sokol Jr. Please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
And go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Bunt. I wrote up something, so I'm going to use my 3 minutes for you guys. But from the bottom of our heart, we want to thank you.
Give your address, ma'am, please.
Oh, my address? 6878 19th Street North. From the bottom of our heart, we want to thank you for granting Frescoes the 1-year extension. Your decision means more to us than words can truly express. It gives us hope, it gives us time, and it reminds us that our story here still matters. Frescoes is not just a place of work, it is my home, it is my life, and it is my happiness. It is love. I have been there for 21 years. I raised all 3 of my children within those walls. They grew up on the waterfront, and the owner and his family have become my family. The staff is family. Our guests are family. That building holds decades of memories, laughter, tears, celebrations, and milestones. We have stood strong through every hardship that has come our way. We've endured the oil spill when the fear and uncertainty slowed our tourism and shook our waterfront. We survived COVID when our doors were forced to shut and our entire industry was turned upside down. We cleaned up and we rebuilt after hurricanes. We operated through years of peer construction, navigating road closures, limited access, and constant change. We absorbed every challenge and every storm and every setback, and we stayed. We stayed because this is our community. Frescoes has been the setting for first dates, proposals, weddings, rehearsals, birthdays, and so much more. We employ local families, we support local vendors, we welcome visitors from around the world and give them their first glimpse of our beautiful waterfront. We are part of the heartbeat of St. Petersburg. As you look toward the future and consider plans for our waterfront, I ask you, please do not forget about us. Do not leave us in the dark and include us in the vision. Also allow us to continue growing alongside the city we love so deeply. We are not just a restaurant asking for time, we are a part of St. Pete's history. We are a part of its present, and we want to be part of its future for decades to come. This saying goes hand in hand. We are St. Pete, and we are Frescoes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm David Sokol Jr., obviously. That's my father. Very thankful for you guys for doing this for us. I started working there when I was 14. I'm now 28.
Your address, or just if you're with Frescoes, you can say that.
Oh, 1400 74th Circle Northeast.
Thank you.
Like I said, it's been a very, very part of my life, very, very long time. I started working there for 10 plus years now, and you know, I left to play baseball. I came back because I love it so much, and we couldn't thank you enough for what we've done. We've won Best of the Bay 5 years in a row for Best Waterfront Restaurant, thanks to our local beautiful people of St. Pete who vote for that through creative loafing. And it's been a tremendous success. Like they said, we've overcame so many hardships throughout the years. It's been a terrific part of my childhood, my friends' childhood. They all they recommend Frescoes to everyone. Everybody I play golf to, I recommend Frescoes to. I'm not trying to sound biased, but it is one of my favorites in the city. But I might sound a little biased, but that's just my opinion. But once again, thank you guys so much for everything. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No more speakers, Madam Chair.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. On the consent agenda, there are 2 items that I didn't want to pull for efficiency's sake because I just consider them to be good news items that I'd like to point out. And I will start with item CB5, which is the renewal of the lease for Frescoes. And I appreciate that David and the team have been able to come here to speak on that. It's very touching. And I'm very proud to support this, and I want to take the opportunity to thank you all for being part of St. Petersburg and our waterfront for so long. Frescoes has been around for more than 20 years. It's one of the legacy businesses that we talk about when we talk about the new legacy business program that's launching now. And I do hope that as we move forward with our plans for the municipal marina redevelopment, that we will be able to move toward the future with Fresco's standing by our side and bringing that past, bringing that rich tradition forward with us as we envision the new marina. But for today, I just want to thank you for being such a jewel on our waterfront and for all that you've done for the community as well. The other item that I wanted to bring up was item CA1, and that is regarding the selection of Wanamaker Jensen for the A&E for our new police canine compound. This is something that I have been very passionate about since the first year I was on City Council. We've talked about it many times over the years, and I'm so excited to see that we're at this point now, really moving forward with a location and a plan. This is something that is going to help enhance public safety by enhancing the canine work through this facility. And I'm just really excited to see this on our consent agenda today. I see that we have, I didn't know if any members of the police department wanted to speak on it at all, but Chief Kavasov, since you just walked in, I will tell you thank you so much for all of the work that you have done on this. It's really wonderful, especially my last year on council. I can see that it may not be finished by the time I leave, but we got the ball rolling. And I just appreciate that so much. If you want to speak at this time, you're perfectly welcome to. I'm not used to your shirt and tie thing. I had to do a double take when you first walked in.
I didn't wear a uniform today, so I had to dress down a little bit. No, but it was great. So it's moving forward, and I appreciate everybody's assistance with that. It was nice to be able to pick out the design team. We're looking at trying to get the construction manager on board and moving that project forward. It's going to be great. It's long overdue. It's going to get them out of the area that is right next to Lake McGorry and open it up for fire department, be able to expand their operations as well. So thank you, everyone, and we really do appreciate it.
Thanks. Yeah, it's truly a win all around for everyone.
It really is.
And there were many very qualified teams that bid on this, but I feel extremely confident that Wanamaker Jensen will be able to create something that we're proud of.
Yes, they will.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll. Well,
Move approval.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. I just want to say I agree. I'm very excited about the canine compound already, getting the ball rolling, which has been rolling for a few years already. I know a lot of us have been dealing with this since we first got on City Council and even before. So it's nice to see that it's going in the right direction. And also thank you, Fresco's, and everyone here on behalf of Fresco's for the work that you do, and very excited about the extension. We have a motion, a second. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Thank you. Now we move on to open forum. Clerk, do we have speakers?
We do.
Can you please read the rules? Thank you.
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. Applause is not permitted except in connection with awards and presentations. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, The chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only. And I'm going to call 2 speakers at a time, Madam Chair. First 2 speakers, once you come up to the podium, please state your name, address, or cross street, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Mark Ferguson and Jordan Starr, I believe that's what it is. Please go to either podium.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak today. Mark Ferguson, 7937 9th Avenue South, St. Pete, Florida. I'm here to talk about the Booker Creek Trail. We're so excited that this is finally happening. It's taken years and years, and I want to personally thank Evan Morey for staying on top of it with the city and finally getting this thing done, and it's all coming together. So we can't wait to have this connector that will connect neighborhoods, businesses, and more growth in the city for more jobs. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Jordan Starr, 126 14th Ave Northeast, partner at Ellison Development, and I just wanted to echo kind of what Mark was saying. We're fortunate enough to be developing property here in the best market in the country, and you know, by the time I was brought into the fold on the CSX conversion, a ton of work had already been done. Evan Morey, Doug Hadaway, Trust for Public Land, but we were an extremely enthusiastic yes to join the team and really help in any way we possibly could to emphasize what this potentially could be, and connecting the residents to the north down to Central Avenue and helping enhance the energy that's already there, and really promoting Booker Creek to be the amenity that it can be for the Edge. So just wanted to come out, thank you for the time, and hope you support it. Thank you.
Next 2 speakers, Madam Chair, Justin Quinor, I believe that's what it is, and Nicole Waters. Please go to either podium, state your name, address, or cross street, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, City Council. My name is Justin Cournoyer. I'm a resident at 1026 9th Avenue South in Campbell Park. I'm the Vice President of the Campbell Park Neighborhood Association. I'm a local transportation safety activist, and like a quarter of my neighbors in Campbell Park, I live day to day without a car. I'm here to talk to you about something unrelated to the agenda, but very important to me and my neighbors. I'm talking about Dr. MLK Street in St. Petersburg, and the topic is One Road, Two Realities. And complete streets funding for MLK Street South. MLK North and South have similar daily traffic volumes. They're the same size road, it's the same city. However, MLK North had 32% fewer crashes than MLK South in the last 5 years of data collection. Since the MLK North bike lane was installed in 2018, there's been a 19% reduction in crashes. MLK South in that same time period had a 15% increase in crashes. MLK South had 2 times the number of crashes, resulting in serious injuries or death for pedestrians and cyclists. 17 people were seriously injured or lost their lives on MLK South. Those are neighbors that are no longer with us or have had their lives forever changed or are living with a disability. So what's the difference between the 2 sides of the road? MLK North has a protected bike lane. It has mid-block crosswalks. It got the complete streets treatment. MLK South doesn't have any of that. We also see that when we do road protections like bike lanes, they protect more than just people outside of cars. They also reduce crashes for those inside of cars. MLK South is in the high injury network of streets. It sees a disproportionate number of crashes. So we've had this complete streets plan for more than 10 years. We've spent years planning. We just finished the Southside Mobility Study, which included a walk audit of MLK South. That plan only received $750,000 for implementation across the entire South CRA with 30,000 people in it. It's only enough to build maybe 2 or 3 crosswalks. Ford Pinellas has MLK South, completes funding as number 26 at the very bottom, with no foreseeable date for funding. I believe that we're in a crisis of public health, and I believe that you as City Council have the power to actually save people's lives. We can't wait for federal or state grants anymore. Many of you mentioned complete streets funding in your budget priorities this year, or for next year. So I'm asking for us to fund complete streets using city funds and also South CRA funds. We know that there's money in the CRA for more than just developing housing, which is important. I think we can do more with the South CRA dollars. The Southside neighborhoods are organized with me, and we're ready to see the change. It's shameful that a decade has passed with only one side of MLK receiving improvements, while the other side, we're seeing people losing their lives.
We're a little bit fatigued by the years of planning, and we're ready to see some action. Please fund Complete Streets conversion for MLK South. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Nicole Waters. My address is 8119 36th Avenue North, and I'm here representing the EDGE Board of Directors. And like you heard from Mark Ferguson, we are also in favor of the transfer of funds in order to support the Booker Creek project. We understand the positive impact it will have on our community and our businesses, and we're very excited to see that project move forward. Thank you.
You.
No more speakers.
No more speakers. Okay. We close open forum, and now we move to reports. First up, we have our St. Pete Police Department quarterly report. Good afternoon, Chief Holloway.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. So this report going to cover for our fourth quarter, end of the year for October, November, and December. So for 2025, the last quarter, we had one homicide. That one homicide was drug-related, and the person is in custody. I'd like to also mention that in the year of 2025, we had 10 homicides. We closed out 9 with an arrest. We are working on the other one, just waiting for some more information to come in. We should be able to close that one out. In 2024, we closed out all our homicides with an arrest, and we did the same thing in 2023. All homicides were closed with an arrest. Good report you can see from the GRIT team. Third quarter, we had 70 assigned cases. This quarter, we had 36, so that shows that there's been a reduction in gun calls for the end of the year. Guns stolen out of cars. We see that trend go up and down, but staying steady. I think we're probably going to try to get it down to at least maybe 10. Wishful thinking. But we did have 32 guns that were turned into us also during the same period of time. We saw a slight uptick in crime for the fourth quarter. Robberies were up, and also motor vehicles were up. But we normally see that if we follow our trend for the year, we always see an uptick in the fourth quarter of every year. And that could be due to the fact that kids are out of school, things are just, but every fourth quarter we see an uptick in crime. With that uptick in crime, we also saw an uptick in arrests. But overall, the good news is crime is down in the city, and we just want to make sure we highlight that. And I know the mayor said something yesterday at the State of the City address. Homicide, that's the lowest it's ever been since 1967. So that just says a lot about everyone, and I like to call it TIC. It's due to technology, it's through the investigation, and it's through community. Those three things involved in it, you're seeing a deep decrease in crime in every category. Citations are down, our accidents are going down, our fatality accidents are going down, but we're still doing enforcement. As you can see on our Facebook page, we still tell people when we're coming, whatever we're coming to, and we still write a lot of people for speeding in the neighborhood. We give them a warning, but they still want to speed, and we're more than happy to give them a ticket. Our second chance program is doing quite well. The 3 that did not succeed, 2 did not show. The other one that did show up for the training, he was being very disrespectful so we asked him to leave. This is going to be the last time you see this second chance program here. We've now partnered with the Sheriff's Office and also with Ford together. So now we're going to take that program and put it on a bigger scale, because we're already addressing the kids that are on felonies. So we still are going to give the kids services right away and just move into a different category. Our home unit, again, working with the Sheriff's Office and other agencies throughout, we still monitor our kids. Our PATH team is still doing a great job making contact. We're going to start seeing an increase in that because the weather is cold up north, so everybody comes down to visit us during the wintertime, but the team is still out there making contacts and giving referrals to our people that are in need and that want the service. Park, walk, and talk. As I spoke to the officers, I told them I want quality park, walk, and talk, so you may see that number go down. And what I mean by that is, just because you check out the Wawa's and you get a cup of coffee, that's not a park, walk, and talk. That's getting a cup of coffee at Wawa's. So what I want them to do is actually get out. They're still talking to people, but I want them to walk in their zone. So we looked at those numbers, and we just want to make sure that we're doing exactly what we say we're doing. Eagle Eye program, we got another 15 people. Again, you're going to see that change a little bit because technology is changing. And what I mean by that is within the next couple of months, you'll probably be hearing from people that have doorbell. And what they're going to do, they're linking with another company. So when we go to an area, they can tell us who in that area has a doorbell or whatever ring. And then we can contact that person automatically, and we can do an upload from there. So that's going to help out within the next couple of months. Hopefully that'll work out for us. Use of force, we had 404. Of that 404, we had 1 complaint, and that's right now in the Office of Professional Standard, and that is under investigation. The call program, as the mayor talked about, and thanks to, again, the city council, you can see we're still going strong. 97% of the calls that we're going on, again, is without law enforcement, and the key thing is 0 injuries. Forward Together, that's what I talked about, second chance. We're going to be moving more things toward that. 62% of the kids that are in this program, again, they're not reoffending. We're giving them the tools they need, the job they need, and we're helping them out with that. The arts, you saw that yesterday. We're still working with kids. We're giving money toward those programs. And Clearwater for Youth, again, these are the kids that are involved, and we want to make sure to take care of kids that are involved in athletics, paying for equipment that they need, that the parents can't afford it. So we're still giving them costs for that. And our PAL program, where we still work with our kids together. So with that, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for the report. Just a few quick questions for you. And we'll start with the slide. They're not numbered, but the one that has some detail on crime in St. Pete being down. This was a big announcement that was made recently. And the slide tells part of the story, and it gives examples. It covers homicide, robbery, and auto theft. So is that where the numbers come from? Is just from those 3 categories?
No, ma'am, they do not. So it also comes from aggravated assaults are down by 19%. Larcenies are down by 16%. And then they do a subcategory that we report to Florida Department of Law Enforcement. So violent crimes overall is down by 15%, and property crime is down by 16%. Overall crime is down by 16%. So those are all the categories. The only category that is up is forcible sex, and the reason why that's up by 12% because they changed the category on that. So if someone touches a female or touches a male, that counts. Or so fondling, so those got added to that category. So I'm not saying rapes are up, it's just because they added different things in there, we saw an increase in that.
Okay. And then when you were talking about this slide, you mentioned the TIC.
Oh, just technology, investigation, and community.
Okay, so those are the 3 keys to this number, right?
Yes, ma'am, it is. That's for all the crime, because the technology we have, the investigation, the officers, and community involvement.
Right. So it sounds like there have been improvements in each of those categories.
Yes.
Can you give some examples, just real quick?
Sure. So through our department at ATF, we have the NIBA machine, and that's the machine, again, about the, we recover the shell casing. Instead of us waiting 3 or 4 months now, we're getting those back in 3 or 4 days. The way we take fingerprints, our license plate reader, just all the technology, our drones. So we just have a lot of things now that we can put right out that gives the investigators a good lead. So when they're talking to a suspect or a subject or talking to the community, they have all that data. And then the biggest thing is the community providing us information, giving us leads so we can solve these crimes. Mm-hmm. So those 3 components working together, we keep continuing to see crime going down. You can go on our webpage and you can see it's not just this year, within the past 4 or 5 years, I shouldn't say that, within the past 10 years, we had a trend down except during COVID years. So crime has continued to trim down in the city of St. Petersburg.
Right, right. It seems like whenever you come to give the quarterly report, you talk about how crime is down with very few exceptions. So it's great that that trend is continuing. Moving on to the numbers that you had on the PATH unit. This is just a suggestion. We look at this and I see, in the fourth quarter, there were 603 total contacts made. I'm starting to wonder, where are those contacts being made? Is there a significant number that's in one certain neighborhood or one certain part of our city? What does that look like in terms of neighborhoods or zip codes? I'd love to just see the geography of this.
And I can get that to you. It's gonna take some time because I think
yeah.
the path unit, and then I can see the path unit is citywide, so I'll get those numbers, or I'll get the XY coordinates for you, and I'll be more than happy to share that with City Council.
Right. And I think that would be important to show that not only is the path unit citywide, that's because the need for services and the need for that outreach is citywide as well. It'd be great to see that illustrated in some way. Anytime. Thanks. And then finally, with the Park Walk and Talk numbers, I'm glad that you've been clarifying that with your team and making sure that everyone knows what it is and what it's not in their everyday work. And I appreciate it when I do see our officers out doing that and having those great conversations with our neighbors. In the downtown area, that's where you use a lot of the golf carts or the mules for the officers to get around. Is that, if they're driving around in one of those, is that considered PWT time? Because
no, ma'am,
it's still a vehicle, so.
Still a vehicle, so it's not a park, walk, and talk. They're driving around a vehicle. So it either could go down as a directed patrol because the commander could say, hey, there's a hot spot, so I want you to go to that area. So then it'd be classified as a direct patrol, so that number is captured also. But if they're just driving around in a golf cart, no, that's not a park, walk, and talk.
Okay. I just had a couple of people in recent weeks mention that they don't think they see police officers walking around downtown as much as they used to. And I was trying to figure out why that might be. And I didn't know if that had something to do with it. If they're being in one of the golf carts actually is the same thing to you as them being out walking around.
No, ma'am, and they're covering a large area, so if they were just walking around, they wouldn't be able to cover the whole area they're supposed to be covering.
Right.
So they may be in a golf cart, drive to another location, they don't get out and do a PWT, but as they're driving around, no, ma'am, that's not a park, walk, and talk. That's driving around.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, and thank you for everything that you and the rest of the department are doing to help keep people safe. I just one more thing, when we talk about the numbers and crime being down, that really is something to celebrate. I want to make sure that the public's perception of safety is right there with it, that is growing as crime is going down. So crime might be down in the numbers, but the perception of public safety might still be lagging. And so that's where I think we've got some work to do, and I look forward to talking with you more about that as we go on.
Well, and I've said it before, the police department cannot reduce crime. We can reduce the fear of crime, and because one person could get out and he or she could commit 10 burglaries that day, then I'm going to come to you and say, hey, guess what? I had 10 burglaries, but it was one person. But as long as somebody can go out in the middle of the night and they're not afraid of being robbed or their house being broken into, then that's our job. That's our main job as a police department. But city this size, you're going to have crime. There's nothing that we can't stop that. But if people are not afraid to go out at night, which they're not, because we know how downtown the city is very busy and is very active, so we just got to make sure that we continue to lock our cars, lock our homes, report when you see something stolen or see something suspicious, that we can continue to work on that. So as a city, we're doing great with law enforcement technology and also with the community help.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chief, for being here today. Technology, investigation, and community. Those are very important, 3 pillars. I want to talk a little bit about technology because I had a conversation with one of the chiefs this week about a situation that occurred at Citrus Grove and how technology actually helped solve one of the investigations that you all had. I want to talk a little bit about this Eagle Eye program. I think some of the gaps that we have in the program is just not everybody has access to the technology. Would you agree to that, Chief?
Yeah, if people do not buy a doorbell or ring, whatever they call it, yeah, if you don't have a camera on your home, then we don't have access to that.
And we talked about that, and I was wondering from administration's perspective, is there an opportunity for us specifically in neighborhoods that may be more crime prone to look at investing some of our CRA dollars into purchasing some of those Ring doorbell cameras?
We can certainly research it, council member. I'd want to talk to the city attorney's office about that type of investment, what programs we have set up, private property investment. So there's some things we would have to think through there.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I was just wondering, maybe if there was some sort of rebate program we could offer, I don't know, just to supplement the cost of that. Because again, economics, right? Socioeconomic conditions, that is a barrier. And we have to acknowledge that. And I think if we can work with the community to try to plug in those gaps and fill that need, that could definitely help support our community and help lower that crime rate that we talk about. Again, we can't expect police to solve every single problem, but I certainly think that the onus and the responsibility should also be placed on neighbors. Neighbors playing a part in the role of solving these problems and also safeguarding our community. Public safety is an issue. And I think if we don't invest in that technology and invest in our community, then the problem will continue to worsen. You talked a little bit about an investigation. It's my understanding there was an arrest some time back. I don't know if this investigation was connected to the arrest where there was a use of force investigation that was taking place. Was this the one that you were referring to, Chief, in your report?
Yes, sir, and that's on investigation, so I cannot talk about it.
No, yeah, no problem. But what I want to talk about is the investigation process, because I'm big on transparency and trying to be as transparent as we can to the general public, because people ask me and I ask you. So I just want to talk about that process. What does that process look like whenever there is that internal affairs investigation? Who's involved in it, and how long does it usually take?
Sure. So once the complaint is filed and is shipped to the Office of Professional Standards, they will interview the witnesses. They will interview the victim or person that's filed a complaint. Once all that is done and compiled, then they will bring the officer in, the accused officer. Then he or she will get a chance to look at that, then make a statement, and then from there it will be reviewed by myself and the 3 assistant chiefs. And we'll make a finding on whether the conduct was it founded, unfounded, sustained, and then we'll release that to the public.
So that timeline could take approximately how long?
There's a set timeline, and I can't remember. I think it's 60 days or 90 days that we have to have it completed. I'm not sure exactly. It might be 120 days, but it has to be done within that period of time.
If you don't mind following back up with me on that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Chief, thank you very much. The stats you present aren't, we don't have anything to compare it against. But I have to assume that this city is doing a much better job than most. Actually, I looked into it. We are doing a much better job than most. And I think that the page that you put up that is most poignant, that I wanted to make sure that we didn't overlook, is the one that I think you alluded to. We had 16 complaints for the past 6 months in total. But at the same time, we had 354 commendations. And that goes back to a conversation I had earlier today about vision and culture. And to work in an industry where most of the interactions that you have with your customers, if you will, start off negative, to have 354 commendations speaks volumes to you and your command staff. And that's evident by having the officers go out and do walk and talks and trying to create positive environments. But all those commendations didn't come from what started out as a positive interaction. Some of them came out. Some of them came out of what started off as a negative interaction. And I want to make sure that everyone watching understands that this is a culture issue. That things are going very well in this city because you and the command staff and the officers have created an environment where there is trust. And there is a belief that we're going to come and help you. And I really wanted to thank you for that and make sure that we recognize that 354 compared to 16, I'd take the 354 any day. So congratulations on that. Wanted to make sure that we highlight that. That's a pretty big deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for mentioning it, and yet you're absolutely correct, because you think we use force 404 times, we've got one complaint, so that says a lot about what we're doing out there.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Chief, for the quarterly report. I didn't realize that Wawas were so popular for coffee. We have a lot of coffee shops in the city, so they can spread the love while they park, walk, and talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have F2. We have Advanced Air Mobility Task Force, the final report and recommendations, and we have our former council member, Ed Montanari, who is doing the presentation. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair Hanowitz. It's great to see you, City Council, staff. It's good to see everybody. Thank you for inviting me here today to make a presentation on the work of the Advanced Air Mobility Task Force. We tried to write this report in a way that a layperson who might not be knowledgeable about aviation, this emerging technology, city issues, things like land use and zoning, could pick up the report, read it, and understand it. And we moved all the technical information into the appendices. So if you want to dive down deeper, there's websites, links to technical information, and all kinds of things like a glossary there in the report. We also included a short narrative on the history of aviation here in the city of St. Petersburg. As many of you know, we have a rich history here. The first airline began right here in the city of St. Petersburg in January 1914, and we see a correlation between that first airline flight and where we all are now with this emerging technology with advanced air mobility. So today I'm going to review the mission that you gave us, the processes that we took to study it, subject matter experts that came to our meeting, and then go over our recommendations. This was the mission that City Council and the Mayor gave the task force. Our mission was clear and concise. This slide is right out of City Council Resolution 2025-106 that you passed in February of last year. The first two bullet points there evaluate the role of Albert Wood Airport in accommodating advanced air mobility, and the second one, evaluate the need for standalone vertiports within the city of St. Petersburg. From my perspective, those were like the heart of the recommendations, but we went into a level of detail on all of them. It took a sustained effort by many people and organizations to make this report possible, and we have a great group of citizens here in our city that need to be commended for their work to study, understand, and make meaningful recommendations to address the mission that you gave us. I'd like to take a moment and have the task force members stand up so I can introduce them. I see Walt Triggers. Can you stand up? I know Max Glazier is here. Max is here. Is there anybody else here from the task force? Not seeing them. They need to be commended for the work that they did, and everybody did to make this happen. We also had as you know, a wonderful staff and great staff support. I was asked when I came here if one of our recommendations was to recommend that Beth Herendeen gets a raise, and I said, well, we just love Beth in the way that she kind of came into the task force about halfway, a little past halfway through our process, and has jumped in with everything else she's got going on. She's an amazing lady that knows how to get things done, and I call Beth a happy warrior because she does things in a positive manner and is just very effective. Our legal team is totally amazing also. Brett Pettigrew, for some reason, always seems to get the short straw with really tough assignments. I don't know if Jackie has it out for you, but this was not one of those assignments. This was a whole lot easier, but Brett, you did a wonderful job of helping us kind of come up with a process when the going got tough, especially when we started making our recommendations. When you have a 12-member task force, it can get kind of complex, and you kind of helped us through that process. Ben James and Sarah Lucker were fantastic also in helping us on the legal front. Rich Lesniak, Rich and I go way back. Rich is right over here to my right. Rich and I started working together almost 20 years ago on the task force after the referendum in 2003 on what to do with Albert Woodard Airport. Janie Ullman, as everybody knows, Janie keeps the trains running on time here at City Hall, and she was the perfect person for the role that she played in the task force. And finally, Doug DiCarlo with ESA. He's our consultant, and Doug did a wonderful job on helping the task force out also. You've seen this slide before. This was our schedule in the meetings that we had, and we brought in a lot of subject matter experts, and we dug down deep on this project, and we had our first meeting on April 23rd of last year, and our last meeting was January the 26th. We spent most of our time in kind of the education phase of the task force and learning about all the subjects that you all wanted us to look into, and then we got into the recommendations, and that was difficult, but we came up with everything that addressed everything that you all wanted us to look into, and then we took up our final report, and that we reviewed it and adopted it in a unanimous vote of the task force. Before I get into the specific recommendations, there are some kind of the larger issues that we we looked into to kind of guide us when we came up to with recommendations. I'm not going to go through every one of these bullet points, but I do want to touch on some things. The foundation to aviation is safety. Without safety, nothing's going to take off. So advanced air mobility needs to be safe, and it needs to be reliable. The city of St. Petersburg was a leader back in 1914 with the advent of the first airline. It needs to be a leader in advanced air mobility. We want to protect the existing uses at Albert Woodard Airport. That needs to be a priority. What we don't want to do is have a trade-off of introducing advanced air mobility and then not allow the current users of the airport to operate as they need to. We have the same feeling with non-aeronautical uses. We don't want to interfere with the Grand Prix or any other business that's not an aeronautical use at the airport. Advanced air mobility needs to be integrated into regional state transportation planning initiatives. When I was introducing the task force members, we had the head of the Ford Pinellas, Whit Blanton, on the task force, and he played a real key role in our study because that addresses this integration that is essential. And then the last bullet point on that first set, a robust public engagement strategy is essential. And that, I just want to report to you all, that does not seem to be happening right now, and it needs to happen. This technology is going to transform the way that people get around. And we didn't have a whole lot of people come to task force meetings. I don't know if people are aware that this technology is coming, but it is going to change the way we do business. Getting into the recommendations, Paul or Chan, can you put up figure B, please? So I wanted to talk a little bit about vertiports, because a lot of people think that vertiports are the only way that you could take off and land a advanced air mobility aircraft. And if you think about Albert Whitted Airport, and we didn't know this when we first started studying it, but we have helicopters operating out of Albert Whitted Airport, and we've had them operating out of the airport for years. What I didn't know, and what a lot of us didn't know, is we don't have a helipad on Albert Whitted Airport. We have a designated parking area for heliports. And the reason for that is on this slide here, you can see the yellow lines that parallel the runways. And those lines are 500-foot setbacks from the operating runways. And you're not allowed, the FAA does not allow you to have heliports, and vertiports are going to be like heliports within those boundaries and have active flight operations going on. So how helicopters operate out of Albert Whitted Airport is they operate kind of like an airplane. They've got to come down the approach corridor, and then once they get over the landing zone, then they can air taxi to their parking spot. And as you can see on the north side of the airport, north of the main runway, there's no place to put a vertiport within that 500-foot boundary, but we're recommending that we have parking spots in the vicinity of the terminal, both north of the main runway and south of the main runway. And then the two V's that you see on the southern part of the runway, in the future, we want to have, that's the place where we think we can have vertiports. And on this slide, you can see kind of the yellow area that is the arrival and departure path that the FAA requires. And that's why we superimposed it over that vertiport. That's a little bit north of the Albert Whitted water treatment facility there. But that's the path that we would have to put up there. So Paul, can we go back to the presentation, please? So in the short term, within the next 3 years, we're recommending that we designate parking spots for advanced air mobility aircraft. We install electrical charging stations. Along with that, we need to have the fire safety systems in place. We want to utilize the existing runways like I talked about, and we need public accessibility, and that's what the terminal is going to be, is used for. And then in the longer term, we want to build dedicated vertiports based on the market demand, and those vertiports would be on the south side of the airport, like I showed you. All like I mentioned before, all the improvements need to be integrated with this existing flight operations, and then both for aeronautical and non-aeronautical uses. Another big recommendation is to follow up with this task force report. We're recommending that a alternatives analysis study be done on Albert Whitted Airport, and that is like a mini master plan to specifically identify exactly where the parking spaces would be, the vertiport infrastructure would be, and how it's all going to be integrated together. And it will also have some specific funding guidance in there. On standalone vertiports, our big takeaway on this one was, as we discussed this item, we made a determination that the market needs to decide where standalone vertiports are going to be outside of the airport. We didn't want to identify certain places that vertiports should be within the city. We have like general guidance, they should be close to different areas, and it's in the report. But when it comes to specifics, we thought that the market needed to determine where that should be. The city does need to create the minimum standards for these standalone vertiports. And that list there with the operations and airspace, charging stations, fire safety systems, public accessibility, and noise and visual impacts all need to be considered. So the city needs to come up with those standards. Some of you may remember a few years ago there was a demonstration over at Tampa International from a company called Volocopter that flew an eVTOL, and their operation was like a flying Uber, and they wanted to put these on top of buildings, and I think those are the types of things that the city needs to consider on how that would work. The city needs to continue to stay engaged with this industry. As we met and had our task force meetings, we met about every 3 weeks, and the amount of information that changed from the previous meeting was amazing, whether it was regulations that were being put forward or industry changing uses, and it's one of these rapidly evolving industries that we need to stay on top of. Federal and state grant opportunities need to be established, and then our city code needs to be updated also. We had Derek Kilborn come in and give us a briefing, and we don't have minimum standards for either vertiports or heliports in our code, and so that needs to be updated. And then when it comes to standalone vertiports, the city needs to create a process to approve new vertiport and heliport sites. So one of the things that I mentioned in one of our meetings was, you think about some of this new construction that's going on downtown, and let's say a building owner comes to the city and says, I want to put a vertiport on my building. How do I go about doing that? And we don't have any process. We haven't thought that through. So that needs to be developed. And then when it comes to regional planning, we need to work with the state and federal agencies and our MPO. One of the big recommendations on this slide is to create corridors to allow advanced air mobility aircraft to transit to certain areas. There's a lot of destinations on this map, but the number one and the number two priority is connecting Albert Whitted Airport to Tampa International Airport, because a lot of these OEMs are pairing up with airlines. So an airline is going to be able to sell a ticket from, let's say Delta Airlines, from Atlanta to St. Petersburg. And we need to have that corridor to connect to Tampa International. The other thing that's happening very quickly in the state, in the updates I told you about how the state is very aggressive in this area, the state has built the SunTrax, which is the far western part of this map here. It says SunTrax Air Ground. SunTrax is kind of like a combination autonomous vehicle test center for ground-based autonomous cars, but also advanced air mobility. And what we need to concentrate on is getting a connection to that test center so that they come to St. Petersburg. I think it's essential that the city of St. Petersburg begin advanced air mobility operations as quickly as possible. And then we need to promote and coordinate advanced air mobility across the region. This last recommendation that we have is to create what what we call the Janus Center for Aviation and Innovation. Our city has been an innovative city since its founding. We're studying a disruptive industry that is going to change the way that the world works. And I want to make sure that we cover the education, the training, the workforce development side of it, but I also want to bring manufacturing, whether it's components or vehicles, but I want the city of St. Petersburg, and we're recommending the city of St. Petersburg be a leader in this industry. And this is one of the thoughts that I have moving forward. Yesterday, I had a very good conversation with Becca Brown from Spark Labs, and I had met with her like 3 months ago and talked to her about advanced air mobility and what the city of St. Petersburg's doing. I'm going to meet again with her next week, and she wants to get ARC Invest involved. And I've also talked to educators, whether it's the superintendent of public schools, college presidents, and other educators to start finding partners for this center. And I'll close with just a short statement, and it's in the summary of our report, but advanced air mobility represents the next transformational chapter of aviation, and St. Petersburg is once again in a position to lead. From the launch of the world's first commercial airline in January of 1914 to today's pursuit of the next generation of air transportation industry, the city has consistently been at the forefront of aviation innovation. Advanced air mobility is not a departure from that legacy, it's a natural evolution. For advanced air mobility to truly revolutionize the movement of people and goods, vertiports, including supporting infrastructure, must extend to Albert Whitted Airport across our city to other regional airports, surrounding communities, and throughout Florida. Building this network will require foresight, coordination, and commitment. These are qualities that have defined St. Petersburg's aviation leadership for more than a century. While some contend that large-scale advanced air mobility operations will take years to mature and reach widespread affordability, history shows that transformative aviation advances reward those who prepare early. The FAA, along with the FDOT, have an ongoing collaboration with OEMs to certify and integrate advanced air mobility aircraft into the national aerospace system that underscores a deliberate safety-first approach that aligns with the city's long-standing commitment to innovation. Preparation is not optional. It's essential. The task force structured forward-looking mission has laid a strong foundation by building knowledge, evaluating opportunities, and shaping actionable recommendations. The steps outlined in this report position St. Petersburg to lead once again. We strongly believe that embracing short and long-term development of advanced air mobility reaffirms the city's role as a pioneer in aviation, just like we were in 1914. Our recommendations are reasonable, practical, and affordable. On the behalf of the task force, I present the report to you, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Ed, thank you very much. In typical fashion, this is done to the nines. Thank you to everyone who participated, and thanks for spending time with us today. Give us a sense, is this currently happening anywhere else in the country now? How far behind are we, if we are behind?
Right now in the country, there are certain states that are ahead of us. The state of Ohio comes to mind. They are building innovation centers, I think in Springfield. Was it Springfield, Ohio? Yeah, Springfield, Ohio, similar to the one that we're recommending that we build. New York City is is doing a lot of things also. I think everybody, when it comes to transporting passengers, we're all waiting on the FAA to certify these aircraft. We're thinking that some may be certified as maybe late this year or early next year. Overseas is a different picture. China is flying passengers right now. In the Middle East, there's operations going on also, but they don't have the regulatory structure that we have with the FAA. And the Europeans are very similar to the United States with their regulatory structure. So the Europeans aren't flying any eVTOLs carrying passengers right now.
How will this, I assume that the difference between drones that bring you your food versus this is just the component of carrying a human being? Is that how they separate drones from?
Well, so there's a company called Wing that is working with Walmart that's doing package delivery right now in Tampa, and there are some people here in the city of St. Petersburg. I think you're going to see package delivery services starting.
Do they come under the same jurisdiction, if you will, or is it?
I don't know the answer to that question. Rich, can you help me out with the package delivery question?
So technically, it is kind of a different realm. Basically, they're going to be 400 feet and under, whereas advanced mobility is going to look, at least initially, more like traditional traditional aircraft, and is going to operate more like traditional aircraft. Now, down the road, the longer-term vision is that these will also become autonomous operations, but the initial wave of it is going to be pretty much piloted, so it's going to be like a regular aircraft, just electric powered.
Okay, so from a complexity standpoint and how we look at possibly putting these around the city, will all of these come under air traffic control?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the initial route, they will operate in the airspace just like a regular aircraft.
Yeah.
You want to go ahead and put out a help wanted sign now?
What's that?
For all that, want to go ahead and put out a help wanted sign now for all the folks you're going to have to shove in that tower?
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, well, that makes it a little bit more complex. Back to my question, and I think you put a point on it already. But if you had to put $5 down on the map or on the calendar somewhere, where would you put it in terms of this is the day that somebody's going to crawl into one of these in St. Pete and fly?
That could happen any day with single seat eVTOL. They're flying in California right now. There's a company called Jetson that sells a drone called a Jetson 1 that you can buy for, isn't it like $150,000 or? Yeah, about $150,000 you could buy one of these things. We talked about in one of our meetings, they have to operate like an uncontrolled airspace. And we have parts of the city, I think it's in District 1, way out west. District 1 always has this.
That's where it would be.
Yeah, but that's where the uncontrolled airspace is. But they could operate one of those things if they.
I know that we look pretty much specifically at the airport, but in works with legal, any talk of or any issues with land use or anything the city would have to address?
Yes, there is, and there's in the report there's some recommendations on land use and zoning, and some specific things do need to be addressed in that.
Okay, so from the perspective of the business that we have, if I understand correctly, anything up in the air is the FAA. We have no jurisdiction whatsoever.
That's correct.
We just need to worry about land use and how that works its way out.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Ed, thank you very much again. Greatly appreciate it.
All right. Thank you,
Councilmember. Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for the great presentation. And thanks to all of the members of the task force who worked on this for months and came up with a fantastic report. This is exactly what I had in mind, and then some, which once you were involved, I'm sure that was to be expected. And thanks for mentioning that District 1 is out of control.
I don't know if I said that.
So there's a lot to unpack here, and there's a lot of work to do. I would love to get some input from Brett, from legal, on this, because I see these recommendations. I'm inspired by it. I'm ready to get going, but where do we start? And did you all in the task force, or have you thought about what would be the right sequence of events for us? Do we start working on the parking spaces and zoning right now, or figure out where we would put the aviation center? I love that. I mean, where do you start? But to get us, I love the center idea, but like we got to start getting ready for action.
Right.
So
so the first place is to do this alternatives analysis of the airport. Okay. So the task force, I mean, we had a short period of time, and we have somewhat broad type recommendations. The alternatives analysis is going to be much more specific on exactly where on the airport the parking zones should be, what sort of electrical capacity we're going to need, if we have a battery storage operation going on, because some of these companies are thinking about doing like a battery swap type issue. So in the city can walk and chew gum at the same time, but the alternatives analysis, I think, needs to get started right away. And then the land use and zoning, clarifying design standards for both heliports and vertiports, along with creating a process. I can just see somebody in a high-rise coming to the city before too long and saying, I want to see a vertiport built on my building. So I think those would be like two good places to begin. Okay. And then just let me just follow up. I'll be meeting with Spark Labs, and I want to make sure that we have some actionable items so we can kind of get this process starting, and I think that's a good place to begin also.
Okay. Got it. All right. I'll hold. I look forward to hearing from my colleagues, so I'll wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ed, as always, for producing stellar work. You know, this is obviously your passion, and so I would have been surprised if it would have been anything less, but you have done a phenomenal job, and the entire task force. Well, you're here today. Thank you all for the work that you've done, and Brett, thank you, as always. I appreciated the shout out earlier, because you do always tend to get the more interesting things to do, so appreciate all of your guidance in this. So my questions will be brief, and not even really a question, just maybe a place where I can help to support. So you talked about the regional support piece, and that is so important. I think that, you know, we can look at our transit today and note that if there would have been regional collaboration decades ago, we would be in a much different place, right? And so this is a piece of it that I think is critical to getting right and doing it now. The Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council, I think, should be plugged into this work. I think that there's work that they can do to support these efforts. And one of the things that they have done in the past is model ordinances. And, you know, if a city decides to look at that and adopt that in its entirety so that they don't have to do the work internally to amend their ordinances, they can. Or it can also just be served as a guide to some changes that could be made on whatever specific topic. So that might be something that may help the city with our bandwidth of looking at our code, and it could set a model for the entire region. So I'd be happy to connect with you, connect you with the Regional Planning Council staff, and see if we could maybe start some collaboration there, because I really think that, I mean, St. Pete can be a leader in this, we should be a leader in this, but we cannot do this alone if it's going to be successful.
Right.
So I just wanted to offer that as, you know, something that maybe I can be helpful in. This certainly is not my area of expertise, but it is something that I think the regional cooperation piece, I would like to be involved with you. So yeah, we'll talk about that and we'll work about that.
And that would be a big help. Whit Blanton would like me to also brief Ford Pinellas soon, and if I could ask a question along those lines, because the task force needs to be sunsetted by City Council. Brett, can you kind of remind us when that will happen? Is that coming before City Council soon?
Actually, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, members of Council. That actually was addressed in the resolution extending the task force to really put the bow on this report. If no further action is taken by Council, the task force automatically sunsets at the end of February. And so, as I told the task force, they can get together and have their Out of the Sunshine party shortly after midnight on March 1st. But until then, they are still official members of the task force. So that's, at that point, that housekeeping detail has been taken care of. So unless Council adopts a resolution today to direct them to go do further work, the task force will sunset automatically at the end of the month. Thank you.
Okay, that was just a kind of addressing I want to make sure that there's not a sunshine law issue, me going before some other board in speaking. So
yeah, do you see any challenges with that?
I mean, because Mr. Blanton is currently, they are both on the task force. If that briefing was going to happen between now and March 1st, you would want to sunset it sooner, or it could be noticed. That would be the alternative, is it would just be noticed as a meeting of the task force, and then it would be in the sunshine. So.
Well, and that would also be coming before the Forward Pinellas Board, which would be a public meeting, so that would not be anything that would take place out of the sunshine, even if it happened before the sunsetting. But I would leave to Forward Pinellas Chair Driscoll to kind of talk about. But specifically with the Planning Council, I'm the only representative for the city of Petersburg there, so you and I can talk about it. All we would like, because we no longer live in the sunshine together. So,
absolutely.
Yes, so I look forward to working with you on that.
Good.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, Chair, and so good to see you, Councilmember Montanari. I know that you're excited that this is over, but we're happy to have your recommendations. This is exciting. You know, St. Pete has always been a pioneer in flight, so it's exciting to see us lead in this area as well. You talked a little bit about education and workforce. I want to talk a little bit about education and workforce development with you, because this is something that you and I have spoken about, had this conversation with Albert Wittert as well. But in the sunshine, I'd like my colleagues to know kind of what direction we're going here. I've had great conversations with St. Petersburg College as well as Pinellas Technical College. Both of those institutions have shown a great deal of interest in finding out how they can really bring that aviation technical trade to St. Petersburg, to Florida. It's something that's missing. I think it's an industry that we really need to tap into. And I think about the future. I even think about air traffic controllers, right? There's going to be a shortage of those in the future. So how can we really work to fill those gaps? And I'm glad you brought up Pinellas County Schools.
Yeah. So that was the kind of the vision between for the Janus Innovation Center to kind of pair up the educational component, which I think is very important. I came before you, I think, in the first update, and I talked about the drone festival at Azalea Middle School that's in District 1. And then I met with the superintendent Hendrick, and he gave me a list of all these other programs in middle schools, high schools, and technical colleges. I would love to meet with you and kind of go over this list, and because to me the educational component is fascinating. I'm a graduate of, I went to college at an aeronautical university. And I got bitten by the aviation bug as a little boy, and I know just going to these festivals that we have with drones, there's a lot of kids that are excited about this, and it's fun if you can turn your hobby into a career.
That's so true. And not everybody, you know, is going to be a pilot, but there's a lot of groundwork that pays a living wage. And I think exposing these young people to alternative careers and pathways to prosperity, that upward mobility, it's important. And I love that this is going to do just that. Walt Driggers and I, we had a conversation recently about Barrington Irving and his Aviation Technical Academy that he has down in Miami-Dade. I would love to see a duplication of that effort right here in St. Petersburg. And we have the resources, we have the tools, so I just want us to activate them. I do have a question, I won't be long, and this is, I guess, for legal, as far as what's next for us when we talk about further action. Do we need to formally extend the deadline for the task force, their meeting period? Do we need to have a motion for administration to act on the recommendations? What's next?
At this point, the task force has fulfilled its mandate. It was asked to meet, prepare this report, and come back. At this point, it really falls to, if council as a body wanted it to study further, you could ask it to do so. Otherwise, it sunsets, and it's really you take this information and do with it what you will, whether it's administration putting out an RFP for the alternative study, council budgeting for that, a new business item being introduced to discuss the land use item about providing more information in the LDRs about heliports and bringing in vertiports, which at this point the FAA regulates in a similar manner. So at this point, you have received information, and it is up to the two branches of city government to then use that as you see fit.
Gotcha. Well, with that being said, I'd like to make the motion that administration draft an RFP for us to start looking at alternative analysis for that site.
Okay. Are you done?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Ed, thanks so much. I know I got to speak with you last weekend about this a little bit. Just everybody has said it. The whole task force, the consultants, staff, you guys just knocked it out of the park, and very appreciate all the work. And I talk about it all the time. Thank you for kindergartening it for everybody to figure this out, right? Because it does get very technical in the appendices, and which is great because we need that technicality, but we also want everybody to be able to figure out what we're talking about. Right. So I'm very, very appreciative of that. Piggybacking after actually of both things Councilmember Givens said, super excited about like the prospect of Janus Center for Aviation. I think this is really what I think sets this apart from just saying, yes, we want reports, and yes, we know eVTOL is coming. This is bringing it to a whole different level. I will say that there's actually a school closer to us than Miami. Pasco Hernando Community College has a full, they just took an old lab, totally gutted it, redid it, and they brought their drone school into their Dade City campus. Oh, wow. And they're doing like 6-foot drones at this point, and so they go out, they fly them. It's about not only flight, so some of those people move on to go into towers, then it's fixing them, blades, the engineering of it all. It's kind of the full bore. So that's, and I'm sure some of our schools are doing it, but I'm not sure on that scale. I think they've probably got 100 in that class currently. And so we've got one real close to us that I think would be a good example of what we'd want to have here, just on a larger scale. Second, I actually was going to talk about what the next step was. It seems to me, because there's a lot of possibilities for next step, that the next step would be, let's have a committee conversation about what we want the next step is, because I'm not sure we're going to figure that out today. And so, Councilmember Driscoll, I know this was originally your item. I'm assuming you'll put in an MBI to do that, and none of us need to do that.
Sure.
You can respond to.
Thank you. This item actually is
still living on a referral
currently on the referral list for EWD, so we'll just bring her back.
Love that. And so, yeah, I appreciate Councilmember Givens trying to move the needle. I just think there may be 3 or 4 steps that we want to go forward with, and I want to have that full-blown conversation about what that looks like moving forward, and committee seems the place to do it. So I'm excited to keep this moving, because that's the one thing we don't want to happen, is for the momentum to stop. And so I'm very happy to hear it's still on the referral list. Again, Councilmember Givens, appreciate the motion, but I think the committee is the way to do that, so we can do multiple things at once. So, Ed, great job. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And just going back to the motion based on what you heard, and it's in committee, would you like to withdraw that motion now, and that way the discussion can?
I do, and if I can make a comment real quick,
Yes, go
Chair. I just don't want it to die on the referral list, so if we can take action quickly, especially with Councilmember Driscoll not being with us much longer, we want to make sure that we give her the opportunity to see this come to fruition. So I just want to make sure we move that up. If we can see it come sooner than later, that would be great. But I'd like to withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and I believe that that's exactly what will happen.
Thank you.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, Chair. I know that you haven't, I've spoken once already. You have not.
I'm not going to have, I'm just going to have some closing comments, so you can go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I'm looking at this, the next EWD meeting is next week. So it's a little quick to put it on the next meeting, but we'll look at March and get it on there. In the meantime, I hope that with the sunsetting of the task force, that the task force members can work outside of the sunshine, sunsets, all this stuff. But we still need input. We would very much like to get some help with figuring out what to do between now and that March EWD meeting. So I don't want to, like, our conversation will stop until then, but with staff and any individual council members that want to talk to you, there's work to do in the meantime. We've got some time to actually come to the March EWD meeting with some solid outlines for our next steps, okay? And then the next Forward Pinellas meeting is actually on March 11th. Okay. And Whit had mentioned to me that he was going to see if he could present at that meeting. So I don't know if you already have that on your calendar. If not, you're going to be invited.
Yes, I did not have that on my calendar, but.
Oh, well, I'll just let Whit ask you then. I got ahead of him. I'm sorry. But yes, I look forward to hearing what our Forward Pinellas colleagues across Pinellas County think about this too. So, yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Ed, with some of the things that you have coming up, would it be beneficial if we release the task force now versus letting it sunset? Would that be helpful, or is there more business that you think needs to be done?
From a personal point of view, I'd be fine with sunsetting it today, but I would defer to legal. You know, could council do this in a motion?
Yeah, we would just memorialize it through a very simple resolution. You could make a motion that the task force is sunset effective immediately, and I would just write that up in a, after the fact resolution, a very simple resolution that would be signed.
Okay. So, Chair, I would like to make a motion that that after many hours, tons of effort, and just a ridiculous amount of great work, that we let the task force rest.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, can you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve the sunsetting of the Advanced Air Mobility Task Force immediately
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Chair, I had one other.
Yep.
Taking a whole bunch of feedback that came through today, both from Ed and from Councilmember Gertis, Administrator Gertis. I want you to know that my birthday is coming up, and I don't normally ask for things, but Job Corps might go up for sale, and that might be something that we look at. We've already got a name picked out.
We'll be sure that we do sing you happy birthday.
Well done, Mr. Curtis. Like a true professional. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, Councilmember Harding, you beat me to the punch because I was going to ask whether Mr. Montanari and the rest of the task force wanted to be released from the shackles of sunshine law, because frankly, your work is done here. You've done excellent work. Your diligence, your time, your expertise, it's evident in your, not only in the presentation today, obviously, but the report that you provided, which was everything that City Council asked for, not just based on what I'm saying, but based on what all my colleagues have said today. So spectacular work. We look forward to the continuing conversations at EWD on this. So thank you. It's great to see you as always.
Great to see everybody. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, next up, we have F5. This is co-sponsored event applications, associated resolutions. Mike Jeffries and Lynn Gordon's here. I pulled this from consent because, as you all know, I have a pending business item regarding the co-sponsorship agreements, and I wanted to make sure that first in the Sunshine Council knew that I've been having conversations with Mike Jeffries and his team, along with economic development in terms of all the issues regarding the different concerts and events. We've talked about size and duration of events, fees, access to public parks, the maximum setup times, and park impacts, noise mitigation, all the things that they're actually in the process of looking into. And I thought it was important to pull this because, first of all, they're community members that have been voicing concerns about this, and then they see this happen, and then it's in consent. It's like, what's going on? So I wanted to give you an opportunity to kind of just touch base on what you all are doing, what this does, and in the meantime, it doesn't mean that these other issues are not being addressed. So, Mike?
Thank you for that opportunity. As you indicated, we are preparing for the Committee of the Whole to have the very robust conversation. We want to do a deep dive into events. For those of you sitting here at the dais, we've met with Chair Hanowitz, and we've spent a significant amount of time going over some different concepts and some different ideas that we would like to look at and then offer some recommendations back to the entire council. We are reaching out currently to multiple cities that are like size, like demographics, like geographic setup as St. Pete. We're continuing that. We have not completed that at this point. We're also working with the legal department and continuing to meet with them to come up with some best practices. So we're really just taking a look at events from start to finish. Today before you is our standard co-sponsored event package, and so we chatted with the chair, and we're not sure what's going to happen with the Committee of the Whole and how that's going to go. So it was important that we continue with the process that we currently have. So that's what's before you today. I will tell you that there are some events that are on this list today that are waiting for this action from council to start selling tickets and to start promoting their event. I'm also happy to report that we have reached out to some of the larger events, and we've asked them to really get creative with us. And are there ways that they can reduce the number of days that the parks are pulled offline? So there's two events that we have that pull Vinoy Park off for longer than a three-day period of time. That would be the Country Fest and Reggae Rise Up. And so we're working with those promoters now to see if there's any possibility of getting a smaller setup period. And we're also working with some of the other events as well. And as we've continued to do, we've worked with events on placement of speakers and making sure that we are the best neighbors that we can possibly be, while remaining a vibrant city that has a vibrant, active downtown. So you guys hear me say this all the time. It really is that balancing act, and that's something that we're working on, and we will look to the policy deciders when we bring it forward to the committee of the whole to have you all tell us what the events in the city look like as we move forward. The other item that we're working with, we continue to work with our partners in law enforcement, PD. We're working with them on ways. Regular Rise Up is right around the corner, so that was already approved, and so we're working with them to look for some help with some of the concerns that we've heard, even at our most recent event that we had. Public urination, some things that we're not real excited about, of course, but working with the police department to help us get those under control.
Great. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for pulling this. I was going to ask about that committee discussion, and I was happy to see that you pulled these items already. With the events that happened in December, it became very clear that some change needs to happen. And following that, there was a news article that quoted the mayor as saying that he was going to, work on changes. We received an email from Chief Holloway with information about the event, where he said that he was going to work on changes. So I want to know what's been done so far. What kind of changes are we talking about here? Because we have our mayor and our police chief both saying, in response to the problems with the event in December, that they're going to work on changes.
So as we previously indicated, that's kind of what the COW is for, and that's what we're working on right now.
Well, no, but they said they're working on something. And maybe, Rob, this is more of a question for you.
Mike's been working with them, so I'll let Mike answer.
Yeah, and the event that you're mentioning is the We Belong event. And so that event is not in this package at all. And candidly, we've not received an application. Correct me if I'm wrong. Have we received? We have. We have not moved that forward at this point because we're wanting to really fine tune and make sure that we understand what we legally can and can't do. So those are some of the research components that we're continuing to work on. I think when Mayor is saying that that he's working on some changes, I think he's expecting Beth Herendine and her staff. That was an event that happened in the Pier District. And so we're kind of looking at it as a comprehensive approach where we're looking to treat all events kind of the same. But again, as Lynn indicated, that particular event from December has been put on hold at this point until we continue to have the discussion with at the COW.
Right, and I too am looking at events in general, not targeting anyone that is specific. I can look at this list of the events that we're being asked to approve, and most of them are familiar. But I worry when I look at this, I'm like, if I don't recognize one, is it just like that one? But it's just called something different and it'll come with the same problems.
So I can tell you that there are no EDM concerts that are in this.
And it's not even about that. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's not about a specific type of content. It's about the disturbance that was caused. So I don't know enough about these groups to know if we're inadvertently approving more of the same.
So I can tell you that we are of the opinion that you are not approving more of the same kind of concert that happened in December. We have that application on hold, as we've said. There's one new concert that's there. I will tell all of you that every one of these events is going to frustrate somebody in the community.
Not like this.
I agree with you.
Not like this.
Councilmember, I absolutely agree with you. We're absolutely on the same page, and that's really what we're continuing to work on to come up with those solutions and best practices. I don't have those as I stand here today.
I do believe we have, looks like 3 new events. I'm sorry, actually it looks like just 2 new events. Both of them are taking place at the pier. It would be One of Us, which is a concert scheduled in April at the pier, and the cliff diving event, which is coming up in June. The One of Us event is a concert. They're estimating about 3,000 people based on the application that we have from them. And the cliff diving event is not a concert, it's a proposed event which will draw more people to the Pier District and into downtown. But I am rather comfortable saying that we don't have anything that would compare to the December event. We knew that one was coming. We already had that application for the event similar to the one in December, and we did pull that back. So everything else on here are returning events, except for those 2 events, One of Us and the cliff diving event. Everything else should be new event or returning events, perhaps with a new organizer, but same general concept as to what you've approved in the past.
Okay, and do we know when that committee discussion will be held?
The problem is I'm waiting for them to get the information from other cities, because the issues we're having is the noise ordinance and looking at comparable cities and what they're doing, and also looking at timing of events, like how long they keep the parks closed, what they charge these promoters, because what we're collecting versus what other people are collecting. Some of these events, they close off the park and they charge people hundreds of dollars to go to these events. And what we're collecting versus what they're getting seems very small for the inconvenience to our citizens and to the fact that park users can't use the park and all that. So they're looking at a comprehensive list of things to make sure that when we have the conversation, it's not just noise, it's literally everything else.
Okay.
And I'm going to bring it as soon as possible. And we had that conversation. It was clear, not just by the way, from what I dealt with, I knew for a fact other council members had gotten complaints throughout the city on the We Belong Here concert. And I want to just focus on one event, because my new business item preceded that concert because of the issues. And to be clear, your concern is valid. When you look at these applications, the We Belong Here concert was touted as an intimate event in the application. You would look at that application and I could read it and you would not know what that concert was going to be like just by looking at what they put on that application. So that's understandable when you kind of look at these applications. Usually the problems, and Mike knows this, is after the fact. It's never before. It's always after the fact of a concert, and then you find out all the issues. And unfortunately, Mike is here. It's not his team that reviews all the concerts alone, because you have the ones that are at the pier that also are James Corbett's team, and Beth and Tony and everyone else. So there were 8 people that we met with. At least.
And we will all be at the COW, and everybody is participating in the research as we speak. And we're working feverishly to get that information so we can schedule the COW so that we can come before you. The challenge that we're having is getting some responses from different cities and different counties, and we really want to come to you with the best information possible and the best, of what others are doing with similar concerns and issues.
I'll hold for now. I'm not sure what to do here. I'm really not, because we have you here. And I know that I can trust that you have done your homework, that you have done everything you can to try to ensure that what you're bringing us is something that we'll be okay with approving. There is a whole nother department that's not here, that's responsible for events that happen at the pier. That's where we had a problem. Some of the events here are taking place at the pier. So already we've got a team that's not part of this conversation here today, and we can't wait forever and keep approving events and not take any action. There are some of us who heard from a lot of people. A lot of people. Some of us heard it ourselves. We have to be able to respond. I don't feel comfortable with approving this today. If we did them one by one, maybe, because some of these I know they don't have the amplification that we're talking about here, but you got to treat everybody the same too and have the same set of rules for everyone. So, I mean, what I'd love to do, I wish we would have just put everything on hold until we get these changes put into place so that we have something. There is nothing that, without any changes, the police can't do anything more than they did in December. No one can do anything more. So we're being asked to approve something by the same standards that failed us just a couple of months ago. Hi, Beth.
I just wanted to make sure that council is aware that if it's on this list for co-sponsored, it has gone through the co-sponsored process in coordination with Dennis Burns and Mike and his team. So we don't work in a vacuum. So if it's on this list, it has been vetted through the COSPO process.
There are options as far as what we do with the current list. I will tell you that there's some time sensitivity to some of these events that I'm guessing if we don't get approval today that the events would find another location. So, that is a potential option as well.
Well, maybe that's just the break we need until we can figure this out. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix Andrews.
Thank you, and thank you for this conversation. First, I want to speak on behalf of those that don't even have a clue of what we're talking about. So if someone can share with those that are watching what the concern was back in December. Because you have some people that do not know what what happened in December and what we're even having concerns over.
Yes, thank you, council member. In December, we did host a new event called the We Belong Here, I think just We Belong Here. It was a festival, an electronic music festival. And we have actually been talking with NOAA and whatnot, but due to a variety of events, some including weather, the type of music, the bass and whatnot, the music could be heard throughout the city. And as we had mentioned in another meeting, that had happened one time before, many, many years ago, with a different type of an event with different type of music. So, but because of that one event, and it was, I live on 42nd Street, I could hear it there for a little while, and I understand in other areas of the city, we're having these conversations. So that's the impetus for these conversations.
Okay, and thank you for that. So I do understand the concern because I heard it.
Yes.
I heard it. And so, I'm glad we're having this conversation. My only concern, and I do appreciate the fact that you entertain the option of us voting on per event, because a lot of these events are their only forms of revenue to provide services for whatever it is that they're doing. And so for us to no longer be financially sponsoring these events, for us to cut off their revenue, I really don't want to be a part of that. If there are some that we already know are, I hate to say the word safe, but because we know how they operate, we've seen them, we've approved them several times. Some of the new ones we may be able to better vet, but some of the ones that are on here that use these dollars from these events to further their efforts and their mission, I would hate for us to stall that, because you know how slow we move. I'm just going to go ahead and make it real. We move quite slowly, and we have not sponsored financially an event since 2009, financially. And it's been a long time, so I would really hate for us to cut off some of the revenue that a lot of these events are actually funding for their mission to move forward. So if there is an option for us to vote on these individually, I would love to exercise that option. and not totally dismantle those other good actors who we haven't had any issues with for years, to stall what their funding want. And this may be their one major fundraising opportunity for that one bad actor. So I'm going to leave that there. And if that's an opportunity and the will of the body to do so, I will be glad to make that motion to approve them individually based on the ones that we know. But I just don't want to cut off their one source of revenue to move their missions forward. And I'll leave it at that.
Move
Thank you,
approval
Chair.
5A through 5FJ.
Second.
Second, okay.
So
Hang on.
I'm going to say that, just so it's clear, when we had the conversation, and I had the conversation with staff and just like council members who dealt with this, I was not happy. I mean, I made it extremely clear how serious this is. The We Belong Here concert was just outrageous, and frankly, you all saying that it went through the process and it was okay indicates that the process does not work, period. To go up here and say that, and I respect you, Beth, and you know that, but to go up here and say that after we went through the We Belong Here concert and we saw what happened, and the person, the promoter who we hire, who we pay a ridiculous amount of money monthly to put up the peer events, promoted that event as a intimate concert, and it could be heard to Gulfport, and then had the audacity to post on Facebook that he hopes that city council does not cave into noise complaints, and I will show that at a council meeting, and he applies for these concerts. It's just not right. And I want everyone, I want clarity, and I want transparency when it comes to that.
And I don't disagree, council member, and I apologize if what I said was taken wrong. I just wanted to make sure that the council understood that the departments are working together, and I was listening in another office, and that was the point that I wanted to make, is that community enrichment and city development do work together on these events.
I have the highest respect for you. I have the highest respect for the team, but something went wrong. And we all need to take responsibility.
Yes. And
us as city council, staff in every department, administration, the mayor, we all do. Because when you have a concert like that, I don't want to hear it was the clouds or the weather. It was heard in Gulfport, and we all know that. And I take responsibility just like everybody else does, and I believe that's how administration feels, which is the reason why we're doing this. So I don't want to minimize this event and what happened. We want to make sure that it doesn't happen again. We want to make sure that whatever needs to happen is happening. I think those are the concerns that have been raised by the other council members. To hear a mayor from another city say that you can hear it in another city is just, it's not acceptable. And it's not acceptable to our citizens. I understand the economic impact. That's why I hate the fact that we get all these other events and everybody gets stuck because of some bad actors. And there is not just the noise, it's the people that are not doing the things that they're supposed to be doing, that go to these concerts, that affect our residents, public urination, all the other stuff that doesn't need to happen. And so I know that y'all are doing a comprehensive look at this. I just want the public to understand that when you put these forward and you say that you're looking at these, like, acknowledge that that did happen. It happened under our watch. That's all what people want, and that we are going to fix it. And that's what we're doing. And that's the reason I would say yes to this, because I know and I trust that that's what we're doing, because we understand that it just wasn't acceptable.
And Councilmember, everybody agrees with you, and everybody is on the same page. We've received the exact same emails that you all did. I can tell you that I probably fielded 8 to 10 telephone calls from the mayor alone. He is not happy with the way that event went. So we're all on the same page. What I don't have for you today are the answers or the best practices to say, here's how we get it on the right path. And so what we were afraid to do was to penalize this grouping, because as you recall, we don't have the exact same process that we had. This process, we bring you 4 groups of co-sponsored events. And so we really had this internal struggle. Do we put this group on hold? And that didn't seem right to us as well. And I think what Councilmember Figg-Sanders is referring to is every one of our co-sponsored events has a nonprofit attached to it. And so that nonprofit, if we were to put them on hold, would definitely penalize some folks on this list. Now, there are, like Lynn said, there are 2 new events. And what we do is we fully vet those events. We're working with those organizers. We have seen nothing that makes us think that we're going to have anything similar to what we had in December with those 2 new events. The other events that are on this list, we do have the Country Fest that's on the list as well. Country Fest, we got some complaints from folks that live in the downtown corridor on that one. But again, I think that we're going to have complaints anytime we do an event in the park. So we're looking to mitigate those even on this list, even though we don't have all of our best practices lined up currently.
And I think that's what people want to understand that is happening, that even though this is going forward, their complaints aren't being taken seriously.
Absolutely.
The work is being done. I think Councilmember Driscoll's point, and I think what her concerns are, is she wants to make sure that this approval does not indicate everything's rosy for us at the end of the day. I want the public to understand it's not rosy. And by the way, these are not final contracts right now. Right, legal? We don't have final contracts at this moment. So if there are changes made, they could be made to those contracts, right?
So the resolution right now is not for the contracts themselves.
Right.
Typically, the way these are done is there's a form agreement that's filled out and used for all of these. That can be in discussion later if that's something that needs to be modified. This is just waiving that beer and wine only restriction and then approving the events and name in the one big main resolution.
So that should be helpful for council members who are concerned about this, because it's not a final on the agreements. I think the concern is if we set the ball rolling, then it's like, okay, we can still do what we want. I think every person who's applying should be concerned that we have eyes on this and that we are going to be looking at what the rules are.
And I will take it a step farther. We have reached out to the organizers of the events that we've got the most complaints from. And Lynn's had personal conversations with those event organizers, and we've let them know that here are some of the things that we need for you to start working on. Again, one of the ones we talked about was length of time in the park. We have had good participation when it comes to Country Fest and Reggae Rise Up, as far as turning the bass down, aiming the speakers away from the city. So there are some things that are occurring and will continue to occur. But again, a lot of these events, once they are approved in concept, then we start to work on some of that fine tuning with the contracts later on as we get closer and closer to the event.
Yeah, and if I could, Chair, I just want to assure you and the other council members and reiterate what Mike said, that we certainly understand the concerns from that event, and we are working on it, some of the speaker placements, some of the things that we can do. We really do look forward to the COW discussion. It's going to be a good discussion with City Council. We want to hear from all of you. We also want to discuss and hear from you, how you feel about the future of events in the city and where they should be and how they should operate. It's really a larger discussion about how events drive some economic, opportunity downtown, and what are the adverse impacts of that, and what are we willing to live with. So I think that's going to be a big discussion, and we look forward to it. I certainly understand why you're concerned doing this before the COW, but we would greatly appreciate if we could move forward on these as we continue to work on the COW.
And I appreciate that, Robin. I will say that, my frustration, to be clear, we had promoters and people who do applications who are not forthright in what they've put on their applications. And that has not gone unnoticed. I mean, to me, I can't believe the word intimate was used for that concert that could be heard in Gulfport. And, fool us once, shame on you, fool us twice, shame on us. And that's how we're operating. And there is this message. I want the promoters to know that that is not going to be accepted. And there are provisions in our contracts that we can exercise where they will not have events in this city. Again, there are provisions in the contract if they do not follow the rules. That's why they are in the contract. So I've said what I've needed to say on that. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Floyd.
I won't get into it too much because we will have a conversation later on, but first I wanted to say I'm sure administration got the same phone calls we did. We all got them. Ironically, I was at a different concert in a different city when I was getting them, so it was kind of funny from my perspective. But
Any best practices we can adopt? We're interested.
Well, it was inside, yeah.
Maybe that's the best practice.
Yeah, but you know, they don't have a beautiful waterfront like we do, and so I think I just mostly wanted to say, you know, to anyone listening, to my colleagues, like from my perspective, and correct me if I'm wrong, it seemed like it was enforcement after the fact that was a major issue for the sound concerns, like, and so. You know, we can have everything buttoned up, every I dotted and T crossed, and if they turn the volume up too loud, that requires noise ordinance enforcement. And so that's what I saw as the problem. And so the conversation about what we do ahead of time is important, but the enforcement afterwards, if there is someone who's doing something they shouldn't be doing, feels like what's most pertinent to me in this conversation. And so, these events, I've looked through the list. There's only one in here that I'm not very familiar with, but the rest I feel very comfortable with. And I'm going to assume that since that recent, I don't know, let's just call it spate of complaints, that we'll have our eyes focused on anything that comes forward in the future while we get this conversation going. But I mean, I don't know if y'all can speak to what the issue was that day or what we plan on doing going forward, but if someone's turned the volume up too loud, I assume we should just be using every tool at our disposal to get them to turn it down.
So I think Chief Holloway, and he's not here, obviously, I don't want to speak for him, but my understanding is they received violations. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things that Chair Hanowitz has asked us to, you know, do we have enough teeth in the violations so that, you know, day of the event, it's not working for us type of a thing? Because just as we said, we did vet this, and it was listed as an intimate concert, and that's not something that would, you know, when you're looking at it on paper, that's not something that would trigger, hey, we have an issue here. The other thing that happened with that particular event is that I think their attendance was more than they had originally estimated. And so there were a lot of little components. And what we want to find out is, what are other cities doing for that day of? Are they pulling the plug? Are they, what options are available to us? The other thing that is in place is that our noise ordinance is about a mile, if you hear up to a mile. So that may work for, you know, many of these events, but then some of the others, it doesn't. And obviously, when we had the We Belong, that was clearly, I live in Gulfport, and I heard it in Gulfport, so lived it. So it's one of those things where those are some of the questions that we're asking right now. We haven't had a situation like this in many, many years that I can remember, where we've had an event that could be heard all over the city. But I will tell you, there's also balances and there's challenges, because, you know, we have Grand Prix that can be heard all over the city as well. So we really, I will warn everybody on the dais, this is not an easy task, and this is not going to be something that is being taken lightly by staff, and that's why we need the time to kind of make sure we're crossing all of our T's and dotting all of our I's, because there's a lot of work going forward, and we really do want to hit that sweet spot, that balance spot.
I appreciate that, and got distracted by you saying that you lived in Gulfport publicly like that, but I'll just say that, you know, I bring that up because, you know, regardless of what's put into a contract or put on an application, there's noise rules. And, you know, if they had said intimate and it was a lot less intimate than they said it was going to be, but it didn't violate the noise ordinance, I don't think we're having this conversation today. So I want to make sure, I'm eager to have the conversation, but I do want to make sure that we don't get into a situation where we're choosing what kinds of events we have down there. I mean, I like EDM, I like house music a lot. I've been to concerts in the middle of central London, and I noticed when I got there, oh, the music's a lot quieter than I would have expected. And so I know it's possible, but I know the city has a history of allowing certain things downtown and not other things. And I don't want us to go down that path either. I want to see it be open and available to any type of cultural event that we can. And so I look forward to working with y'all is what I would say. And I know that you're going to do what needs to be done, but I just don't think that we should get lost in like the fact that, you know, people violate a noise ordinance. Oh, let me mention one last thing too. You know, I mean, I'm sure there's laws around how tough, you know, fines and whatnot, how much teeth can be in our noise ordinances. But I know from my experience in working with legal, like contractually, we usually have a lot more leeway. So I assume that you're going down that path, but that's just what's in my mind right now. So I figured I'd say it out loud.
Yes, Ron.
Yeah, I see other people agreeing. All right. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you, and the memory is bad, but I do want to remind my colleagues that we used to have a co-sponsored committee where we had council members, Councilmember Gertis, where we actually were on that committee, and we as a council said that we were going to trust what you all brought to us, and that I'm trying to figure out where we lost that. If we at that, because it's only been what, a couple of years that we actually disbanded that 2023. No, it hadn't been that long.
Yeah,
maybe 3.
Yeah.
So again, I just wanted to remind my colleagues that we had a voice prior to it got here, and we put our trust in the fine staff that we have standing in front of us, and that has not changed for me. So I want to thank you all for that. As you said, this is something that hadn't happened in years, and we had 3 hurricanes or 2 hurricanes in 1 year. We didn't plan for that either. So thank you for what you've done. I appreciate Councilmember Gertis making the motion, and I don't know who seconded it. But I just wanted to throw that little friendly reminder out to my colleagues that we used to have a process where we actually played a role in that, and we gave you enough credit and consideration and confidence that you would vet these events as you saw fit. So I still want to share that I have that confidence, and I do appreciate you. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Councilmember Fig Sanders, for reminding us. We did have a committee, but this would have gone through committee like everything else, and we would have been in the same place. To be clear, it would have ended up in the same place. And by the way, for the record, the way they described the concert, I looked it up, was We Belong Here is a smaller, more intimate version of a music festival with minimalist production. So yes. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I remember we had good reason to dissolve that committee, and it is because you all have done such a phenomenal job in the past on this. I don't think that the problem lies with how you evaluate applications. The enforcement can only go so far if we don't change the rules. So I don't think this would be any different if we had a committee. We're basically having that here. I mean, we can have these discussions, and we don't usually have to have any discussion at all about these, but we learned in December that we've got some work to do. I know you're working on it, but it hasn't been done yet. And now we've got this. And I have a hard time going on record supporting something when it is business as usual as it stands with these. I don't think there is ever a case, and I don't care what nonprofit benefits from an event, but I don't know of any event that we would book in our city that's more important than our residents, the people who live here. And so I'm going to vote against this because it's a vote for our residents and putting them first. What we should have done was just put a halt on events, at least new ones. You could have broken it down to where we could accept the ones that are rebookings, that we know already have a track record with us, and put a halt on new ones until we get this sorted out. That would have been one way to approach this that I totally would have gone along with. I'm not voting against any of these events in particular. I want them to happen. But I've got to vote for our residents first and foremost. They deserve to have some action taken after what they had to deal with. So I just wanted to explain where I'm at before we do this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, Councilmember Driscoll. I have a hard time with this because it was my business item, obviously, but I know that there are lots of organizations here that are caught in the crosshairs because of what's happening. I also know, based on both what Vice Chair Richie Floyd mentioned and others, that the complex issues are being looked at, which is why this has taken a little longer in terms of how we can surgically do this based on the different types of events and the different types of noises, because different noises travel differently. Our noise ordinance, by the way, is changed by the legal agreement, which allows for the mile. That's not our noise ordinance, and I want to make it clear. That's based on the contractual agreement. So that 5,000 feet can also change for events. And it could be looked at even more nuanced. And by the way, I know that the Grand Prix was mentioned and it's heard through the city. I want to point out that's during the day, not at night. And so there are ways that you can also look at this by times of when these events are and the noise level. So there are different ways that legal can actually do this without looking at a different type of noise or type of event. So I just want to put that out there. I am confident that based on the conversations I've had with administration and Mike and James and everyone on the team, that they are working on all the issues we've discussed. And because of that, I will vote a yes, but I will be looking at what the concerts are, the ones that are issues, to make sure that a lot of those issues are being taken care of. So with that being said, there's a motion and a second. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all council members have voted, clerk, you please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda items F5A through F5J passes 7-1, with council members Fix Sanders, Floyd, Gabbard, Gertis, Givens, Hanowitz, and Harding voting yes. Council member Driscoll voting no.
Thank you, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
We move on to F3. Evan, hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I've got a presentation queuing up, but good afternoon to council and chair. I'm pleased to be able to present a resolution for your consideration today that would allow us to continue moving forward with the city acquiring another rail segment, as well as effectuate other community benefits and improvements. I'd like to acknowledge Aaron Fish, Real Estate and Property Management Director, and Assistant City Attorney Heather Judd for their expertise and work on this. Thank you for being here with me today. And also Erica Hernandez with the Trust for Public Land. She's the Florida Project Manager. She is here joining us today as well. These maps can help us get acquainted with the property in question. On the left side, you can see outlined in orange how the line goes from 5th Avenue North and progresses down to 1st Avenue South, ending at ML King Jr. Street. We can also see on the right, zoomed in version, or I'm sorry, on the left we can see the first right of refusal that goes north of 5th Avenue North and goes to city limits at 38th Avenue North. On the right, you can see the hashed area, the solid black line represents the existing Pinellas Trail. And also, please take note of the green and black marked existing historic Booker Creek Trail segment, which we'd be able to extend northward once the acquisition is complete. On the right-hand side is a zoomed-in version where the blue hashed areas marked with a number 2 and 3 represent the blocks where we plan to lease back a portion of the line to adjacent landowners who will help cover the acquisition cost. And for some historical context, this line was originally acquired by Peter Demons of the original Orange Belt Railroad in 1888. The line is actually shown on the original plat of St. Petersburg. So why would we want to buy this property? Well, the first reason I think is apparent to any observer. The land is currently underutilized and much of it isn't adding good value to the community. And this vision has withstood the test of time. Acquiring the line and putting it to higher and better use has been adopted in many planning documents dating back to over 20 years ago when the city adopted its City Trails Plan. Subsequently, the goal was reinforced in a series of adopted plans in 2013, 2017, and in 2019. Additionally, at City Council's April 16, 2020 meeting, working towards this acquisition was unanimously supported. Here we can see the rail segment on the City Trails Plan. The line is shown in the Fort Pinellas Bicycle and Pedestrian Master Plan here. And here we can see how the Booker Creek Trail is part of the adopted Edge District Improvement Plan and the acquisition being called out as a specific key action. As you heard earlier, the Edge District continues to support this acquisition and using TIF funds to help fund the purchase. And of course, we did incorporate this into the 2019 Complete Streets Plan. So beginning in 2019, for approximately a year before the council vote I mentioned earlier, Brad Tennant in the city's attorney's office, who has joined us today, I would call out, thank you for being here, with assistance from other staff, began some earnest legal research and other research to begin exploring the path that we're hopefully nearing completion of today. In 2023, there was a legal decision that required CSX and the city to begin negotiations for us to buy the line. Subsequently, CSX presented an independent appraisal indicating that the line, which is almost 8 acres of prime downtown land, was worth $88 million. Because that figure was not feasible for the city, we began negotiations to, 1, negotiate a lower price with CSX, and 2, find some private sector partners to help raise funds necessary to reach a deal. We also decided to work with the Trust for Public Land and Rails to Trails, bringing their national expertise to bear and help work through a complex process. Of note is that this would be the 3rd rail acquisition in St. Petersburg. The first acquisition resulted in the Pinellas Trail opening in 1990, and then the Pinellas Trail extension that brought that trail all the way to the downtown waterfront along 1st Avenue South, which opened in 2008. Initially, our approach was to find interested private investors to buy excess segments along the line that we didn't need for the trail construction, since much of the line is 100 feet wide and we really only need 30 feet maximum for a trail and recovery area on either side. However, it was determined that the city could be the only landowner, so we pivoted to 99-year leases, which is not ownership, but about as close as you can get. And Fergs agreed to pay $4 million up front for a 99-year lease, and Ellison agreed to pay $2 million for that same 99-year lease on a smaller area of land. And here's where I'd like to compliment CSX on the way that they worked with us. The negotiations did take a long time, but CSX was honest and transparent through the process, and they came down to a figure, $7 million total, that we believe makes this a very good investment for the city and our private sector partners. Here's the proposed funding strategy. We need $1.2 million total of city funding, which will pay the city acquisition cost and our share of the due diligence, which includes a survey, title insurance policy, additional appraisals, recording, and other closing costs. This acquisition is an eligible expense in In-Town West TIF, and we propose the other half being paid for from the parking revenue fund balance. As previously mentioned, Fergs will pay $4 million and an Ellison. As it relates to Fergs and Ellison, it's important to point out how the trail would align and what that would leave for use by Fergs and Ellison. So on the Fergs block, there's already the existing beginning of a trail segment going north from the existing Pinellas Trail that goes under First Avenue South and emerges next to Fergs, approaching Central Avenue. So that leaves most of the CSX property on that block available for Fergs' continued use. On the Ellison block, they would lease the 70 eastern feet for their use, while we keep the western 70-foot width for future trail use. The purchase agreement before you today includes those two blocks being eligible for commercial uses, while the other blocks will be more restricted and which will result in open space reserved for trail and trail-related uses. So here's what would happen if City Council approves the resolution today. We will execute the agreement between the city and Trust for Public Land. Due diligence will occur, some of which has actually already started at Trust for Public Land's own risk because long lead times are involved. We'll finalize agreements with Fergs and Ellison and bring those back here for City Council consideration. Assuming all these action items move forward successfully, we will close on the property by the end of June, which involves a simultaneous sale from CSX to Trust for Public Land and Trust for Public Land to the city. Once we have ownership of the land, we plan to seek state and federal grants to assist in funding the trail construction. Depending on the findings of the environmental assessment, there could be mitigation investment required. Any required mitigation is to be determined, but it may simply be met with the construction of a trail to cap any identified contaminants. And that concludes the presentation. Be happy to take any questions from council, and we request approval of the resolution.
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there public comment?
Yes, we do have one speaker, Madam Chair. Debbie Reeser, please go to an open podium. State your name, address, or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hi, thank you for being here. My name's Debbie Reeser. I'm at 105 4th Avenue Northeast in St. Pete. I'm the past immediate president of the Edge Board, and I just want to reiterate what Nicole said earlier. We totally support this acquisition, and hopefully you will all vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Evan. I know rail acquisition can be a complex process, but it's exciting, and it's personal for me. My great-great-grandfather worked for the Seaboard Coastline, and so this is exciting to see this being a part of my district, the Edge District, seeing how this is really going to support businesses. Here we are activating a derelict and dilapidated area. That's the purpose, the true intended purpose of these TIF funds. So I support this because I see the long-term vision. This isn't just something that we are going to enjoy, but this is something that future generations will get to reap the rewards of. I see this as the logical next step in completing the city's comprehensive trails pathways plan. This is something that we talked about doing 20 years ago, and here we are actually taking that next step. So I'm excited to see this move forward. So thank you for your hard work. Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And just very quickly, words of thanks. Very excited to support this today. Evan, your persistence and your perseverance is incredible. You are a complete streets champion, and that is what this work really, per the presentation, speaks to. Even when you don't have all of the resources that you need, even when you don't have all the funding that you need, you continue to push, you continue to find ways to make our city safer and more enjoyable, and I just really want to thank you for that. I admire you a lot, and just this is an example of that work that you do. And I would be remiss without saying to Mr. Brad Tennant, who is here today, when I first came on council in 2019, I think one of the first meetings I had was with you talking about CSX and how we could, you know, eventually get to this place. So thank you for being an early pioneer on this work. And Heather Judd, thank you for seeing it through. So that's what a great team does. So thank you all, and very happy to support today. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Evan, I will absolutely echo Councilmember Gabbard's comments. This is a huge lift, not to be overlooked. Ellison and Mr. Ferguson are just big players in this, and I greatly appreciate them helping the city along in their investment. And I'm going to apologize for this ahead of time. Is there any chance we go any further north as the next project?
Yes, it's, we have the first right of refusal to keep going all the way up to city limits. If CSX no longer serves that section to the north.
Specifically, the part of the line that bifurcates city property?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a thing that we might look at next? Again, not to take away from what is a career star and what you achieved, but I am just curious.
Yeah, there's, the future could hold that. You know, there's only one rail customer in St. Petersburg left, and we want them to be a thriving local business for as long as possible. But as long as they get heavy material from this rail line, then it's probably the additional rail won't become available. But at some point in the future, it may.
All right. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation and for all the work that you've done on this. Councilmember Gabbard is right. CSX has been a topic for a long time. And thinking about those conversations my first year on city council, I kind of gave up. I was like, you know, this CSX thing is so complicated and so tangled up that I don't know if we'll ever be able to get anything out of it, even though it made sense. And here we are today, and that makes me so happy. So thanks for your work on this. It looks like this is going to go in your favor once again. I do want to know, do you think, is there any other city staffer who has been around as long as you have and is also undefeated on votes? Because you've never lost a vote. Is there anybody else?
Well, Cheryl's here with me, and so I would like to thank her as well. I had a,
oh, thank you, Cheryl.
Should have worked her into the list, but happy that she's here, a great partner.
All right, so you will continue to be the 1972 Miami Dolphins, as I like to call you. So congratulations, and I can't wait to see what becomes of this as it moves forward. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, good stuff. That's literally all I put myself on here to say, those two words. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you, Brad, for your work. It was one of the first things I feel like I talked with you about as well when I got here. And yeah, I look forward to expanding any sort of opportunity like this for trails, alternative means of transportation. I'm thinking even bigger in the future is what I'll say, more than just, you know, having a place you can ride your bike, but I'll settle for that right now. So hold on. So I'm grateful for all of that, and it looks like we do have a resolution here, but I haven't heard a motion or a second. We do? Okay, sorry. All right, well then, seeing no further requests to speak, will the clerk please open the machine for voting? Council members, enter your vote. Seeing all present council members have voted, will the clerk please? Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. Now you say it. You say it like the chair wanted a part of it.
Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F3 passes unanimously.
Thank you, thank you.
Congrats, Em.
Good job.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next up, we have F4. Hi, Aubrey.
Good afternoon, council members. Aubrey Phillips, Director of Strategic Initiatives and Grants. I'm also have with me Tyler Bridges from BDO Government Services. We're here today to report on the Consulting Services Agreement Amendment. This is for the Community Development Block Grant for Disaster Recovery. So we're recommending this afternoon approval of an amendment to the existing consulting services agreement with Horn LLP, who is now doing business as BDO Government Services. This would provide an additional $48 million to amend the total contract amount from $11.6 million to $59.7 million. And that's covering both residential recovery and relief beneficiary costs and direct intake center lease costs. I'll talk more about that in just a moment. And then also requesting authorization to execute the agreement and related documents. So first up, I want to address the name change from Horn to BDO. So Horn LLP, who we have our existing consulting services agreement with for implementation services for CDBGDR, notified us on October 8th of a planned merger with BDO USA, pursuant to which Horn has merged into a subsidiary of BDO named BDO Government Services. That merger closed on November 1st. As a matter of law, that contract between Horn and the city transferred to BDO, and as you're aware, we've have initiated these programs, and intake just recently closed for our first set of residential recovery and relief programs. So this contract amendment, which we previewed with you when we brought that original consulting services agreement that handles the administrative costs of administering our residential recovery and public infrastructure mitigation programs. That's that first column you see there with the consulting services agreement. This amendment adds direct lease costs, so that $90,000 is split across the 3 residential recovery programs: rehabilitation, reconstruction, and elevation, reimbursement for repairs, and the disaster relief reimbursement program. That is for the intake service center. When we initially scoped out the consulting services agreement, we anticipated being able to find existing city facilities that we could use for an intake center. While we did find space at Enoch Davis Community Center, and that's been a very successful satellite service center, the available space was limited, and we really needed more space for an intake center. So that direct lease cost is reflected in this amendment. And then the remainder, the bulk of this amendment increase, is for direct beneficiary awards. So these are costs that are passing through BDO, or would pass through BDO directly to benefit residents of St. Petersburg, whether that's through construction costs associated with repair and reconstruction elevation awards, or for direct grant payments. The main reason we wanted to move forward with incorporating this as part of the scope of what BDO would do is, one, it's directly passing through those costs. There is not a percentage that BDO is getting of these expenses to provide those benefits to our residents. There's a lot of administrative efficiencies in terms of having them administer those construction contracts directly, as well as the grant payments directly. And thirdly, it really gave our residents a lot of autonomy and options in terms of how they receive their grant awards. So for those disaster relief payments and the reimbursement for repairs, it'll be up to the individual resident. Will get to tell us whether they'd like to get their grant payment through a digital wallet, a direct deposit, or a check. And that is in the hands of the applicant, and is functionality that was they were readily able to support. Just a quick reminder on the background of how we got here. This agreement and the amendment stems from The request for proposals 25090, that was a competitive procurement process that we issued in January of 2025 for comprehensive disaster recovery and emergency management consulting services. We pre-qualified 5 vendors through that RFP, and agreements are executed on a project-specific basis. The agreement with BDO for the consulting services they're currently providing was one of those agreements, and that previously came to council last summer. And these costs are reimbursable under our HUD CDBG DR grant. These are direct activity delivery costs associated with delivering these benefits to our residents. And so finally, our staff recommendation is to approve the resolution before you that authorizes assignment, assumption, and First Amendment to the consulting services agreement with Horn for a total contract amount as amended that should not exceed $59,700,581. One quick note here, because we know that these programs are fluid. If there are funds that are not spent on consulting services through this program, they would automatically go over to direct beneficiary costs. So that total not to exceed allows us to make sure that anything that's not spent on those consulting services out of that budget can flow through to continue to benefit our residents. With that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I just have one quick question. It was brought up this morning, I brought it up in our layer committee about the $25 million for the infrastructure mitigation. And so seeing your chart here, the $1.882 million, that is the consulting services agreement for that particular bucket, does that then come out of the $25 million?
Yes.
So it's 23 and some change.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure, I'm aware of just kind of how those dollars flow and just kind of monitoring that to make sure, as we've discussed, that we're really looking at projects where we can do the most benefit for the community, recognizing that if those projects are over, like the project I mentioned this morning in Clam Bayou, this will eat into that money that we have a little bit, so we'll have to find that extra buffer.
Yep, and I also wanted to address, and thank you for bringing up this point, is that if we don't end up using that, needing that full 1.8 million for grant management purposes related to that program, that'll go back to the project delivery cost.
Got it. Okay, yeah. So I just want to say I think the work that BDO has done for us so far has been exceptional. And so very happy to continue working with them, and really just want to thank you all for the work that you're doing. So thank you. So do we have a motion yet? No?
No motion
Move
yet.
approval.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item F4 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Aubrey. Next up, we have new business. Councilmember Gabbard, G1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respectfully requesting referral to Public Services and Infrastructure Committee for a presentation and discussion on the potential use of AI permitting software in the building department to improve intake and pre-check processes, accelerate plan reviews, streamline staff workflow, and enhance the citizen experience for new construction and infill redevelopment projects. And I so move.
Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Councilmember Gabbard, I've
Yes.
been working on something a bit broader in scope. I don't know if it is worth duplicating, so I wanted to ask you if you wanted to think about. We looked at other things like AI in terms of data aggregation, report writing, and there are 4 or 5 other examples of how AI is being used currently in municipalities and smaller government. And I'm happy to do that separate down the road. Were you set on, and Polk County is having great success with what you're talking about. Were you set on that, or would you be willing to expand it, or would you rather do it twice?
I mean, certainly, and those of us who were at the EDC yesterday heard, a lot of talk about AI and understanding that this is going to be the future of pretty much everything that is being done. I don't think there can be enough conversation about it, to be quite honest. For me, I am laser focused on specifically how it can improve our permitting processes, not only for our residents, but for our staff. I think there's a lot of staff augmentation that needs to be done across departments, and I think that permitting is a very ripe place to use this technology. And I'm excited to see how that could even be something that maybe the Tyler software has a plugin for. I'm not sure, but certainly want to make sure that the permitting piece of it is a standalone focus, because that is really, I literally, while sitting here on the dais right now, have a resident emailing me about her permitting process. So it just reinforces for me that this particular topic is of dire need. And so for me, I would like it to have a standalone item, and very much look forward to whatever you bring forward for any other process improvements that can be done.
Happy to support you that way. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I'm happy to move this forward today and have this conversation. I just, in my professional background, I've had experience with large-scale data analysis, and it has its place in certain situations, but mission-critical things when we describe AI nowadays. There's large-scale data analysis, and then there's large language learning models and generative AI. And as of right now, I think large-scale data analysis is feasible, but the other one I have serious concerns about. And so I would just hope that we are really focused on doing something that can bring confidence to our community, is what I would say. Because I just disagree with your statement that AI is the future of everything as of right now, based off my background in this kind of thing. And so I'm not going to stop us from having a conversation, but I want to let you all know that I'm going in with skepticism immediately. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilmember Gurdon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to support the item. Councilmember Gabbard, are you planning on having somebody from Tyler there? I think
I'm going to work with administration on it. To be quite honest, I haven't had an actual conversation with administration about this. Just knowing how the referral lists are, kind of got to get it in the queue so you can start working on it. So, yeah.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, not at all.
We're happy to work with you, Councilmember Gabbard. We've had some initial research. We are looking at this, so we can share with you what we've been doing and prepare a plan for a
Perfect.
committee
And
meeting.
Spark Labs and Becca Brown, certainly a resource for this as well.
Yeah, I saw some presentations that I think certainly attached to this at Spark. And I just know that we've just made a very significant investment into Tyler. And so I'd want to make sure that it's working in parallel with that. That would be my, as long as you heard me on that, I'm all good.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I have a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G1 passes unanimously.
Thank you. We move on to H1. Councilmember Gabbard.
All right, thank you.
And these are separate.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Okay, so for H1, this is a cleanup of the HERS referral list from our conversation. So this is respectfully requesting City Council approval to expand the scope of the HERS referral item list to be notated as follows. Respectfully requesting a referral to the Health, Energy, Resiliency, and Sustainability Committee for a discussion regarding the exploration of municipally owned or supported grocery stores in food deserts within the city. And I'll just give the background for those who maybe were not tuned in to that meeting. This is an ongoing conversation we've been having. The original item was municipally owned after some action that was taken that we're going to discuss next. Then the conversation shifted to making sure that we also have the opportunity to talk about future supported, not just owned, as a cohesive conversation. So with that, I will move approval.
Second.
Okay. So we're dealing with H1A right now, which is, which Councilmember Gabbard just spoke about. I know they were public. Okay, I want to make sure because there are two items, and I have a feeling that public comment is for B, not A.
Yes.
And we're just talking about right now a referral item. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I just want to remind my colleagues I am a proud member of One Community. So I'm going to be recusing myself from this vote, just like I did in committee. So I'm going to be abstaining. So I just wanted to let you all know that I'll be stepping out for this vote.
Thank you. And I think you're going to be stepping out for H1B. Okay, just for the record, you will be here for the first vote. You can still vote for the first one, which is H1A, Councilmember Givens, which is, okay. So we have a motion. I need a second. There was a second? Okay. I didn't hear, I'm sorry. Motion and a second. Clerk, you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H1A passes unanimously.
Okay, great. We have H1B now. Councilmember Gabbard.
Respectfully requesting City
I'm
Council.
sorry, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
The reason, Councilmember Givens?
Councilmember Givens, sorry.
Did you state your reason for your recusal on the record?
Yes, I did. For the record, I'm a member of One Community, and I want to prevent there being any perception of a conflict of interest. So that's why I'm recusing myself.
Conflict. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
I think you have legals okay.
Respectfully requesting City Council approval of a resolution supporting One Community Grocery Co-op, requesting the administration provide partnership support in the amount of $50,000 to the One Community Grocery Co-op to further the goals of the Healthy Food Action Plan. And there is a resolution attached, and I so move.
Second. We have a motion and a second, and we have public comment.
I'm going to call two speakers at a time. When I call your name, please go to an open podium, state your name, address, or cross street for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. The first two speakers are Leslie Bowman and Erica Hardison.
Do you want to go first? Hi, Leslie Bauman, 2920 Burlington Avenue North. I've been a member owner of the OCGC for many years. Thank you for your support of community-owned grocery. I hope it's unanimous. Not only will it bring healthy food to the South Side, it will employ local residents and keep money circulating in the area. It will also strengthen the community. I've visited co-ops from Kalamazoo to Silver City to Seattle, where people reap the benefits rather than being exploited by profiteers. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Erica Hardison, 13th Street and 24th Avenue South. Again, my name is Erica Zenzele Hardison, and I live, work, and play in St. Petersburg, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to respectfully ask you approve the resolution supporting One Community Grocery Co-op, a community-owned grocery initiative that is working to expand food access, health, and nutrition, strengthen our economy, and build community wealth right here in St. Petersburg. Over the past year, One Community Grocery Co-op has continued to demonstrate what community-led development looks like in action. We have had a significant growth in our membership, over 140%, and we are now over 185 members strong and growing, deepening our partnerships with local farmers and organizations, and expanding our outreach and educational programming focused on healthy food access and cooperative economics. This work has been powered by residents, volunteers, and community stakeholders who believe in building solutions together. This is not just about opening a grocery store, it's about creating a reliable source of healthy food in the area that has long experienced gaps in access. It is about supporting local farmers and food entrepreneurs. It is about creating jobs and keeping dollars circulating in our local economy. And it is about ensuring that residents have ownership and voice in the resources that are essential to our everyday life. The resolution before you represents an opportunity to affirm the City of St. Petersburg's
commitment to its residents, their health, and economic development. Supporting this initiative sends a clear message that our city values community-driven solutions and believes in investing in projects that uplift residents and strengthen our neighborhoods. The momentum is here. The community is supporting the community support is here. What we need now is continued partnership and approval of this resolution to help move the work forward. Again, I respectfully ask that you vote yes to approve this resolution and stand with residents and stakeholders who are working to bring a community-owned grocery store to life in St. Petersburg. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your continued service to this city.
Thank you.
The next two speakers are Ellen Syvertson and Franklin Alves. Please go to an open podium, state your name and address or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Franklin left.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and City Council. My name is Ellen Sievertson. I live at 1017 32nd Street North. I am a member owner of One Community Grocery Co-op, and I just wanted to encourage you all to vote yes on the resolution for the funding for One Community Grocery Co-op. I grew up with co-ops. My mother helped start one in 1977 in Minnesota, and that is still a viable, active grocery store now. And I believe that our co-op will also be a long-term solution for South St. Pete to have access to healthy food. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the Franklin Alves, his card indicated that he was for the item.
Okay.
The final speaker is Jerome King. Please go to an open podium, state your name and address or cross street for the record. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jerome King. I live at 4546 10th Avenue South, and I'm here to speak on the resolution HB1. I want to say that today's resolution, this $50,000 is more than a grant. It is a strategic step to insulate the city's already $8 million in investments in the South St. Pete CRA region. We are here to help ensure that the infrastructure of health keeps pace with the infrastructure of housing. Right now, the city is breaking ground in over 2,000 units, some at Skytown, others Fairfield Avenue gas plant. These developments represent a generational shift. However, housing alone doesn't create community or neighborhood. It needs sustainability. And community-led food anchors are a way to make sure that we limit the issue of residents, these new residents coming in and having limited food accessibility. So I urge you all to vote yes to protect the city's housing investment by building a food security that you guys can pretty much help with that infrastructure and make sure that these $800 million of new housing is supported by healthy, resilient food systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. I have had the pleasure of listening to Erica 3 times now, and I find her to be engaging, and passionate, and my comments in no way will or should take away from how much I believe in her cause. I do have a struggle, and here is my struggle. I believe enough in the cause that when I was in Tallahassee, I visited the co-op that was mentioned in one of the presentations, and there was the issue, and one of the issues that I cannot resolve in my head, and please keep in mind in my real life, this is the industry that I work in. I work in the human consumable industry, and I have for my entire career. And my first struggle is that affordable and healthy don't go together. And at that co-op, everything that I found, more or less, if you put it in the aggregate, was about 15% more than what I would pay for it in Publix. Healthy is expensive, and that's just the way that works. And so I struggle with in this community, what's the balance between affordable and healthy, and how do those work out? And I don't have an answer to that at all, and I'm still contemplating that. I struggle with I think I've done more research on this than just about anything else that I have Googled in my supposed spare time, and I haven't found a great connection between public money and grocery stores, publicly owned grocery stores. I've found an awful lot of effort. I haven't found a lot of success. And in the grand scheme of the pool of money that is available to this municipality, I wonder if it is the best use. And so I believe this will end up passing today. I will vote no on this. I would like to see a game plan. I would like to know better what it is that this $50,000 would accomplish. I do know that in order to build this, because I've built things like this before, we're well into the 7 figures. We're $1.5 million plus to build this and get it open, and I need to be I need to have a better understanding of where all that comes from, and so I'll leave it there for now. I greatly appreciate the effort. I believe in the cause. I don't know that the funding source is public government, but I appreciate the effort, and that's where I'll leave it.
Thank you.
Chair.
Councilmember Gabbard. Thank you, Chair. So my questions will be brief. It was just really a follow-up for administration. So in the conversations that we had, and I went back and re-listened to the entire thing to make sure that, you know, in the hopes that this passes today, that we have our next steps in line. And so I wanted to make sure, and I should probably maybe just let Councilmember Driscoll take it, but I did go back and re-listen and just wanted to make sure you and I, get that follow-up that we need for the request that you had made. The words exactly that Councilwoman Driscoll used was a request for staff from the greenhouse to assist in capacity building with the co-op. And then the response from staff about the request was that there was a commitment for service providers to assist with capacity building for the co-op. So I wanted to understand, now that I've gone back and listened to it again, what the difference in that terminology is within the greenhouse. Because I think staff implicates that we as a city and our resources, we are going to work with the co-op to help them be able to stand up whatever it looks like for next steps. But then when I heard those words service providers, I didn't know if that meant something else. So I needed to kind of understand that and make sure that you all have had conversations since the HERS meeting about how we're going to move forward if this passes, and really assisting for what I'm hearing Councilmember Harding's concern is, which is like, how is this really feasible? How does this move forward? And I think that support that the committee is asking for is very important to that.
So I appreciate that, council member, and I'm not sure that I can fully answer your question specifically, but I'll say a few things. And I think that was Ms. Falvey who made those comments. And I don't know if she's here or if she's in the back room. Maybe she'll come out while we're having this conversation and she can address that. But what I will say is that we are supportive of the One Community Co-op. We do think that there's a place in St. Petersburg for a food co-op within the food system that we have in the city. So if this were to pass today, we are prepared to move forward on it. I did have an initial discussion with One Community on Tuesday about a potential scope of work for that money. I shared with them that our interest would be on seeing that money used to move forward towards the brick and mortar. And I think through that conversation, I think we could both get comfortable with what those deliverables are. So we're prepared to go forward. And I'm sorry I can't answer that specific language question, but
I feel like what you just explained is really what I was looking for. It's a commitment. This resolution is a commitment from City Council that we support food sovereignty in our community. That's what that is. It is now your job as the administration to implement that, the funding, the resources, the follow-up, to make sure that what we know historically, I mean, Speaker said it, right? Her mother started one in the 70s that's now as old as I am, right? I mean, great job. And that's what we want to see. Now, we can debate healthy and affordability and how that all comes together, and I think that is a valid concern. But from what I have seen from my research, co-ops is the sustainable model that helps to move communities from the food insecurity that they are currently facing. And we have had nothing else move us and move the needle in forever. So to me, this is the logical next step. And so I really just want to thank you for that clarity on what that looks like. I'm excited to hear that you've had those conversations. And so it is my hopes that when this passes today, that we will move swiftly into those next steps so that we can have an update back to hers sooner rather than later.
And if you don't mind, that's a good segue to maybe just let me address the mechanics with council so you understand. And if you have any concerns about this, we can revisit it. Our intention would be just to go forward if we can come to terms on the scope of work. And then if that put us over budget during the fiscal year, we'd address it at cleanup. Okay. If council was not comfortable with that, we could come back with an appropriation that you would have to approve the funding, and that would take some longer time. So we thought just going directly, since it's under the $100,000 threshold, and if we need to, we would address it at cleanup. So that's what we're thinking.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. So I did not go back and watch and the meeting. And I don't remember exactly what I said, but it went something like this. This is also an economic development issue, and it was made clear that there is not someone currently at the greenhouse who is well-versed in the topic of co-ops that could really provide some expert guidance. And so I saw this as a chance for everyone to win, and asked for a staffer from the greenhouse to be selected. And I think that's when Andrea sat and said, yes, we'd like to do that, to sort of be embedded with this group, to learn with them and provide guidance where they can, but really just an everybody learning together kind of thing, because this won't be the last co-op that we have. And I think it would be extremely beneficial if we have someone in the greenhouse who, becomes a subject matter expert on that. And if they're, what do they say about, where's Ed when you need him, about flying the plane?
Building the plane while flying.
Yes. That's what I'm asking for. But I'm really confident that you've got great people at the greenhouse. I know one of them might have a special interest in this, and while I wish that was in the resolution as well to make it clear that that's what we wanted to, it sounds like everyone has heard me. I know Andrea did, and I feel pretty comfortable with that, as long as it's still in the plan.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rob, thanks for bringing up the process of it all, because that was going to be my question. So, if we're over budget, we'll do it at cleanup. So, have you identified what bucket that'll come out of?
We're going to discuss it. We're going to take a look at our options and see maybe if we're under somewhere, what would be better than somewhere else. But I would say it's probably either going to come from economic development or maybe from George Smith's shop. So we're looking at it.
All right. Thank you. That was my only concern, because literally 2 or 3 weeks ago, I had talked about we need to identify the bucket, and so I'm very appreciative of that. I am very supportive of this, but my solo concern was talking out of two sides of my mouth. So very, very much appreciate it, and thanks to administration for identifying that and your willingness to work on that with us. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So first, thank you for everyone that joined us here today on this, and for your work in the co-op. I know that Florida does not have a big co-op culture because I visit family, well, my husband's family, not my family, in Wisconsin. Wisconsin has a big co-op culture, which I think helps when you have co-ops, and so that's something that you need to build. So I understand some of the concerns you have, Councilmember Harding, because there are some struggles with it, especially in an area where the culture is not established, and it has been successful in different areas. I think because there has been a a co-op culture established. I do agree with Councilmember Driscoll. I think if we are giving funding for something like this and we have a healthy food action plan, there should be something, and Rob, I appreciate everything you added, and the administration is supportive and you're working on a scope of work. I do think that there should be language in there that if this is for what it's being sought for, which is feasibility and all these other things, there should be something where we get something in return in terms of co-ops and what Councilmember Driscoll was talking about. I think that's important because what I've seen is we have different programs that are trying to touch on food insecurity, and you all just released a grant that I provided and I sent them, which was for $50,000, which is for the healthy neighborhood stores. You all decided to go a different route, but there is a grant, and I'm trying to make sure that whatever efforts we're doing in this space is not just here, there, and willy-nilly. There should be some conciseness. So I'm supportive because I know that that's what you all are going to do, but I do want to make sure that we do get information back in terms of what co-ops are and the success of them and all that, because I do agree with Councilmember Harding. This is much more expensive than people realize it's going to be.
Yeah,
So,
and if I could just say, you know, we want to encourage people to use our existing grants too.
Right.
And, you know, it's our first choice is not to do something out of the budget cycle, but, you know, this has been something
Right.
we've been working on. It's clear that there's council
Right.
support. We're willing to work together on this.
right. And the reality is, it's honestly, this is under $100,000. Frankly, it should be something where if administration says that they're going to do it, it should be enough, but we have a resolution before us, and that's the way we're going. So there's a motion and a second, and Councilmember Fig Sanders, I just realized that you have pressed your button.
Because I just pressed it. So thank you so much. I just, want to, first of all, thank One Community for being steadfast and committed. You all are not new to this. You are absolutely true to this. And I have to agree with Councilmember Gertis in regards to speaking out of both sides of my mouth, because when I met with you, my comment was, where are we getting the money from? So thank you, Administrative Gertis, for kind of giving me an insight of where we can possibly fund this. But as far as One Community is concerned, you always have my support, because what you are doing is what we need. We have people purchasing food from Dollar General stores because we do not have access to healthy eating. And I will tell you, years of unhealthy eating catches up to you. So I just want to make sure that we are cognizant in the fact of the benefits of a co-op and what that brings to South St. Pete. And so I just would be remiss not to say thank you for your true commitments, and I will gladly support this resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Floyd.
I put myself in here. I forget as well. I put myself on here, one, to say thank you to the co-op as well for the continued advocacy and the patience for coming and meeting with us all, me in particular. I'm grateful for it. And then just wanted to add one thing to Councilmember Harding's point, because I was trying to express what you're describing in the committee, and I think I did a poor job of it. But I think there's two problems when we talk about areas that don't have food. One is areas don't have access to healthy food, and the other one is like being able to afford healthy food. And there's like, one is harder to address than others. Like, it's harder to address for us, like the fact that people can't afford to go buy groceries. Doesn't matter what grocery store gets put there. The other one is easier for us to address, through whatever plan we want to do, if it's this or something else, and that's the fact that there is not food in that geographic location. And so I just have them two delineated in my mind, and try to focus on which one I'm addressing at each time. And so I was trying to explain that in the meeting, but I think you explained it a little bit here when you were giving your reasoning. So I wanted to say, like, to me, this, yes, I'm sure the co-op, and, if there was some other municipal grocery, would try as hard as possible to make it to where the food is affordable, but there's like a business model that has to be followed, and like things cost money. And so I'm thinking about it through that lens, like making sure that the food is available and then everything we can do on top of that to make sure it's affordable. It's just, I have a delineation in my mind on it, and I wanted to give the second to uplift that, and so that when we're thinking about what it is possible for us to solve, we're focused. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, will you please tally and announce the vote?
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H1B passes 6-1 with council members Driscoll, Fig Sanders, Floyd, Gabbard, Gertis, and Hanowitz voting yes, council member Harding voting no, and council member Givens recusing himself.
Thank you. Now we move on to H. We have form 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're good. We move on to H3. Councilmember Gabbard.
H2.
H2, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I
The
had
two
pulled
of
up
them,
and then I
the
got
two of them
confused.
confuse me.
No
H2.
worries, you're good. Respectfully requesting City Council approval to remove the following item from the HERS referral list, which was the continued or planned investments in the context of the American Cities Climate Challenge Commitments and Integrated Sustainability Action Plan implementation. And this was removed by request of Councilmember Driscoll. This was her item because it was redundant for another item that is ongoing, that is Councilmember Floyd. So this will still be part of the conversation, but to remove it for housekeeping. And I so move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H2A passes unanimously with councilmember Fig Sanders and Floyd being absent.
Now we move on to H3. Councilmember Gabbard.
All right, last one from me, I promise. Respectfully requesting City Council approval of a resolution confirming the 2026 City of St. Petersburg's federal legislative agenda, and the legislative agenda is attached in the resolution, and I so move.
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item H3A passes unanimously with council members Fig Sanders and Floyd being absent.
Okay, great. So we've moved to the end of the agenda, except public hearings, which starts at 5:01, so we will be in recess till then. Thank you. We're reconvening the council meeting with public hearings. Hi, Joe. We have J1 and J2.
Move approval J1.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, you'll please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes.
Sorry.
Oh. Council member, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote. Oh,
Yeah, missed it.
oh, you can press the button.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda items J1 and J2 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe, for joining us.
Good to see you, Joe.
Okay, we move on to open forum. Any speakers? No speakers. We move to announcements. Any announcements? Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, there was the annual meeting for the St. Pete EDC yesterday, which a few of us attended, and I just wanted to say, just very thankful for Mike Swayze and his team and all the work that they're doing at the St. Pete EDC. It was a great annual meeting. They had some site selectors, some great speakers. It really was, and frankly, a great room. Bunch of our stakeholders, more than 100 people more than last year, and so just love to see our city pouring into the EDC and trying to help bring more economic development here to St. Petersburg, and to foster the economic development that is already here, I think is also one of those things that gets lost. So just very thankful, wanted to say it out loud to the entire St. Pete EDC family, but Mike did a great job yesterday, and it was a great event, and so just wanted to say thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm sorry I missed it. I was on duty with childcare as my daughter had no school yesterday. So my husband had the morning and I had the afternoon. So Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
That's right.
So first of all, and I think she's watching, I want to thank Miss Kiera Lovett, who is the Director of Social Services with St. Pete Housing Authority, who presented this morning at the Youth and Family Services meeting. She was brilliant. She spoke the truth. I reached out to Mr. Lundy to commend her for the wonderful job that she received, that she's doing, but I want to make sure that she received the kudos that she deserves in serving Jordan Park, a very difficult population in the city of St. Petersburg. And I needed her to know that when she left here here admired by so many of us in the work that she's doing. So Kiera, I know you're watching. Thank you, and thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Fix Sanders. She actually did a great job this morning.
She did.
Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Floyd. Oh my gosh.
It's okay.
You
it is
get it by June.
This is, I was told to congratulate Team USA Women's Hockey on the gold medal. It just happened while we're in the meeting, so congratulations. Oh, my bad. I'm sure it was an exciting game.
I had the kids at home tonight all by myself.
You can watch speed skating and stuff.
Yeah, right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, if you watch is it the speed skate? Was it the downhill where the dog actually? There was a dog that ended up going through the finish line. It's the best video ever, and I will share it after. It's the best video ever. So, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. It's not an announcement. Actually, I just wanted to double check to make sure that you guys had checked Zoom for any open forum. At the end, I just got a text from somebody that they said they had their hand raised to speak.
It was not raised when it was when she closed it.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure. All right. Thanks.
Gotta be quick in the afternoon. There's no one here, and they say the thing. So sorry. Hopefully next time. Well, thank you everyone for a great meeting. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Jean Ordner, Park and Enforcement Officer. We're here to keep the traffic moving. That's our goal. Yes, we write parking tickets, but we really just want to keep the parking spaces open for everybody to patronize the businesses. If we weren't here, there'd be no parking ever. I mean, you gotta have some kind of compassion. You can't just be out there and hit them hard. If it's you and your vehicle's first ticket and you've spent $25 or more at a downtown business the same day as the ticket, you can get it voided. They'll ask you to bring in a copy of your receipt, your driver's license to the 301 Central, and they'll take care of it from there. Everybody makes mistakes. We want to have compassion for these people. For instance, if they have a discharge paper from the emergency room with their name on it with the date and time of the ticket, yes, they can get it voided also that way. One lady went in, she was in labor and her husband parked. Well, we voided his ticket too because he was there for the birth of his child. So it's really situation upon situation, but most of the time if they have discharge papers and they can prove it, it's usually voided. We know it's an inconvenience to get a ticket, and it's kind of aggravating, but in the long run, it goes to a good cause because it gives the city money to comply with ADA compliances, the sidewalks, and all that good stuff to fix them and everything else. And then another portion goes to school crossing guards, so we can make sure that every school has them. I've had a lot of positive interactions. For instance, sometimes I go down to the dog park in the afternoon to give the dogs treats. I enjoy interacting with the different people. I know a lot of the different restaurant owners, so just interacting with different people on a day-to-day basis. We're not out there to necessarily give the tickets, we would rather them move. And that's the most important thing is we want people to be able to come down and patronize a business without having to worry about parking. If we weren't here, that nobody would ever find a parking space. They would park there and they'd stay. They wouldn't move. So then if you want to go to a specific restaurant, you can't go because that parking's full all day. We're there for a reason.
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, it's one of the things I missed was mass transit. And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner tour.
Camp Ignite is a 3-day program where aspiring female youth between the ages of 13 and 18 are able to come to fire rescue and experience what it's like to be a firefighter.
The girls will be learning a lot of hands-on skills within the fire department. They'll learn about the importance of teamwork and mentorships and building lasting relationships.
18 Sparks, together we ignite!
We want to leave a lasting impression so that when it is time to figure out what their career is, they keep in mind that St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is here.
Last year, we provided opportunities for about 12 campers. This year, we were able to expand that capacity and actually double those numbers through continued partnership with Pinellas County Urban League, partnership with Parks and Rec, and our local union, Local 747.
This type of program is important for us in the community and the city. I want the girls to be enlightened about all of the opportunities that they have available to them here in our city, that the Urban League is there to support them in ways that they could not imagine, to make a selection that best fits what they want to do with their future.
Growing up, you don't see female firefighters as much as you see the males. So to see a female doing this is great for girls. So I think this is an excellent opportunity for young females to get involved and see what they can do.
It's very rewarding to see children get excited about our job. So being able to mentor those individuals in the right direction and stress the importance of physical fitness, nutrition, and establishing mentors is huge.
We want to make sure that we are getting the best. And this is an opportunity for them, if they do decide to become firefighters, they can be local heroes. And this is a great career. And we want to make sure that we continue down this path of ensuring that we provide the opportunities for them.
Camping night is being a firefighter.
They're just giving us new experiences of what the firefighters actually do.
They're trying to inspire young girls to want to try and be firefighters. I think my favorite thing to do was probably saving the baby, and you have to like go through the smoke and crawl on your knees to try and find the baby. I think that was pretty fun. I really liked going up in the ladder truck because they took us like all the way up. It was like 100 feet. It was really fun.
My favorite thing was when we went in an ambulance, we got a thing on the radio that said there was an alligator attack. It was like cool to feel like the adrenaline and try to like save them.
It's inspiring to see females doing firefighting because like when they do it, it means that I can do it too, and so many other women can too. They have taught us a lot, and they have brought different perspectives of being a female firefighter to us.
Girls feel like that they can't accomplish the same things as men just because of the standard. But really, there's like some really strong women out here, and it just inspires you to do what you think you can do.
I think they are all amazing women, and they do such a hard job. And I think it's very inspiring, and it really encourages like girls like me to really like want to join this force.
18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite. 18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite!
I started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens, so you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames, and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
My name is Lisa Plamin. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually the boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, you know, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, you know, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, you know, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it. So I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, you know, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, you know, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, you know, fashion was that, you know, way to really, you know, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
When we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too, I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says, Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula, when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to, to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and to St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly.
Wow.
So every time you Central Avenue and 3rd Street, when you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
It's very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple. It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime program. Even though Japan is on the other side of the world, I have another host family out there. I have another family out there.
It's really a great opportunity to exercise that interest in culture and learn more about Japanese culture specifically.
Not only is it educational, but it's also inspirational. It really inspired me to get out and travel more. And there's so much more for the world to see, different cultures, different foods, different lifestyles. And it's just so important that people realize and seek the world around them.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, thank you all for being here. Any other council members? Don't want to miss any. And certainly thanks to our St. Pete team who are here today. It is really hard to believe that 1 year ago today, we were facing the impacts of Hurricane Helene. And just 2 weeks after that, we would be gearing up again to respond to Hurricane Milton. I remember sitting in the Emergency Operations Center with our city staff, working through every single contingency from evacuations to sheltering and recovery, and thinking about what our city would look like after these storms passed. I remember the sound of the winds outside our EOC through the night as Hurricane Helene made its way through our city and through our state. I recall our teams moving out for first push as soon as the storm passed. And I recall surveying the damage with our team very early the next morning after Helene passed and seeing debris and flooding and impact like I have never seen. We met with our residents and saw the stress and devastation in their faces as they began the monumental task of rebuilding their lives. I even remember getting a briefing from our emergency management team that despite all of that, we were going to see another hurricane in just 13 days. At that time, I wasn't sure what the future of our city would look like, but I knew that we would be committed to the long road to recovery for our community. These hurricanes changed our community forever. In those 2 weeks, we experienced record levels of storm surge, damage, and debris. Our community hasn't faced anything like this before. However, it's in the immediate aftermath of these hurricanes that we saw the true spirit of St. Pete. Our neighbors moved into action and began helping people haul debris off their property. Organizations were hosting food and supply drives for anyone impacted by storms. It was truly incredible watching the community band together after back-to-back storms. We're here at Tropicana Field today to reflect on the last year since Hurricanes Helene and Milton. As you can see behind me, we've made great progress on Tropicana Field repairs in the last year, and I want to thank our staff for their hard work. I'll provide a brief update on those repairs later in my remarks. Also, later in the press conference, we will recognize some of the remarkable individuals and organizations that displayed true community spirit and innovation in their recovery efforts. These individuals and organizations identified a need in the community during the initial aftermath of the storms, and in the last year have since developed that idea into a larger effort or program to better serve the community for future disasters. The people we are recognizing today demonstrate the true spirit of what We Are St. Pete truly means. In addition to our one-year recognition, we'll also provide an update on our long-term recovery efforts to date and highlight Fire Rescue's new high water rescue vehicles. In terms of long-term recovery, we know it will take years to fully recover from the back-to-back storms of 2024. Long-term recovery is a massive and complex undertaking that will take some time. In the initial aftermath of the storms, our focus was on immediate short-term recovery. This work included things like finding short-term housing for impacted residents, removing debris throughout the city, and facilitating recovery funding for our community. We took extraordinary efforts in our initial response, including establishing the We Are St. Pete Fund and establishing a hometown recovery haulers program. I'm proud of those efforts and the work our city team did in the initial aftermath of the storms. However, in the last year, we've also made incredible strides in our long-term recovery efforts. Long-term recovery will require perseverance. Our city team has made this their priority in the last year, and I'm proud to discuss just some of the work that they've accomplished today. To date, we've secured approximately $40 million in reimbursements from FEMA. We've received reimbursements for projects that included debris removal, emergency protective services, and other actions taken from the hurricanes. In addition to our FEMA reimbursements, we've received approximately $13.9 million in insurance payments to date. To date, that's a total of approximately $54 million secured to help our city recover. We continue to work with the Florida Division of Emergency Management and FEMA to secure additional reimbursements for our remaining projects. We also successfully launched the Sunrise St. Pete program with $159.8 million in funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And we are one of only 2 Florida cities to receive direct funding. The Sunrise St. Pete program will support housing, infrastructure, and community recovery. This program was developed with input from the community to ensure it accurately reflects the recovery needs of St. Pete. In August, our draft action plan was approved by HUD, and we are now working to finalize our grant agreement. We plan to bring that agreement to City Council on October 2nd for acceptance and appropriation. Following approval, the grant agreement will then be sent to HUD. Once our grant agreement is finalized, we will expect the initial Sunrise St. Pete programs to launch in early 2026. The programs expected to launch are residential recovery and elevation programs and our disaster relief reimbursement program. In compliance with federal requirements, Sunrise St. Pete prioritizes income-eligible homeowners, ensuring that 70% of the funds benefit low to moderate income households. More information on Sunrise St. Pete is available at sunrisestpete.org. In the last year, we've also been focused on increasing our infrastructure strength and resiliency against future disasters. The impacts from last year's hurricanes made it painfully evident that the impacts of climate change have exceeded prior projections and that we needed to adapt our plan. This time last year, we were concerned about our city facilities' ability to handle the record-predicted storm surge and how seriously our facilities would be damaged or even made inoperable. We do not want to be in that position again. So in response, we launched the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR, to accelerate resiliency projects designed to harden the city's infrastructure. We've already made significant progress on some of these projects, and I'd like to highlight a few. The aqua fence at Lift Station 85, installing flood panels at the Northeast Water Treatment Facility, installing mobile pumps and trailers at lift stations throughout the city, launching our private lateral rebate program, and elevating critical equipment at our water reclamation facilities. These accomplishments barely scratch the surface of what Public Works has been working on and has accomplished. And I encourage you to view the full list of SPAR projects on our website at stpete.org/SPAR, S-P-A-R, and learn more about how the city is working to increase our resiliency against future disasters. I also want to provide a quick update on our post-disaster emergency permits. As one of the last municipalities to waive permit fees for post-disaster emergency permits, we've waived $2.9 million in permit fees to date. We've issued more than 14,500 post-disaster emergency permits. The total construction value from our post-disaster emergency permits is approximately $299 million. We anticipate that we'll be back to normal blue sky review times by the end of this month. And finally, let's talk about Tropicana Field repairs. We all remember that picture of the roofless Tropicana Field Stadium after the storms. That image really captures the violence of the storms and the significance of the impact. However, a year later, we have made significant progress on our repairs and anticipate the stadium will be ready for the 2026 season. I've been able to get a behind-the-scenes look at the repairs, and I truly admire the workers who you probably see working now, who are fearlessly repairing this roof and very skillfully. 6 roof panels have been successfully installed. I thought I counted 7 on the way in. I know they're working on 2. Are we up to 8? Up to 8. In terms of non-roof repairs, we've submitted permit drawings for interior repairs, and those are currently under review. We anticipate that the roof installation will be completed by the end of the year, and we'll start on turf installation and other major interior work at that time. And again, we anticipate the entire project will be completed by April 2026. And kudos to our team and our contractors. In closing, overall, you'll see it's been a busy year since Hurricanes Helene and Milton impacted our community. I want to thank our city staff for their dedication, tenacity, and perseverance. They've worked to rebuild our community as many were rebuilding their own lives and homes. They've accomplished this monumental feat while also balancing their other everyday responsibilities in the city. We will never forget the lasting impacts these storms had on St. Pete, and I'm honored to be here with you today as we reflect on the last year. I'll now turn it over to Fire Rescue Chief Watts, who has some exciting things to share regarding our brand new water rescue vehicles. And after Chief Watts, we'll hear from our Chair Copley Gertis to highlight some of the community innovators that I mentioned earlier. It's been a long year. It's been a productive year. I couldn't be more proud of our St. Pete team. We are St. Pete. Chief Watts.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Good morning. 1 year after Hurricane Helene challenged our community, St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is proud to announce a significant upgrade in our ability to serve our community during future storms. Helene brought unprecedented high water rescues, which highlighted the need for enhanced capabilities. That experience drove change, leading to the acquisition of these specialized high water rescue vehicles. These vehicles are true game changers, designed specifically to meet the unique needs of our community in high water conditions. Equipped with lift gates, they provide a safe and stable way to transfer our citizens, especially those with mobility challenges, and they also ensure a safer working environment for our responders. These multifaceted vehicles dramatically improve our service. They can move through flooded neighborhoods, establish critical water supplies in areas cut off from traditional resources, and safely transport residents and responders. We're strategically deploying these vehicles based on historical data and can reposition them rapidly as conditions evolve. This investment directly addresses the lessons of Hurricane Helene, ensuring that when our city faces rising waters again, Your St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is more capable, more flexible, and more resilient. For you, our residents, this means faster and safer rescues and greater peace of mind knowing that your St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is prepared to better serve you, your needs in any emergency. St. Petersburg Fire Rescue stands ready, stronger, safer, and more capable than ever before. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to everyone involved who played a role in securing these essential vehicles for our community. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Council Chair Gertis.
Good morning, everybody. So before I start my comments, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to think about a year ago this morning. And I want you to imagine, maybe you were lucky enough to wake up in your own bed that morning. But there were some people who woke up in their bed and water was on their floor. They were on their kitchen counters. Maybe they were miles away at a friend's house or a VRBO or a hotel because they evacuated. Some of the staff here today woke up in EOC. Our emergency management department were out in the streets inspecting to make sure that it was safe for our residents to use those roads, to get to a hospital, to get to food, to get to gas. That's what that morning looked like. Now fast forward to this morning. The sun's out. It's a beautiful day, right? But we still have people not in their homes. We still have people in campers in their front yards and VRBOs on friends' couches. Let us not forget that. Let us not forget that. It's hard to believe that it's already been a year since Hurricane Helene. And while we're still finding our footing from that storm, Hurricane Milton struck soon after. For many of us, it feels just like yesterday. And in truth, the impacts of both Helene and Milton are still being felt across our community, just like I said a second ago. Even today, many are still recovering, rebuilding, and working to put their lives back together. First, I want to begin by recognizing my colleagues at City Council who have demonstrated time and time again their ability to come together, focus on the issues at hand, and ensure our city recovers stronger than before. And these trucks, Tropicana Field behind you, are just a few examples, and I'll talk about a few more in a minute. That spirit of unity has been essential in guiding our community through some of its most difficult days. I remember driving around the city the day after Helene, and specifically in District 1, I saw firsthand the damage these storms did to the hearts and souls of our community, not just their homes and their property. It was astounding. And in that moment, it became very clear to me just how much work lay ahead of us. But in that immense uncertainty, I saw something truly remarkable. Neighbors helping neighbors clean up their yards. Strangers checking in on one another. Acts of kindness and generosity beyond compare. In a moment that could have felt dark and overwhelming, the best of humanity shined through in the city of St. Petersburg, like the sunshine did the next morning after the storm. And Mayor, I have to say, Sunrise St. Pete is the perfect name for our disaster recovery dollars because the sun will continue to rise in St. Petersburg. Fast forward a year. I couldn't be more proud of staff. I will double down on this. I could not be more proud of staff. The departments across the city, there are too many to name, that went day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute to make sure that our community was safe, is one of the most remarkable things I have ever seen in my life. I want to give one shout out, like I did a couple of weeks ago, to our codes department. Our codes department in a normal year sees about 35,000 codes violations. This year to date, they are dealing with 55,000 because of continued investment in the storms from a year ago. That means over the last year, they have not been able to do the regular work of their department. They continue to invest on storms that happened a year ago. I could not be more proud of that department. Together, we've removed 2.1 million cubic yards of debris. You've heard me describe that. I won't do it again. We've installed an aqua fence at Lift Station 85. Greenlit high water vehicles. Vice Chair Hanowitz, thank you for your leadership on that. And hardened the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility. You've heard me say it before. It's not how hard you get hit. It's how hard you can take the hit. But our recovery has not been led by government alone. The back-to-back hurricanes demonstrated the strength and resilience of the St. Petersburg community itself. Over the last year, many local organizations have stepped up, finding innovative ways to support families, rebuild neighborhoods, and reimagine what recovery looks like for all of us. Today, I want to highlight some of those recovery innovators who have joined us today, and if you would please stand. Radio St. Pete, Sarah Hips, Show Up Relief Alliance, I Care, Disha Marshall with Kenwood Neighborhood Association, Matt Thorne with Shore Acres Neighborhood Association. Personally, from me, all of you, we could not have done it without you. Frankly, I would not have wanted to do it without you. Thank you for your partnership and your continued investment into the resiliency of this community. The work is not done, but as I look around, I can see the sun rising. I can see things moving forward. And as we carry the lessons we've leaned into today, into the future, we continue to shape the decisions that make our city safer, stronger, and more resilient. Thank you.
That concludes our press conference. We'd be happy to take any questions you might have. Hi. You know what? I guess the logistics. Can you say that again, like louder? So we think we've got a handle. It's the high water bills is what you're asking. So we've got a handle on that. It was a combination of metering, the impact where some of the houses were unreadable, old technology that was used for estimating. So that combination really caused that spike. With 95,000 accounts, you're going to have always some high water bills. In fact, we have a bill commission that reviews those. So we think we've got a handle on the causes. In between new meters, the new system, the Tyler system that will replace Navaline, which is a legacy system, we think we've got a handle going forward. And also the changes that we made in the code with City Council's support give us a much more flexibility in dealing on those one-off cases that seem, illogical. Why can't you deal with a $1,000 bill? Well, the code restricted us in some cases. All those things have been in place. So we think we've got a handle on it. There will still be high water bills when you've got almost 100,000 accounts, and we think we've got a way to deal with those on an individual basis. Well, like I said, it's a case-by-case basis. We've done all the things that I just outlined. If someone has an issue, contact my office if you can't get a hold of anyone else, and we'll take a look at it. But each case is really different. We are looking at that as a priority. We've been committed to that, and we'll continue to be committed to it. Yeah. You want to? Okay. Assistant Administrator Tom Green has some comments on that.
Good morning. To the mayor's point, we track and monitor a couple of different metrics with respect to bills. And one of them, or a combination of them, is 2 times and 4 times the 3-month prior average. And so the numbers that we're seeing show that we have normalized to pre-storm readings from, let's take July of 24. The numbers in July of 25 are very similar with respect to 2 times and 4 times the 3 months prior consumption. So we believe that it's normalized. There are certainly cases, individual cases that we're working with customers on, but the 2 times and 4 times has normalized to pre-storm. Yeah. And we're working through all those individual cases on a case-by-case basis. It's really difficult to answer all of those at one time, but we are working with our customers to address those issues.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Chief?
So I will bring up Deputy Chief Brett Siskowski, who can answer in detail more about the high water vehicles and the number of rescues that we had last year.
Thank you. I'm sorry, from standing over there, I didn't hear your question. If you could just repeat it. How deep of water can they travel through? Sure, absolutely. So during Hurricane Helene itself, we had 430 citizens that we rescued using our one high water vehicle that we had at the time, and then we were borrowing from other departments within the city, dump trucks. These vehicles themselves can go into 4 feet of water. As you can see, the exhaust is snorkeled out. So that's the highest safe distance that we can bring these vehicles into. So we have 3 new, and we had 1 existing, and with City Council's assistance, we were able to acquire the 3 new ones for approximately $300,000. 2 of the 3 will have fire pumps on them, with the capability of taking that pump off at a moment's notice if we need additional citizen transport units. Yeah, so we did have areas of the city that were inaccessible to our normal fire vehicles, normal fire engines. So adding these to our fleet is going to make us be able to respond to those areas that are flooded out. They do have fire pumps, they do have water tanks, fire hose, and then the ability to draft from a static water supply. So if we're in an area that has standing water, we can drop that drafting strainer in and use that as our hydrant. So the capabilities to attack a fire in those situations, that's something that we've added that we didn't have the capability as of before. Milton was a different storm, and we had the unprecedented rain with Milton, but the rescues for Milton was between 75 and 100. Helene, in that 3-hour period, we had 430. We were just inundated.
Mayor, hi. Wanted to ask, I think you mentioned $40 million in FEMA reimbursement. Is any of that for Tropicana Field?
Let me ask Tom to come up and give you the answer on that.
No, none of those are, zero of that is for Tropicana Field. We're still in the process of, as you can see, it's under construction. And when this project is completed, then we will have all the information that we can submit to FEMA for reimbursement. But we have been in long time communication with FEMA in the state of Florida, FDEM, to ensure that we're in the right position so that when we are concluded with the project, to submit that for reimbursement.
Okay, so that would be submitted next year.
When the project is completed, yes.
Okay, and is there a limit on, you'd have to get a response within a year or a calendar year, or what's kind of the time frame for reimbursement?
That is a very good question, and it really varies. It is so hard to forecast how quickly projects move through the process. Mayor mentioned in his opening remarks that some of the reimbursements we got were for things that we did prior to the storm. So sometimes those projects move very quickly. On big projects like this, it'll probably take longer just because of all the moving parts and all the different pieces of analysis that needs to go into it.
Thank you. What is the backup plan just in case Tropicana Field is not ready by opening day?
I'm not sure there is one. We're going to do everything we can to make sure it's ready. If if there's some act of God, then we'll have to adjust to that. But we plan to be ready for, I don't know if it's opening day per se. I think they open at home. Right.
Yeah, home opening.
Right. But everything is on schedule. Don't jinx it, Colleen. But, the plan is to have it ready. If there's an act of God, we'll deal with it.
Okay. And do you have a buy? Have you met with the new prospective buyers yet, or do you have a meeting scheduled?
As soon as it's appropriate for us to do so, after the sale is finalized, we will.
Are there any other questions?
I think it's a positive development. I know they have a future here through at least 2028. I think they'll probably have a future here beyond that, just given logistics, even if they do want to move. So we're looking forward to having a conversation with them about what their priorities are, what ours are. But this other 60 acres to the east of Brooker Creek, due to our staff's work and the termination agreements, we want to start moving on that and turning this pavement into jobs and housing has been the promise. So I think it's a positive development. We look forward to the conversation. Absolutely.
Mayor, do you have a running list of the repairs done at Tropicana Field? Like what?
I'm sure Beth has all kinds of spreadsheets on that. Absolutely. Any other questions? Yeah. We've done a heck of a lot even before the storms in our permitting office. We had a business process improvement project that, for example, created the ombuds person, had created some online access. That was before the storms. And certainly after that, we've augmented staff. We've done everything we could possibly do, as you know, those examiners and inspectors were in wide demand across the Southeast. So yeah, our team has done a lot to try to meet really an unprecedented need in permitting. Any other questions? I know y'all are hot, but all right. Thank y'all for being here, and we're moving forward as a city. Thank you. Today we're cutting the ribbon on a building, but what we're really celebrating is a major step forward in the city of St. Petersburg. Our first purpose-built, nationally accredited environmental compliance laboratory.
This has been years in the making. Our original water laboratory was in a repurposed metal building. It wasn't designed for the purpose of being a laboratory. You've got to think of humidity and air temperature. You've got to think of air control. You don't want to contaminate the samples. And so we have a brand new building that's been designed to be used as a laboratory, but it was also designed to withstand hurricanes. It operates through a storm, and that's really important so we can get our systems back up and running.
It's so neat to see what they're doing. I mean, you're talking about drinking water, beach water, storm water, essentially any water that comes through the city, they're testing, because not only are they worried about what's coming in contact with us, they're worried about the environment too. I mean, it's just a massive project. It's a massive undertaking, and the work they're doing is just so important.
This lab provides analytical results to the Hillsborough Health Department, Pinellas County Health Department. We provide a regional benefit. We ensure that we're providing the results that are of the highest quality standard.
We take our water for granted. We take the fact that the water is safe to use for granted. So much work that goes into making sure that it is safe to use. And so that's why this is important to each and every one of us, because that water that we are using every morning has been tested to verify that it is safe for your use.
Our team is mission focused, and every day they come here as residents knowing what this water means to the community. This is the lifeblood of the community, and they are focused on ensuring that it is of the highest quality that is possible.
So Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stems more from, I mean, somebody told me this years later, that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do. Because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I had never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
We're here at the Shell Dash Townhomes ribbon cutting, where 10 homeowners were given the keys to their homes, and it's the first project like this for Habitat in St. Petersburg. And 10 lives now are going to move forward into home ownership. It's a great day.
Our families go through a lot to get to a day like today. After being accepted into our program, these families take 38 homebuyer education classes, teaching them everything they need to know to be a successful homeowner. We cover topics from budgeting to home maintenance and even how to be a good neighbor. They also put in between 350 and 450 sweat equity hours on our construction sites, including their own home.
It represents all the hard work and dedication that I've endured over this past year. I am greatly proud of myself going through this journey. At times I thought I could not, but I am here.
Through a partnership, the city put in more than $1 million from the South St. Pete CRA, donated the land, and Habitat is providing an interest-free mortgage. So it's an intentional effort to have affordable housing right here, just south of Tropicana Field, for folks who make our city work, and that's why it's important.
The average median price of a townhome in the city of St. Petersburg is over $650,000 right now. So to have a home made affordable to these families at $279,000 with a zero interest mortgage, it'll keep these homes forever affordable for these families as they move in.
We have 50 more just south of here on the 18th Avenue corridor that we're working with Habitat on, and those will come to fruition. So folks need to understand that the process takes time, but we're dedicated to making sure it moves forward.
Hi, I'm Sarah De La Torre. I'm a firefighter paramedic with St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, and I'm here to talk to you today about being wise with your lithium-ion batteries before, during, and after the storm. So first of all, you want to make sure before the storm that your batteries are fully charged just in case we lose power. You want to make sure that you have good quality batteries, and you want to make sure that they're not damaged, that they're not swollen, leaking, or cracked. You want to make sure that anything with a lithium-ion battery, such as e-bikes, cars, even your power tools, that they're moved up and to higher ground, and preferably that they're out of your home and away from your property. A lot of times when the salt water mixes with these batteries, that's how fires begin, even up to 2 weeks after exposure to the water. Well, during a storm, this could result in a structure fire, and the fire department may not be able to get to you to put that fire out. So it's important to always get that to higher ground and away from your property. Have a plan for your electric operated devices or vehicles. In the event of a battery fire, water will not help, so don't use water. Make sure that you use either a Class B extinguisher or an ABC dry cam extinguisher. As a pro tip, make sure to follow at St. Pete FL for all your up-to-date information before, during, and after a storm.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station and then I'm downtown in less than an hour and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine and then it verticalizes it. So it takes up less space. You can kind of stand more compact and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender. And they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, hey, they hiring, so I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, you do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas. If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
Today was a ribbon cutting for the Barack Obama Main Library in the city of St. Petersburg. I think it's a fitting tribute to President Obama and his commitment to education and knowledge, and it was really well received. I'm told over 1,000 folks came out here today, and just the joy and the energy from folks really reflected what St. Pete is about.
I could not be more excited. This is not just my district, this is my neighborhood. A big reason we chose this area was because we're so close to the library. My wife and I are avid readers. I'm really excited to be able to walk to such an amazing resource. It'll be full of programming.
I want the community, both our residents and our visitors, to wear the hinges out in this facility. This facility is so much more than just books. We've got 3D printers, we have engravers, we really have something for everyone at this facility.
You can tell there was a lot of attention paid to the small details, and that's what really makes a big difference. From the artwork that's on the wall to the flooring, just little things that when they all come together create magic, and I think that's what you see here.
After 5 years of having the facility closed, it is so exciting to be able to open this facility. I've had the privilege of walking through it numerous times, and to know that everybody that was in front of me was going to get to see it for the first time this morning, Christmas morning is the only way I can describe it.
The same moment I looked at the lake and the back doors of this library, a smile came over to my face and a calmness came over my soul. And I imagined generations to come finding a safe, unbelievably beautiful place to learn, to explore, and to grow. And in that moment, I felt the weight and joy of what this library represents to all of us here in the city of St. Petersburg, and a place of hope for our future. Thank you, and congratulations.
This is the municipal gateway to education. You can come here to learn to read, you can learn to socialize, you can get on a computer if you don't have something like that at home. It's really just an asset that shows high quality public goods can be delivered by your local government, and that's what we're doing here.
This library clearly has been designed not only for the way people are using libraries today, which is very different, but you can tell there was a lot of thought into planning for the future and how libraries will continue to evolve.
We're going to have the next leaders of our city and nation for generations start here at the main library, just like I did and many others did. So this is one of the best investments we can make in our city. Come down, get your library card, and build your journey to success right here.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building citywide all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
Hi, I'm Mike Perry from the Stormwater Pavement Traffic Ops Department. I'm the Senior Stormwater Operations Manager, and I'm here to talk about floodwaters. First and foremost, here's what the city does to get ready for wet weather events. Our department sends out street sweepers in low-lying areas to get rid of debris on the streets. We also have special crews that do stormwater inspections to make sure our stormwater systems and the conveyances are clear, including our pipes and our ditches. We do have our sandbag operations mobilized citywide, and where we can, we also pump down lakes to provide storage in the community to get ready for any extreme weather. Should you encounter any floodwaters, do not walk through that area or try and drive through that area for safety reasons. You are the eyes and ears of the community, but please do let us know either through calling the service center or using C-Click Fix on your phone so that we can prioritize that work.
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Ms. McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way, not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African-American male salutatorian in Boca Ciega history, Jeremiah Daniels.
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere. You just got to know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't.
Like Moneybagg Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids on their sidewalk, practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Skateboarding is one of those things that's just it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. If you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, you're part of the crew, you can shred. Everybody's welcome.
The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
Food has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have Thanksgivings would be all designated toward a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but Just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base, for everyone to come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, I feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
Talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big, major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amor Vinoy Lofner, and the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it, and then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated, and I thought, who wouldn't want a job there? Teaching motivated, talented young people. And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Mm-hmm. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school, and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19. The City of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special: vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park, where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right, most people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here.
True.
Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business, the chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain on a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off. And he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this publicity.
That's exactly right.
My goodness.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Joylyn Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of joe. And, but it was nascent. And I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, 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 and then you go, and you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in '08, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
Hi, I'm Jane, and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them, and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have 2 that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Dunkin' Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
Youth Champions is a program that encourages the youth and the officers to build a better relationship.
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement put out a grant called the Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant Program. So through them, we were able to create Youth Champions, where kids ages 11 to 17 in the community of Jordan Park gets to engage with law enforcement officers, engage in positive activities such as yoga and therapy.
Meditation, that's like the best one, is meditation, like get your mind at ease. And after that, we just like talk. We talk about like the program, like how is it like affecting them and pros and cons of what they have in their life.